Okay. Well, good morning and welcome. Good morning, Region 3. Welcome to the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. We have passed through Region 1, which actually started at 4 p.m. Alaska time yesterday. And Region 2 was starting at midnight Alaska time. And now Region 3, this is the final 8-hour section of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, which is by, for, and among Indigenous youth. I want to recognize the efforts put in by the global leads, as well as the global co-leads, who have put forth many hours and time and dedication into making the summit possible. Last year, we had Temitope Songmanu from Nigeria, who was the primary lead running and organizing the conference. And this year, that was passed on. And I just want to I'll give Davina Levine just a chance to say hi if she would like.
Hi, everyone. So it's around 8 p.m. my time. So good evening and good morning to you. So we will get the chance to speak more about the summit. Heather, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, Davina has been on for many hours. Another main organizer that has really been central and mentoring those of us all the way through the first annual, which was last year. And this is our second global conference, is Paul Berkman. Paul has been on since the start of the conference as well. Paul, do you want to say a hello?
Hello, Heather. I hope everybody enjoys the next 8 hours. The first 16 were amazing.
Thank you so much, Paul. Okay, so over this 8 hours, we are having the Region 3, and Region 3 covers North America, South America, as well as the majority of the Arctic. We are going to have presentations that are in English, presentations that are in Spanish, presentations that are in different Indigenous languages. And so there is a translation app that you are able to use to change to whatever language you speak so that you understand the presenter. And I think that has been dropped in the chat. In case you joined a little late, I'm going to drop it in the chat again. But if you click that link, that'll open another page for you, and it will be able to put into text in your language what you're hearing. So that's just a little bit of logistics. We're going to have different moderators over the 8-hour session. People will be presenting all different types of things. This is not an academic conference, so we have people sharing songs, people have shared dance, people will share stories, all different types of presentations you'll be able to see, so we're excited for that. And as this is really based around dialogue and building connections between youth across regions and across the world, I want you just to note, I'm gonna put the agenda in the chat as well, that there are different moderated sessions that are available for dialogue that we would be very happy for you to join, and we can unmute you to be able to ask a question, or you can participate or ask a question in the chat if you're more comfortable like that as well. These moderated dialogues will be based around a little bit of a summary of how people presented, and then more of an open discussion. If you would like to jump in, I know that if you are on the Zoom platform, I just want to say that's where you'll best be able to participate. If you are watching through YouTube, that's more of the watching platform, so you won't have as much of an opportunity to participate in dialogue. So I just want to say, if you registered and you want to participate in dialogue, to make sure to click on the Zoom link to join us. So again, this year we have Indigenous people from all over the world that have joined for the different sessions. And like last year, the recorded sessions will be available and out after the conference. Additionally, we have people from all over Indigenous language speakers, as well as speaking English for the nation in their country. And so people have presented in all different languages thus far. So I encourage you, when you're able, to look back at the other regions and some of the really amazing dialogues and sharings to see how you connect across the region. So we have presentations that are going to start from the South America, and I have a co-moderator that will be helping support this session as well. Stephanie Guachi, are you on and available to introduce yourself and share a bit? Stephanie, make it on yet? Okay, looks like she might not have made it on. Okay, well then, I will just keep going a little bit longer and hope she's able to join us. But also I want the first presenter to start queuing up their presentation. Our first presenter is Fabiano Tacoa. Fabiano is joining us from, they are Brazilian, but they are also of the Guarani, and they're Guarani and Portuguese from South America, from Brazil. Their presentation is going to talk about Indigenous heritage and the Guarani way of living. So I just want to cue that up so they have a chance. I found that it takes a little bit of time to start sharing their screen.
I don't think we have the speaker yet.
Okay. Okay. No worries. Then I will share a little bit about how last year went, and a little bit about how it's been great moving into this year. So this year we've been able to be supported by the organization called Future Earth, which has been a wonderful partnership. And this will be a great partnership that will move into the future to have future conferences of this as well. I want to also say, for those attending, that if you are interested in being an organizer or a co-lead, or any part of bringing people together or finding presenters, you are very, very welcome to join us. The planning and organizing committee is broad and very inclusive. Our goal in this conference is to be absolutely inclusive as possible. That's why we're really happy to be able to have this translation app this year, and also be able to have some younger, actually, co-leads that we're able to invite their friends and to invite and bring in a little bit younger perspective for Region 3 this year. So we're really excited about that. And let me see if our presenter has joined. Okay, well, Bridget, if you can let me know when the presenter joins, that will be great. I know I'm a few minutes early, but I was wondering, Bridget, also if you had any brief thing you wanted to share about Future Earth and your support of the conference this year.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Yes, thank you. We are really proud and happy and excited to be hosting this in coordination with Science Diplomacy Center coordination. Paul has been fantastic, and all of the youth leaders and leaders have been great to get to know and work together. And yeah, we are just really glad to have sparked this partnership, and it's been really amazing. I've been getting on the past, few hours here and there where I could, to see all the excitement from so many people, young people around the world. And that's, we really need that to make meaningful change. And so we're really, really glad to have you all here, and we appreciate your time, and thank you to all the participants for being here as well. And if you're not familiar with Future Earth, it is a network of researchers working across different areas of sustainability. So we connect researchers in different disciplines, connect them with policymakers, civil society, and other areas, trying to make a meaningful sustainability transformation. So we're kind of a big umbrella organization over lots of different projects and initiatives, and we work at the Science Policy Interface. So you'll see us sometimes at big events like COP, and every year we have a Sustainability and Innovation and Research, Sustainability Research and Innovation Congress, which we just had in Finland. Next year it will be in Chicago. Would love to see you there if anybody is able to make it, but you can also join online. So yeah, thank you for being here. And we're looking forward to the next 8 hours of Region 3 and engaging the Americas. It looks like Stephanie just joined also.
Okay, great. Stephanie,
Hello.
I'll pass it off to you in just a second. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. I wanted to mention as well, after Bridget mentioned the SRI Congress in Finland, that some of the organizers for this conference were able to present and share a bit about our conference last year and this upcoming summit, which we're all here for now. And that also last year after the summit, we wrote an article for Nature, which I'll also share in the chat, talking about youth leadership in climate diplomacy. Also, Stephanie is the other co-opener with me, and she's been able to jump on. So Stephanie, if you would like to introduce yourself or talk a bit about the global or the South American participants, we'd be happy to have it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and I'm very honored to be in this space, especially because I believe these kind of spaces always open for us to speak and have like dialogue about what's happening in the world. And something I especially love to do with my students, with the young people I work with, because I'm an educator, I always remind them that we are not tied up by our nationalities, but instead we are tied up for like ecosystems, like how the water moves, how the air it's being, like how the animals migrate. And I feel like once we understand that we are more than who we are, like one Bolivian, I understand how these systems work. It's a better understanding of how us as humans, members of society, can join forces to have a bigger impact. So I'm very happy to be moderating this part. And I'm going to be speaking in Spanish right now because I feel like in South America we speak Spanish. Así que primeramente muchas gracias a todos los que están atendiendo aquí. Siento que estos espacios realmente nos nutren de una manera que no lo vemos de manera muy así como impactante al principio, pero siempre nos dejan historias, cosas que contar, cosas que pensar, qué es lo que está haciendo la persona de aquí con la persona de allá. Entonces, siento que si unimos nuestras voces de una manera que podamos hacer que las personas que tienen mucho poder de decisión nos puedan escuchar y nos puedan meter en las agendas que ellos tienen, realmente estamos haciendo el trabajo correcto. Y esto estoy muy alegre de presentar a todas las personas que nos van a unir, se van a unir en esta charla, y estoy muy emocionada e inspirada de escuchar todo lo que ustedes tienen que decir. Y desde ya, al final, somos todos uno y parte del mismo globo en el que nos encontramos. So thank you so much for being here, and I feel like that was my intervention. We should proceed, I believe, right, Heather?
I am just looking at if our speaker is on. I'm not it should be Fabiano Tecoa. Do you see them in the chat? If not, there is someone who would like to have a 5 minutes if they can jump in. I just want to add, part of our opening is supposed to be a conversation of commonality between North America and South America. So I'll just speak briefly to that. We'll see if the speaker jumps on, and if they don't, then I have someone who reached out if they wanted to jump in, so we can do that. So Anika, if you just want to kind of prepare yourself as we wrap up this dialogue. I just wanted to say that what I've found across the time zones, as well as in my experience with co-presenting with co-leads from South America at the SRI conference in Finland, is that we really share this commonality of kinship with the planet, with humans, with the non-human world, and with the world that we don't always understand, the more than human world. And that although I might not speak the same language as everybody, as I might not have grown up the same way, having grown up in the Arctic with reindeer, which is a bit different than the rainforest or the mountains, but that this shared bond of seeing each other as relatives, as well as seeing all other beings in life and non-human life on the planet as relatives as well, has been a shared conversation across the first 2 regions this year, as well as all 3 regions last year. And if Stephanie, if you have anything else you want to share about commonalities, and then I'll get Anika to cue themselves up.
No, you're right. When I was speaking about global citizenship, I was like also thinking about how the Americas, like as a continent, it's such a, I don't know, like if you travel, and most of the people like but in internet now there's like place and space to explore everything if you can and want, you will understand that there's a lot of similarities in the way how we treat our Mother Earth, in the way how we collaborate, in the way that we have social and bonds that goes well with nature. So I feel the more you start speaking with those humans around you, the more you understand that, again, there's like a lot of things join us together. It's like the mycelium. The mycelium is always my favorite example. When a tree dies, everyone around is just like giving nutrients for this tree to have life again. And I believe when we focus more in indigenous cultures and values, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, we are also understanding like the deeper mechanisms of nature itself, that is to be together, sending nutrients to each other and making like life happen in a way that's not intrusive, more collaborative. So thank you for your words, Heather. Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you as well. My apologies, I'm not a Spanish speaker, so I can't jump in that way. It looks like our first speaker has not been able to arrive yet, so I'm going to introduce a speaker who has volunteered to jump in, which is very exciting. So someone not on the program, but that we're going to have go ahead and share your screen. Okay, trying to find in the chat where. Okay, so we have Anika Deshpande. I'm not sure exactly where they're from, so I'm going to have them introduce themselves, but they're going to give us a short presentation about climate restoration. So yes, please join us. Oh, I think you're muted though.
Okay, there. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Let me share this. Okay. So, hi guys. My name is Anika Deshpande. I was born in India and lived there when I was a child. And so I initially got interested in environmental work when I was living there. and especially where I lived, there were a lot of issues with air quality and wildlife habitat destruction. And that's where I originally got my interest in environmental work. And then I moved to the US with my family. And since then, I've been working more and more on climate work. And then I actually got in touch with the Foundation for Climate Restoration. And ever since I've been there, and right now we've been really working hard with our youth initiative, and I'm a part of our youth initiative. So I just want to talk about our youth initiative and talk about climate restoration in general. Okay. So basically, for years, carbon dioxide levels have always stayed below 330 ppm, parts per million, in the atmosphere, except in the past few decades. In the past few decades, look at how monumentally they've increased past what has been the safe maximum for humans for the past thousands of years. So this is a real issue. And um, and so let me explain how climate work is currently going and how we would like to change that. Right now, everyone is aiming for net zero, and net zero is incredibly important. We are never saying that net zero is not important. We're just saying that it's not enough. Once we hit net zero, these levels will still continue. These high levels of carbon dioxide, this legacy carbon that's still in the atmosphere, will still be there and will still lead to warming, which is not healthy for the environment. So we work in tandem with net zero efforts. And basically, what climate restoration is versus net zero is that climate restoration, we want to undo this legacy load of CO2, which causes more than 95% of climate chaos. This legacy load, even now the IPCC has admitted that we do need, at this point, we need climate restoration. We need CO2 removal in order for Earth to be at a healthy atmospheric state. So I'm just going to play a quick video.
Imagine, Earth is in a bathtub.
Let me know if you guys can't hear. Can people hear this?
Yes.
Okay.
Earth bathed in a healthy level of CO2. Over the last 200 years, humankind turned on the faucet, pouring CO2 into the bathtub. Today, the tub is overflowing, drowning Earth in CO2. Mitigation slows the flow of carbon, but our planet will still be drowning in CO2 no matter how much we turn down the faucet. Climate restoration opens the drain to empty the tub.
Okay. And if you're wondering, how are we going to do climate restoration? Basically, for our organization, we have two specific goals. By 2030, we want climate restoration to be the goal of all climate action. And by 2050, we want a safe climate to be restored and to get CO2 levels to less than 300 ppm. This is a big goal, but we're certain that if we get more and more people around the world to make it by 2030 the goal of all climate action, it's already starting to happen. The IPCC is already starting to understand that CO2 removal is necessary for a healthy climate. And we really want to generate the social license and political will to restore the climate by 2050. If you're wondering how are we going to do carbon removal, there are a lot of different natural ways that already exist in nature that we will hope to either replicate or amplify, which have been proven as safe and effective methods for millennium before. Okay, and so I'm just going to wrap this up. And if you guys want to help, or if you know a youth who wants to get involved in climate work and wants to be in the forefront of climate work right now, please reach out to us. Yeah, and I hope everyone here, climate issues and climate restoration is really such a global problem. In India, I know that it was a really big problem, and I know that it's exactly the same in the US. It's the same all over the world. What happens to one, it's not a concentrated issue to one part of the world. It really is global. And we really are all in this together.
Thank you. There we go.
Thank you
so much, Anika, for jumping in. Oops. Sorry, I had two microphones on. Thank you so much for Anika for sharing with us and for jumping in and helping us out there. I think we do have our first speaker on now. I don't think we have our second speaker on yet. I was going to see if Fabiano still wanted to be able to speak. Fabiano, are you fully connected now?
Boa tarde.
Can't.
Boa tarde a todos. Meu nome é Fabiano Alves, sou do povo Guarani. Eu moro na aldeia Tecoamarangatu, município de Maruí, Santa Catarina, Brasil. Sou do povo Guarani. Primeiramente, agradeço pelo convite, né, de poder estar aqui. Hoje é um dia tão especial, né, para os povos indígenas. É o Dia Internacional dos Povos Indígenas, né? Aí seria muito importante debater, né, essa questão dos povos indígenas da América Latina, na América Central, principalmente do Brasil também, né? Porque para nós, povos indígenas, é dia de lutas, né? É dia de luta pelo nosso direito, pelo nossos, pela resistência também, né? É muito importante, né? A resistência indígena, né? E mostrar também, né? Que fazemos parte desse direito também. Na verdade, eu vou falar um pouquinho sobre o modo de vida guarani, que é Nhanderecó, né? E nós, Guarani, o nosso conhecimento, a nossa sabedoria, está tudo interligado, né? Com a cosmologia, com a divindade, com as terras, com o meio ambiente, com a natureza, com os animais. E tudo isso faz parte do Nhanderecó, modo de viver Guarani, né? Porque, porque para nós, Guarani, indígena em geral, a natureza é sagrada. Todos os elementos naturais que compõem o ar, os animais, as plantas, os rios, a água, o meio ambiente, as terras, para nós é sagrado. Por isso que a gente vive respeitando a natureza, os animais, e a gente preserva, né, a natureza para a futura geração, né, dos seres vivos, das plantas, dos animais, né? Porque a gente sabe que sem a natureza, os seres humanos, os seres vivos, não conseguem viver por muito tempo, né? Porque nós, os seres humanos, as pessoas, a gente precisa do meio ambiente, do ar puro, né? Que a gente, para a gente respirar, né? Por isso que a gente é fundamental para a gente seguir lutando pelos nossos direitos e garantir também no espaço da sociedade, né? Por isso que a gente sempre luta pelo nosso direito, principalmente garantir o território, né? Garantir o território e garantir seguir praticando o nosso modo de viver dentro do território, dentro da aldeia, dentro do nosso espaço, né? Porque a gente reivindica o nosso direito para garantir o nosso futuro das nossas crianças, né? Para a gente seguir repassando o conhecimento, a sabedoria, tudo isso faz parte do Nhanderecó, modo de viver Guarani, né? E atualmente, para nós indígenas, vivenciando dentro do território guarani, dentro do território indígena, é a base da sobrevivência, né? É a base de luta, né? Porque a gente reivindica o nosso direito, principalmente pensando no nosso futuro das nossas crianças, né? Porque a gente, principalmente quando a gente fala do marco temporal, né? Demarcação de terra. Por que que a gente quer a demarcação de terra? A gente quer demarcação de terra para a gente sobreviver em paz com a nossa família, com nossas crianças, com nossos velhos, com nosso tiramões, o nosso velho que tem a sabedoria e o conhecimento, né? E é ele que repassa para nós, o jovem, para ter essa visão guarani, conhecimento guarani, né? Porque é fundamental garantir as terras, garantir os direitos e garantir a demarcação para a gente viver em harmonia, né? Com a natureza, com o meio ambiente, porque onde tem a terra indígena, onde tem a demarcação de terra indígena, sempre haverá a preservação da natureza, né? Porque sempre fala, né? Os povos indígenas são os guardiões e os conhecedores do meio ambiente. Ele faz um manejo ambiental sem a prejudicação do meio ambiente, né? Por isso é muito importante, nesse momento, né, debater, né, e mostrar, né, para a sociedade, né, que os povos indígenas sempre reivindicam os direitos para garantir e, ao mesmo tempo, deixar em pé a natureza, né? A natureza, porque a gente precisa da natureza. Por isso é muito importante, nesse momento, debater, né, a questão climática, né, tudo isso, né, porque os povos indígenas são os guardiões e sabem fazer um manejo ambiental sem prejudicar os elementos naturais, né? E esse momento agradeço novamente, né, pela oportunidade de poder falar esse momento que é tão especial, né, porque o Dia dos Povos Indígenas, Internacional dos Povos Indígenas, dar a voz, né, dar a voz aos indígenas, falar qual é a percepção, qual é o conhecimento para falar e debater, né? Porque aqui no Brasil a gente vem lutando desde 1500, né? A gente caminhando com muita resistência e, e sempre de pé, praticando, mantendo a nossa cultura, o nosso modo de vida, praticando a tradição, costume, religião e principalmente a nossa língua, né? A gente sempre fala na língua guarani para a gente sempre preservar a nossa identidade cultural e não perder a nossa essência, né? Que é mais importante, né? Por isso é muito importante mostrar também, né, que esse evento tão especial que estão realizando, fazendo e me fez convite também de poder estar aqui e falar qual é a percepção dos povos guarani, né? Por isso é fundamental e só para encerrar minha fala, né? Agradeço mais uma vez e a palavra é existir para existir. Essa é a fala do momento, né? Por isso, agradeço novamente. Obrigado a todos. HVT.
Thank you so much, Fabiano. That was very inspiring. For those who like read the transcription and everything, if this is like something I really want to like also express, that even though like Fabiano was speaking in Portuguese, his original language is Guarani, and Guarani like it's such a like we're all like here speaking different languages, but also like learning more because we want to express like a lot of things that are happening in our territories. And as Bolivia, as a sister country, I do understand how it is like, eso fue muy inspirador. I think we can introduce to our next speaker, right, Heather?
Yes, they are online. If you would like to introduce them, please.
Perfect. So we are gonna introduce to Erlina Janet. She is going to speak specifically about climate change and traditional knowledge. So please pay attention. Thank you so much for your presence, by the way.
Imanaya Mashikuna, Ñuka Mikani, Janet Bonilla. Buen día con todos, mi nombre es Janet Bonilla, soy una mujer quichua del pueblo indígena Cotacachi, de aquí de Ecuador. Y bueno, yo les voy a presentar un poquito de cómo es el trabajo que venimos haciendo nosotros desde una fundación en la cual soy cofundadora y vicepresidenta, que es la Fundación Quechua Institute of Science, Technology and Humanities, KISS. Entonces voy a compartir la pantalla. Me confirman si pueden ver la presentación. Ahí creo que está, ¿ya? Entonces, un poquito aquí en esta primera foto que ustedes pueden ver, están mis abuelitos, mis papás y mis hermanos trabajando de la forma común en lo que es la agricultura, ¿no? Esta foto me llama bastante la atención porque es un legado que vamos llevando de generación en generación con la labranza mínima y también con lo que viene a ser la integración de la siembra de dos productos. ¿Por qué me tomé este tiempo para hablar sobre ciencia y conocimiento ancestral? Porque justamente dentro de las Naciones Unidas ya se habló de que nosotros debemos ir migrando como pueblos indígenas también hacia la parte tecnológica y científica para poder no perder nuestros conocimientos en cuanto a lenguas, en cuanto a nuestro conocimiento ancestral, sino que más bien potencializarlo. Entonces, un poquito aquí está de lo que yo les quería hablar, era de los efectos del cambio climático en la agricultura. La mayor frecuencia, digamos, del aumento de las temperaturas, ¿qué está cambiando o lo que yo he podido ver? Otra de las cosas que no lo dije, yo soy ingeniera agropecuaria, la primera graduada dentro de mi familia. Entonces, a mí siempre me interesó ver los aspectos de siembra de los cultivos, pero últimamente ustedes saben que ya no se siembra en las mismas épocas, que han aparecido nuevas plagas y enfermedades, e incluso ya no se siembra en los tiempos que eran. Además de eso, se ha producido una gran erosión en los suelos. Todo esto se debe al incremento del cambio climático que ya se está evidenciando. Y a quién va a afectar principalmente es al agricultor pequeño, al que se encuentra en una área rural, que va a bajar su producción y por ende también va a aumentar la mayor, digamos, la mayor proporción de plagas y enfermedades dentro de su cultivo. Entonces, aquí quería hacer énfasis en qué son los conocimientos ancestrales, porque muchas veces hablamos tanto de esto, pero lo relacionan simplemente con medicina ancestral, pero el saber ancestral va mucho más allá. Es un legado que vamos transmitiendo nosotros de generación en generación. Y nosotros, a través de nuestros conocimientos ancestrales, vamos llevando y apropiándonos de nuestra identidad hacia las futuras generaciones, vamos transmitiendo esa herencia cultural y también nosotros somos las principales entes que van a afrontar el cambio climático. ¿Por qué? Porque como les había indicado en la foto inicial, nosotros todavía realizamos prácticas agrícolas que son más sostenibles, que todavía vienen a ser orgánicas y no tanto como, digamos, vienen a ser con la introducción de agroquímicos. Y aparte de eso, también tenemos un sistema de cosecha de aguas propias de nuestras comunidades y cosechas de lluvia que nos sirven justamente para ahorrar el agua. Entonces voy a pasar un poquito acá. y hablar de la riqueza de nuestros conocimientos ancestrales. Las prácticas agrícolas sostenibles que tienen un nombre científico, se podría decir, que ya lo pusieron, pero a la final son cosas que nosotros como pueblos hemos hecho, como es la agricultura ecológica, en donde nosotros utilizamos técnicas naturales, puede ser la formación, las cáscaras de arroz, perdón, las cáscaras de arroz, cáscaras de huevo, los desechos de los animales, que solemos reintegrarlos dentro de nuestros cultivos. Luego están las prácticas culturales que vienen a ser, como les mencioné, la inclusión de flora nativa para poder ser más sostenibles en el tiempo, es decir, utilizamos plantas medicinales o plantas que puedan alejar ciertos insectos de nuestros cultivos y también realizamos la labranza directa sin utilizar grandes tractores, sino que a veces utilizamos lo que se conoce como agricultura regenerativa, de solamente hacer el trabajo manual, meter los nutrientes que necesita la planta y no hacer un manejo con tractores que pueda dañar el suelo, y también utilizamos bioinsumos. Ahora les quiero hablar de unos ejemplos en los que he podido trabajar e intervenido dentro de mi comunidad, dentro de mi provincia, en cuanto a cómo está la sinergia entre el conocimiento ancestral y la ciencia. Bueno, en Cotacachi, la FAO, la Organización de Estados Iberoamericanos también, y la Universidad Técnica del Norte, que es una universidad de aquí de Ecuador, se unieron con la Unión de Organizaciones Campesinas e Indígenas de Cotacachi. Esta Unión de Organizaciones Campesinas e Indígenas de Cotacachi vienen a ser como una organización de pueblos indígenas de 45 comunidades de Cotacachi, en donde a través de los expertos de la FAO y también de nosotros como conocedores y tenedores de nuestra semilla, lo que hicieron es recolectar las 21 muestras de maíz que teníamos y empezaron a generar un banco de semillas para conservar esta biodiversidad que tenemos. Además de eso, lo que se hacen son ahora chacras experimentales. ¿Que intervienen en estas chacras experimentales? Pues prácticamente que todas estas 21 semillas son sembradas para recolectar nuevamente las semillas que nos van a servir a nosotros para volver a sembrar, y de esta manera no se pierdan nuestras semillas. Y con esto se ha producido el rescate de las semillas, y con esto, como les mencioné, la universidad creó un banco de semillas en donde todas estas semillas que vienen, que no queremos que se pierdan, se van a este banco de semillas para resguardarlas, y luego nuevamente se les entrega a las comunidades para que las comunidades puedan seguir sembrando dentro de sus chacras. Luego, algo de lo que les hablé de la Fundación KISS, lo que estamos haciendo nosotros ahorita entre la sinergia es a través de talleres de empoderamiento de las mujeres de Aro. Como ustedes conocen, la mayor mano de obra dentro del sistema agrícola son las mujeres, por eso nosotros estamos brindando apoyo a través de la academia para la creación de una hoja de ruta de prácticas agrícolas ancestrales y el rol y la importancia de la mujer dentro de la agricultura. Dentro de nuestros talleres nosotros hemos podido ver que algo que las mujeres quieren rescatar es justamente esa relación, no solamente de ser, de sembrar y sin sentido, sino que nuevamente retomar el agradecimiento a nuestra tierra, como antes se lo hacía al momento de cosechar, volver a poner productos dentro de mi suelo para agradecerle por esa cosecha que hemos tenido, y también que se reconozca que no solamente vayan las instituciones educativas a hacer la investigación sobre pueblos indígenas, sino que también se reconozca a través de los escritos científicos cuál fue el rol de ese agricultor, de esa agricultora para fomentar justamente un paper, una publicación científica. Entonces trabajamos de esa manera en el activismo. Y lo otro es cómo la ciencia y el saber ancestral puede combatir el cambio climático y también puede combatir la parte de hacer comunidades más resilientes. Es que justamente en mi comunidad, en Ashambuela, se creó un centro agroecológico en donde ahí lo primero que se hizo es dotar al suelo de toda la microbiota que necesitaba, ¿ya? O sea, es decir, con los micro y macroorganismos que necesita el suelo, volverlo a alimentar, realizar una rotación integral de cultivos y toda la producción de hortalizas e incluso animales como cuyes y conejos servía para la alimentación de sirve para la alimentación de la comunidad y a la vez el restante que suele quedar se lo vende en mercados agroecológicos y esto sirve para justamente el sustento de las familias que lo necesitan. Entonces son trabajos globales pequeños que se están haciendo, pero a la final están contribuyendo a mitigar esos efectos del cambio climático porque no está siendo una agricultura invasiva, está siendo una agricultura desde nuestro conocimiento hacia la sociedad. Y otra de las sinergias, bueno, que se está trabajando actualmente es que, como les mencioné al inicio, ahora las épocas de lluvia, las épocas de sol, ya no son las mismas de antes. Entonces, el agricultor y los agricultores de pueblos indígenas nos guiamos por nuestro calendario agrícola para saber cuál es la fecha de sembrar, cuál es la fecha de podar nuestros árboles, cuál es la fecha de cultivar. Entonces ahora nosotros hemos visto que ya estos ciclos son diferentes, por ende ahora la academia, junto con nosotros que conocemos cuándo empiezan nuestras siembras, se está reacomodando este calendario agrícola propio de nosotros para que sirva a los agricultores pequeños y puedan sembrar en la época exacta y no se les dañe sus productos, porque a la final, ahora si siembran en septiembre antes era un buen tiempo para sembrar. Ahora se ha visto que hay fuertes vientos, mucha lluvia en ocasiones, lo cual hace que nuestro agricultor pierda pierda su cosecha. Entonces, eso no queremos. Para evitar eso es que se está reestructurando este calendario agrícola que nosotros ya lo tenemos como pueblos indígenas. Entonces, ante esto, eh, al inicio lo que les hablaba, lo que estamos trabajando es que justamente la ciencia puede aportarnos a nosotros a generar, no a generar, a construir, a nuevamente reacomodar, potenciar nuestros conocimientos, transmitirlos hacia el mundo de las buenas prácticas que nosotros realizamos para justamente solventar las problemáticas y que no nos vean solamente como personas que estamos ahí para ser investigadas, sino que somos personas que vamos a aportar a su conocimiento, a sus investigaciones y que nuestro conocimiento puede aportar al mundo para solventar y mitigar el cambio climático. Eso, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por esa ponencia muy interesante, muy importante. Especialmente porque cuando hablamos de conocimiento tradicional, muchas de las personas piensan automáticamente que no es científico, que son creencias y que es como que la gente que veía el mundo de una manera fantasiosa. Sin embargo, todo este conocimiento realmente es como conocimiento tangible que tiene bases y que tiene mucho para explorarse porque es una manera diferente de ver la naturaleza. Entonces, en eso, de parte de aquí, de todo el equipo y todas las personas que te están escuchando, pues felicidades, Janet, estás haciendo cosas increíbles y es muy lindo poder como conocerte más y poder conocer tu historia. Si alguien tiene alguna duda y pregunta, pues se puede conectar con Janet. Yo creo que ella va a estar feliz y contenta de seguir compartiendo esto. Bueno, continuando con nuestro querido cronograma, vamos a darle ahora el espacio a Karina, que nos va a hablar específicamente de cómo el cambio climático está afectando a los territorios indígenas. Entonces, Karina, este es tu espacio.
Oi, olá. É 15 minutos, né?
Sí, son
Eu irei
15.
eu irei compartilhar aqui a tela. Eu até enviei o slide, mas Peraí, calma. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo colocar aqui. Tá compartilhando a tela?
No, todavía no se ve.
É,
Ok.
tá vendo a tela?
No, él no se está compartiendo. Ahora ya eres co-host y ahora sí vas a poder compartir. ¿Qué tal te está
Peraí.
yendo, Karina? ¿Se puede?
É, eu tô tentando compartilhar a tela. Calma, vai dar certo. Tela.
Oh, Karina, I have a presentation. Do you want me to share?
Compartilhou? Compartilhou a tela?
Can the tech person please give me the ability to share?
Tá aparecendo agora?
You should have the ability.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get her screen up right here.
Tá aparecendo a tela?
Não, ela não aparece.
Ahora sí.
Agora sim apareceu.
Apareceu agora?
Ahora sí.
Sim, agora apareceu.
Is it there now?
Não, esse não é o meu. Eu até eu mandei para a equipe o meu slide, mas
Stephanie, can you translate for me, please? That she should have the ability to share screen from her Zoom in front of her.
She says that she's trying, but she's not able to. So I'm
Ah.
just gonna ask. Karina,
Can you see?
Oi.
¿tienes las diapositivas contigo en tu celular y las puedes compartir? ¿O no te deja?
Vocês não estão conseguindo ver a tela, não?
No. Existe un link donde puedes poner tu presentación. Te lo puedo facilitar ahora, dame un segundo.
Peraí.
Can you spotlight me? Is my presentation, is my sharing of hers not showing?
Heather, can you turn your camera on so that I can spotlight you?
It's the second me that is showing the PowerPoint.
Tá vendo agora a tela?
Do you see the PowerPoint?
Sí se ve un PowerPoint. Yeah, the PowerPoint is visible. I don't think
Okay,
it's
is
hers
this-
though.
Está vendo a tela?
This one isn't hers.
Karina, ¿es esta tu presentación?
Yes. Tá vendo a tela?
Ok.
Tá vendo a tela? Então, eu vou começar me apresentando.
Ok.
Eu me chamo Karina, eu pertenço ao povo Tumbalalá, né? Fica na região norte, fica entre os municípios de Curaçá, Bahia e Abaré, Bahia. Eu sou uma liderança jovem aqui do meu povo, né? Sou uma ativista ambiental, sou deputada jovem também, escritora e poetista. Eu tenho formação na Academia Latino-Americana Lala, na UFBA, Licei, técnica em administração, atualmente estudante de bacharel em administração, estou estudando inglês e espanhol, e formação no Cunhataí Quirram. E a temática que eu trouxe para ser abordada aqui hoje foi o quanto as mudanças climáticas afetam os territórios indígenas e o planeta. Eu trouxe duas imagens aqui, vocês estão vendo? E, e o quanto as mudanças climáticas afetam os territórios indígenas, o planeta, o aquecimento global e o efeito estufa. Eu trouxe uma frase aqui, né, para a gente refletir um pouco. Os povos originários são os únicos que são capazes de barrar a crise climática, pois entende a importância que a natureza tem em nossas vidas e que dependemos mais dela do que ela de nós. Então, assim, foi uma frase que eu quis trazer aqui para esse momento de hoje, porque nós, enquanto povos indígenas, né, somos os únicos que podemos barrar a crise climática, enquanto liderança jovem, o nosso papel é dar continuidade aos passos dos nossos antepassados. E, e também trouxe a importância da demarcação em territórios indígenas. A demarcação das terras indígenas é um direito constitucional e visa garantir a autodeterminação e autonomia e a proteção dos direitos dos povos indígenas, bem como a sua participação ativa na gestão e na preservação desses territórios, né? O importante, a demarcação dos nossos territórios indígenas, que é uma forma da gente defender o nosso bem sagrado. Trago uma pauta referente à juventude indígena. A juventude indígena tem desempenhado diferentes funções na organização política e dos povos indígenas no Brasil. Talentos em diversas áreas e trabalho voluntário. Tem colaborado para fazer avançar e buscar por direitos humanos e representatividade a partir da iniciativa da juventude indígena. Então, a juventude indígena tem um papel muito importante no nosso território e eu vejo muito que está tendo muita representação da juventude, tanto no Brasil quanto fora do Brasil. E espero que continue. E aqui eu deixo uma frase de como é ser uma liderança jovem indígena. Ser liderança jovem é poder dar continuidade aos passos que foram dados por nossos ancestrais e continuar a luta e defesa pelo que é nosso, os direitos dos povos indígenas. Então, gente, essa foi a minha apresentação. Alguma dúvida? Eu não sei se apareceu a tela para vocês. Eu acredito que apareceu. E é isso. Se alguém tiver alguma dúvida, pode falar.
Karina, muchas gracias por eso y lamentamos mucho estas technicalidades. Siempre pasan este tipo de cosas en estas conferencias. Sin embargo, eso no le quita el poder que lo que nos acabas de decir, lo que nos explicas de cómo todos estos cambios están afectando mucho a la manera en cómo se viven, especialmente en los territorios en los que tú estás en Brasil. Quizá nos puedes dar un mensaje final que te gustaría con tu voz y tu imagen a todo el público antes de presentar a nuestro siguiente orador. Y dicho esto, antes de que empieces, Karina, a nuestro siguiente speaker, por favor, si se puede conectar con Tech para ver lo de las diapositivas y estar todos preparados para cuando Karina termine de hablar. Muchas gracias, Karina. Te dejo este espacio para que nos puedas como hacer un resumen pequeño y poderoso de lo que te gustaría que las personas recuerden de lo que nos acabas de decir en pocas palabras.
¿Es una pregunta?
Sí, ¿qué te gustaría que las personas recuerden de todo lo que nos has acordado? Algo como el resumen final, como la conclusión que quieres que las personas recuerden de tu charla y lo que nos acabas de contar.
Eu não entendi a pergunta.
¿Qué te gustaría compartir con nosotros sobre lo que hablaste del cambio climático?
Então, né, eu não sei se deu para ver o slide, vocês viram o slide?
No.
É uma pena. Eu estava falando pelo slide, aí, tipo, o slide eu trouxe um pouco da minha vivência aqui do meu território indígena, Tumbalalá, e falei sobre a importância do papel da juventude nos territórios e a importância da juventude estar representando em outros espaços também, né? Que nem temos a juventude, que nem eu sou uma liderança jovem aqui do meu território, e também sou deputada jovem baiana. Então, assim, eu sempre busco estar incentivando a juventude a estar ocupando o lugar e estar tendo vozes, e principalmente dar continuidade aos passos que foram dados por nossos ancestrais. Eu me desculpo pela tecnologia, eu sei que não está muito boa, mas eu agradeço por fazer parte desse espaço e estar aqui com vocês. E é isso. Infelizmente, irei precisar sair da chamada, pois eu tenho outra reunião. E é isso. Muitas graças.
Muchas gracias, Karina, y muchas gracias por tu tiempo y por compartir todo esto. Dicho todo esto, vamos a presentar a nuestro siguiente orador. En este caso es Jan Terena. No sé si puedes levantar tu mano para poder ubicarte dentro de nuestros speakers. Mientras hablamos de esto, quiero enfatizar que la mayoría de nuestras personas que están aquí ahora hablando y dando su testimonio son de diferentes partes de Sudamérica, obviamente hablando del gran territorio de Brasil, que estamos escuchando de cómo estos espacios están cada vez más amenazados por todas las políticas extractivistas que existen. Me informan que nuestro orador Jen no está todavía entre nosotros, entonces quizá podemos hablar con Alexis Catalán. Alexis, para dar una introducción, nos va a hablar acerca de la herencia indígena. Específicamente, el nombre de su charla es de Leu Fu, That Will Run Again. Leu Fu, tengo entendido que debe pertenecer a un concepto indígena, dado que la siguiente frase es una experiencia de trabajo regenerativo del Waimapu. Estas charlas son muy interesantes. ¿Por qué? Porque nos ayudan no solamente a entender qué es lo que está pasando en los territorios que sabemos que son víctimas de muchos amenazas, como la deforestación, que también existe la minería ilegal, sino que también nos ayuda a entender que todo esto de la biodiversidad tiene un valor cultural y humano muy fuerte, porque los conceptos que manejamos de acuerdo a los lenguajes que tenemos son muy importantes para nosotros también seguir explorando qué es la experiencia humana desde diferentes perspectivas. De esa manera, como a mí me gustaría mucho hablar y abrir este diálogo con cada uno de nosotros para poder, porque aquí tenemos personas de diferentes partes del mundo, tenemos personas que nos están acompañando desde diferentes territorios y que nos ayudan mucho, no solamente a entender qué es lo que está pasando en cada pedacito, sino también a poder tal vez como utilizar esas técnicas de regeneración que existen. A modo de esperar a nuestros speakers y también empezar con esta charla moderada que vamos a tener acerca de los intereses que existen en el hemisferio sur y el hemisferio norte, creo que es muy importante también enfatizar el rol que existe, no solamente desde las comunidades indígenas como nosotros, sino también de todas las entidades que existen para que este tipo de espacios pasen. Entonces, en ese sentido, por ejemplo, a mí me gustaría mucho agradecer a todo el equipo que ha estado trabajando por meses para hacer que este evento de Future Earth y este Summit pasen. ¿Por qué? Porque es justamente desde el privilegio, desde donde nosotros estamos, que abrimos los espacios que tenemos y las herramientas que están a nuestro alcance para poder hacer que las personas puedan tener voces como los que usualmente históricamente estamos callados y no tenemos una voz muy fuerte en tomas de decisiones, tengamos espacios como estos que nos ayudan no solamente a enfatizar qué es lo que está pasando con nuestros territorios, sino también que nos ayuda a enfatizar cuál es el valor humano que tenemos en estas circunstancias, qué es la importancia de la cultura, cuál es la importancia del idioma, cuál es la importancia de preservar técnicas, incluso explorar aquellas técnicas indígenas que muchas personas a veces lo vemos como, oh, y es indígena, seguramente es superstición, pero en realidad es un conocimiento que si bien no se basa en cosas de ver, o sea, como elementos muy técnicos de la ciencia que hoy en día está súper avanzada, sino se basa de elementos un poco tal vez más antiguos, que es la observación, que es ver, realmente entender la naturaleza por lo que es. Por ejemplo, estudiar la meteorología, no desde fórmulas matemáticas, sino desde lo más simple que es observar el medio ambiente. Cómo es que nosotros entendemos cómo las hormigas se relacionan cuando va a llover, cómo es que las nubes se forman. Y al entender también esta concepción que nosotros tenemos del conocimiento indígena, también nos ayuda mucho a entender, a poner ese conocimiento que nosotros tenemos del indígena, de la observación, de esa relación y entendimiento un poco más cercano hacia la naturaleza y utilizar esa información para poder construir las narrativas y el futuro que vamos a tener más adelante, porque si es que nosotros no observamos el medio ambiente en donde estamos, si es que nosotros no entendemos, siempre nos va a parecer trágico lo que nos va a pasar mañana, porque lo queramos o no, el mundo tiene patrones. Y ahora el cambio climático sí nos está afectando mucho a los pueblos indígenas, a los pueblos agrícolas. También nos está diciendo que es momento no de luchar en contra de eso, sino encontrar formas de adaptarnos a estos nuevos cambios que se están dando, a entender cuál va a ser la nueva temporada de lluvia, a entender cuál va a ser la fuerza de los vientos que van a llegar. Y como en el pasado nuestros ancestros han visto todos estos cambios y han observado y han escrito y han creado como cierta información oral, es nuestro turno como ciudadanos de este mundo observar cuáles son los patrones que se están dando, observar qué es lo que está cambiando y observar cómo es que nosotros, desde donde estamos, podemos hacer que esos cambios sucedan. Entonces, esto es una pequeña reflexión para entender cuál es el rol que nosotros los jóvenes tenemos, porque este es como el foro de los jóvenes indígenas. Entonces, en ese sentido, me gustaría ver en sala si tenemos a Heather. Si es que no tenemos a Heather, estoy aquí junto con diferentes speakers que tenemos. Entonces, me gustaría darle el espacio a aquellas personas también. No sé si Tech Support me puede dar como apoyo en la lista de speakers que tenemos presentes para darles el espacio para hablar. Y este espacio, mientras estamos viendo estos aspectos pequeños, si es que alguien quisiera levantar la mano para tal vez hacer preguntas, comentarios, invitaciones a entender más o menos cuál es la motivación principal que los ha llevado a estar en este espacio virtual, qué es lo que a ustedes les gustaría compartir con el resto de nosotros, porque a fin de cuentas estos son espacios de diálogo y diálogo abierto para poder entender y apoyarnos entre todos. Ok. De acuerdo a nuestro cronograma, estamos esperando por dos speakers que esperemos que se unan dentro de poco. Y vamos a estar con Students of ICE Foundation. Ok.
Question on students on ice. They're on a ship in the Arctic Ocean, and they will be calling in at 17:45 GMT, which is 11:45 Eastern Standard Time. So they'll be calling in about half an hour or so.
Okay. Thank you so much for that note, Paul. I believe we have then scheduled like some conversation that right now with Heather. So I'm very excited to have this debrief session about what is the information that we got so far from our speakers and how important is to give these spaces. So if Heather is present, I'm more than happy to start this dialogue from the south to the north, and also maybe speaking a little bit deeper about what are the issues that we as an activist and people working on the field are doing in this area. So if Heather, you are there, I'm happy to start with this dialogue.
Oops, I was on mute. Yes, absolutely.
All right, so let's speak about this. It was like, I will start with a story, because I believe stories are the best way to start this type of conversations. The last year, for example, I was in a gathering with a lot of humans in the US, actually in Vermont, and it touched my heart when we had this announcement in this restaurant, and it said that we were eating in that specific restaurant because the owner used to be a farmer of tomatoes. But sadly, that last year, the temperature changed so drastically that just like affected the tomatoes negatively. And that was a way to the whole community to support this farmer by eating in the restaurant, and also by supporting his ongoing business, and in the future, like future years, have the tomato harvesting happening. So that just made me think so much, because it makes me, sometimes I feel like, oh, in my country, South America, we have this problem and this problem, but sometimes we like ignore that this is happening actually worldwide. What do you think about this, Heather? Do you have any experiences you want to share about like how this climate change is affecting and been living in the north actually?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I was just having the opportunity yesterday to discuss with a videographer, a video person who has been working in Little Diomede, Alaska, which is a very small island between Alaska and Russia out in the Bering Sea. And he was explaining how, like, pretty much for thousands and thousands of years, people who have lived on that island, which is a rocky island, very small, have lived off of walrus. Walrus is the like seal animal with two large tusks. And they have hunted the walrus for the food. They live really much in relationship with the environment and the walrus. And they use the skin of the walrus to make the boats that they would then hunt the walrus, as well as clothes and all of this. And they used to hunt like 200, 300 walruses a year, and that would be their food for the whole year. Because the place is only accessible by boat if there is not a storm. And there used to be the possibility of an airplane landing on the ice to bring goods in the winter. So the problem with climate change is that our ice is not forming around the island, and our ice is not forming as thick. So they're now able to only get 50 walrus, down from 200 to 300 walrus. So we're seeing massive issues of food insecurity. The melting permafrost on their island is causing the water to flow through toxic soils. Additionally, they can only get external supplies, which now they need since they're not getting enough walrus, through a helicopter landing on the island, which is extremely expensive. And so what I feel we're seeing, what this person was sharing with me yesterday, is this island is kind of a metaphor or comparison or example of the earth. It's a small place surrounded by a vacuum of sea, and they're experiencing climate change, food insecurity, water insecurity, all of this. And here we are on the planet Earth in the vacuum of space. What will we do also when we make our own planet unlivable? And, you know, we're like indigenous communities are having to deal with this right now. And the rest of the world really needs to get on board and see what's happening, and see the urgency. You know, we're living it in real time, and how these lessons of how people are having to adapt. And honestly, I'm not quite sure what they're going to do. But, you know, think of moving their whole community off the island. And I also wanted to take a short minute to introduce myself because I seem to always forget that at the start. So for everybody on, I'm Heather Soyak Jean Gordon. I'm a Nupiaq and I'm from Alaska. My family's from the Seward Peninsula, from Nome, which is kind of the nose of Alaska. I grew up in Homer, Alaska, on just outside of Homer, on a reindeer ranch where my grandmother homesteaded. And I'm very happy to be here. So that's a little story from the Arctic, Stephanie.
That was, I don't want to say interesting or beautiful because I feel it goes beyond that. But I'm honored to hear that because, as I also was saying earlier, sometimes we focus so much on what's going on, like living the present and staying in the present and staying in one place, that we isolate ourselves to understand that this is actually happening everywhere in the world. And it's actually like, it goes, it's not only happening in my town, it's not only happening on my fields, it's happening in Alaska, it's happening in Puerto Rico, it's happening in Costa Rica, it's happening in Peru, and it's definitely happening where we are all living close by. Thank you for sharing that. I haven't introduced myself properly either. My name is Stephanie. I am 26 years old. I am from Bolivia. And even though Bolivia is a very interesting place, if you ever want to study indigenous rights, you have to come to Bolivia, because in Bolivia 60% of our population are indigenous, and it's undeniable indigenous, as you can see in the color of my skin, the look of my eyes. So when we talk about indigenous populations and people, a lot of people in Bolivia will tell you yes, and this is happening here, and this is happening there. So I've been working with indigenous rights, but mostly with environmental issues since I'm 17 years old. I always worry about how mines are affecting the environment where I grew up, where a lot of people, friends, family are growing up. And I actually now work with as an educator for youth people in the US and in Bolivia. And one of my favorite things to do is to unite these both groups who are like in the US and my Bolivian students, and put them in one place and ask them, hey, what's going on with these rights? What's going on with the environment? What's going on with climate change? Because as I said earlier, I feel like we all isolate ourselves and we don't have spaces to see, hey, maybe my consumerism practices are affecting the way you're living. And in the other side, like, hey, maybe not having this more like willingness or like more in-depth work, it's also like pushing me in another direction. You know, it's very interesting because you tend to understand what's going on one side and what's going on the other side. And something that comes across with these two groups of people is that sometimes they feel overwhelmed, and they also feel they cannot do anything at all. And I feel like that's very interesting conclusion, because you are speaking with people from different parts of the continent who are supposed to have like different type of privileges and rights and outspoken voice, but at the bottom line, young people are also a different layer of exclusion from places where to speak and how to put like actual policies. So I always told them, like, you are gonna become adults, and when you become adult, what is your role as an adult with the younger generation? And me being 26 and working with people who are like over 40, sometimes people who are like more than 10 years older, on more than 10 years younger than me, I feel like I am in that middle point where I'm like, hey, we need to listen to each other, because at the bottom line, it's not about like who is wiser or smarter. It's about we're all sharing the same air, we're all drinking the same water. So instead of being, oh, I'm smarter than you, let's join forces and have all of this together. That's why I'm working with youth. What do you think about that, Heather? How do you think youth are actually like being taking the spaces nowadays?
Yeah, it's the role of youth is so so important. I feel our youth are on the ground, living every day. I feel many of our youth are challenged by the mental health impacts of looking and seeing how much has changed and wondering what will their life look like when they're 40 or 50 years old. Will the world be the same? Will they be able to do what even their parents were able to do? And when I think of the role of youth, as we learn and hear from our grandparents, our aunties, our uncles, our parents, these indigenous knowledges, while we mostly have to attend school systems in the dominant society, depending wherever you live, that we hold a unique ability to span knowledge systems and boundaries. And what I like about this conference is that, we're bringing those indigenous knowledges to the forefront. I recently heard an indigenous person from the US speak. It's Dr. Kyle Hill, and what he said was, they keep saying we need this two-eyed seeing, bringing indigenous knowledge and dominant science paradigms together. But he's like, I think we only need about 10% of that dominant paradigm, and we need 90% of indigenous knowledge, because that's where we really know and how to live and survive and adapt. I mean, the adaptability we change from different food systems, as colonization moved us off of our lands, and people learned, how to grow plants when they were not when they were not agriculturists, and all those different adaptations. And so I think indigenous people offer this wealth of boundary spanning, and the opportunity of our youth specifically is growing up with intimate knowledge in multiple knowledge systems.
Yeah. Well said and well done. Thank you so much for that, Heather. I just want to ask, what is the time right now, just to make sure we are following up with the schedule, and basically that's my main question. Yeah.
So we next actually have students on ice, which they actually are already online. However, they are set to start at 9:30. So we have 6 more minutes of possible dialogue. And honestly, if anyone wants to jump in, I mean, the dialogue is supposed to be for all of us, not just Stephanie and I. But so if we help to get your thoughts, join in.
Well, hello.
Hi. Oh, you're muted.
No, I'm not muted. Hi there. My name is Blaine Wolf. I'm one of the presenters later on today. I was just listening to what you're saying about two-eyed seeing, and I was just, it's something I've been thinking about a lot, and I've been challenged on my by my younger coworkers is how two-eyed seeing is incompatible with our traditions, beliefs, and whatnot, because the second eye is capitalism. It's colonial monarchical capitalism, and it's just like, sorry, that's just not going to work with us. It's inherently flawed from the beginning, and I think it's a neat way for the non-Indigenous folks on Turtle Island to find space for their own belief system into ours, but it just doesn't work. I wish I could truly say what I mean, but I'm gonna keep it PC.
I love that. I don't know. I feel like when we're talking about rights and capitalism, it's very hard to be not PC. There are some things that drives your core, and you just want to shout it out. But I understand. Yeah,
it's true. And I will say, some of that stuff is going to be my presentation, so I'll save it for then, so I don't step on my own toes.
Yeah, not spoilers, please. We want to hear everything in the full time. Thank you so much for jumping.
Yeah, you're welcome. I like to chat, but I won't take the whole space.
No worries.
Reflecting on that, I wanted I wanted to just share one additional thing from Alaska because in the far north in Alaska, Indigenous people do have a type of partnership with oil and gas extraction. And I feel that many times, if you look all over the world on Indigenous lands, Indigenous people, we are almost, I can't remember, there's some academic word for it, where we're like forced into this capitalist system due to having so much taken from us, land, because we had before our own type of economy. We had before our own way of, barter and trade and creating goods and all of that. But as everything got removed, some peoples, are feeling that they have to be some part of this capitalist system by force. And I think if there's another option, everybody would go with it. But right now in the far north of Alaska, if they didn't have some taxation on oil companies, they wouldn't have running water, they wouldn't have sewage, they wouldn't have running schools, because all of the whole North Slope borough in Utqiagvik, used to be called Barrow, Alaska, is supported by this. And if you go to other remote regions of Alaska who do not have that, you see a really stark difference in what is available and what people have. So it's often just this terrible catch-22 or trap that people are put in.
That and the indoctrination of being in the system as well, like losing what our original systems were like, and knowing that it feels wrong in our bodies how we have to interact with this world, but having our traditional systems and whatnot not just taken away but obliterated by contact. It's a very, very interesting time in regards to rebuilding, finding what's right, what feels right, rather. What's right is subjective, and trying to go from there. Again, it's.
So for example, adding into that little discussion before we have our presenters, something I have learned in college that struck me the most is that we are not gonna go against an entire global system. That's crazy, but we can still change it, and we can still move it in a way that it's not as it is right now. And that gives me hope. It's like the horizon allows you to keep walking, right?
Absolutely. I think whether we are pushed by history or we push history, I think change is coming regardless. It'll be interesting on which side of that is, who's motivating what, but yes, I see goodness on the horizon as well.
I believe we are ready now for the students on ice, right, Heather? And thank you so much for everyone, and let's go on this.
Okay, I'll just bring forth the students on ice. And also I'm just going to briefly introduce the moderator who's going to moderate this session. We have Justin Patar, who is moderating, and we have speakers of Dulcie Manas, David Jr. Watzko, and Billy Anderson, and I will let them introduce themselves, where they're from, and we thank you all so much for being able to call in and join us.
Of course. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. We are on a ship, and we've been watching for a little bit, but our internet is not the greatest. So if we cut out, we may cut the video, if that's okay. Just, you should still be able to hear us, but so we are on a former Canadian Coast Guard icebreaker off the coast of Northern Labrador, Nunatsiavut. My name is Dustin Vitar. I am a part of the media team here in the Polar Prince, part of the Blue Futures Pathways expedition. Over the next, week and a half, and already the last couple of days, we've been at sea. We've spent some time in Iqaluit learning all about kind of the sustainable blue economy. but that's enough for me. I'm going to pass it on to our guests here. I'm going to have them introduce themselves and we'll go from there. So just, I'll have you guys maybe start with David or DJ and go over.
My name is David Jr. Watsko. I'm from Greasefjord, Nunavut, Canada's most northern community. I'm here aboard the Polar Prince with students on ice.
Oi, Dalsimines Indígenas, Kiligan Zibi Donjaba, Chimaning Pinama Donjaba. Hi, my name is Dawson Minace. I'm from Kiligan Zibi, and this is my new home for now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Billy Anderson. I'm from Makovic, Nunatsiavut. I'm 20 years old, and yeah.
Cool. So we're just gonna get started. We'll talk a little bit about where everyone's from. So DJ, tell us a little bit about Greasefjord.
Greasefjord is a small community of a population of 130 people, and it is really far north. It's really isolated.
How do you get there? What's it like walking down the street?
It's a really small community. It's about a kilometer long. It's the only way to get into Greasefjord is by Twin Otter or ship, and the Twin Otter comes from Resolute Bay, or we may possibly have charters come in from the Haluits, but they're really small planes. It's a small runway, so we don't get bigger planes than that. But walking downtown, like it's like you can walk there, you can walk from one end to the other within like 10, 15 minutes. It's a really small
one.
So KZ, it's like just the reserve part. So we've got kind of all different types of terrain. Got like big, not mountains, but like big hills, cliff sides, trees cover all the areas. We have swamps that lead, creeks that lead into bigger streams, lakes and rivers. So where I'm from, rivers are an important part of our lifestyle because that's how we used to travel. Types of trees like conifer, hardwood, but we have no deserts.
Makovic is in Labrador, Nunatsiavut, and it is accessible by plane. And in the summer times, it is accessible by the boat. There's no roads going to. And sometimes in the winter, the ice is full and people can travel from Makovic to Goose Bay, which is where people would go for healthcare and whatnot. And they could travel to other communities along the coast.
Actually, there's a map behind us here. I don't know if you can see it on the presentation. Do you want to just point to where each of your communities are? So that's Greasefjord up there. So for those familiar with Canada, that is at the top. Makovic over there. KZ.
KZ is just north of the Ottawa River. It's not too far. I'm not deep in the bush. Can still travel to Ottawa about an hour and a half drive. We have like grocery stores and stuff.
And we on the Polar Prince are somewhere right around here. Obviously, climate change affects everywhere slightly differently. Let's start with McCoy. What are you seeing in terms of the climate shift?
So, before coming to this meeting, there's a couple of people from New Nazi on board. So I went around to each of them to get their perspective on things. So from elders and then to people my age, around my age. And the big major thing that came up with climate change in New Nazi is the ice and how late it's starting to freeze and how early it's leaving. So, and we also talked about how the change is happening not over generations, but it's happening, in my young lifetime. So when I was younger, the ice used to freeze and would be safe to travel on by January. But now we're starting to see the ice will form and then it will melt. It will form again and it will melt. It's very unpredictable, but usually by March could be good, but then it'll be all gone by April. And so the way of life for us, we travel all along the ice for travel routes, or to gather wood to heat people's homes, to hunt for seal, to fish, to travel. So we're seeing a lot of early ice melt.
And talking earlier, ice is something that also affects everyone here. Dulcie, do you want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing?
Yeah, so in KC, like the ice, when I was younger, it used to be nice cold winters, like -30 easily, but now it's like barely pushing that, even like -20, so it's not getting as cold. People used to even drive their trucks on the ice to go ice fishing, but now you can't really do that. It's kind of looked down upon where I'm from. Even going with skidoos, people are having to really test the waters before they go. There's a lot more rain than there is snow, which is not as good. And that's kind of affecting everybody, like the animals too. So, for example, like ticks are starting to make their way up and really devouring moose population. So they won't die from the cold. They'll be able to survive the whole winter. And then the moose will scratch the fur off, trying to get the ticks off. But then by that, they're removing their fur and they become more exposed to the elements. Yeah, it's just not good.
That you saw, there's
Yes, there was a report about a month or 2 months ago of ticks in Labrador. And we're not supposed to have ticks in Labrador.
DJ, up in Greece Fjord, the ice.
Up in Greece Fjord, the ice also we're freezing a lot later than what we hear from our elders, doctors. Back then, when I say back then, I'd say like 10, 20 years ago, anything above 10 years ago, they would go hunting on the sea ice and it would be safe. They would go around October, and it was part of like a traditional hunt to go on October 1st. And now it's not as safe as it is, as it was before. So when you go on the ice now, it's like in late December, and sometimes we probably cannot even get on the ice until January. So it's freezing a lot later, and it is thawing earlier too. So it's thin for the good part of like October. We'll start to have like a little layer that's you can see it. You still see the waves. There's like slush mostly, and it'll start thawing in just like late June. It'll be around July that the ice kind of goes away, end of July, maybe August, but we're seeing like it's getting thinner earlier, and it's not safe, and it's something everybody's like not really knowledge, like you don't have the knowledge about. So it's something the younger generation is learning, and then something that the newer, like the mid newer generation has to learn, and it's something the hunters also have to learn because of how much throughout the year it's changing compared to when they would hunt back then. When I say back then, again, I mean like 10 years ago, about earlier than that. Also, like glaciers are getting smaller. There was stories I got from people in my town where when I would go out with them, they say that when they first moved to Grease Fjord, there was glaciers that would hang over the mountain. And when we go to the same spot that where they say they were, they're receding back. So there's a lot of ice on, not just the sea ice, but also the glaciers.
And the ice is a means of transportation. It is also a habitat for the animals that communities rely on. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you've seen in terms of wildlife, in terms of access to food sources?
Access to wildlife is kind of the same. We're not seeing much changes in the population, but we're seeing changes in the safety to get onto the ice. So it's like still saying there's no invasive species that we know of yet, but it's not safe for most part until we know it's thick enough by testing it out.
Speaking of invasive species, let's kind of go back down the coast. What are we seeing in terms of animals or plants behaving differently, or new animals or plants other than ticks? Maybe around. Let's start with Macbeth.
Yeah. Okay. Well, last year in the summertime, there was birds just outside of Makovic. They were basically strange birds. And I was talking to the elders here on the ship, and they also mentioned that they've been seeing strange animals, strange birds. And then we also have the pink salmon that's being caught recently in Labrador, which is invasive. And with the warming of temperatures also in the Torngas, the shrubs are growing and they're taking over. So that means less forage for the caribou in the winter time because the lichen can't grow. Yeah.
And what is the effect of the caribou not being able to eat as much in the wintertime? What's the trickle down effect to the community, or is there one?
I'm not too sure of that. For me, the invasive species, I really like my home. They like eating all the sturgeon eggs, all the trout eggs, the carps that are not from here, they just suck it up. You have plants that move up because they can tolerate the low temperature winters. So usually our winters we're able to kill off the invasive species, and our native species we're able to tough it out. But now the invasive species have an easier time at adapting.
So the moose kind of like more colder climates, but the deer like warmer ones. So with that too, the deer moving up, and when the deer move up, the moose have to move away because deer and moose they can't like live together in the same habitat. Not really invasive, just non, the deer are just expanding their habitat more, which is making it harder for the moose. And
What about the impacts to vegetation, trees, birch?
oh yeah, so where I'm from, we rely heavily on the wigwas, the birch. That was our main source of transportation and containers. It's very lightweight. It can be fire resistant. It can also be water resistant. But usually you would harvest the birch in July when it would be the hottest and kind of more humid. That way the bark peels off easy. But now with these mix up of temperatures from getting hotter earlier and the tree is not ready to peel off its bark, it makes weird bubbles in the bark because of the oil that's probably getting heated up by the sun. It makes a weird kind of marking in the bark, which isn't too good because then it's not as malleable as it was before. The maple trees that we have, they don't have the nice thick layer of snow that melts so they can soak up the water, so they're producing less sap or it's poor quality because the trees have to conserve their own sap for themselves. That's their healing parts. Yeah, so and then the ash trees, I think, or the poplars, they're becoming either too wet or too dry. So if they're too dry, it means you have to work them extra, like you gotta work more with boiling the bark, boiling the wood to make it more malleable, or you have to wait longer for the wood to dry. So that's kind of an issue because now when you go harvest, you're not sure when is the best time really. You can go, like for example, I wanted to harvest blueberries there in August because that's when they're usually supposed to be done. But now I've seen that they're coming in July, sometimes, and that's not good at all for them. It's really because that's a major food source for a lot of animals, especially bears. For the winter, they'll eat a lot of blueberries in August, but with all this mix up of plants for animals, being ready at certain times, it's just kind of throwing everyone off.
So you're talking a little bit about how char are being impacted with broker speed. You want to go let's go.
So another thing last summer that happened near COVID was the brooks was too low for the Arctic char to get up to the brook. So my dad showed me pictures and all by the rocks on because since there was not enough water, the char were all dead. And so what he had to do was he had to scoop them up with nets and then help them up to the brook. But there's a lot of brooks last summer that were way too low. And so a lot of Arctic char unfortunately died due to the brooks being so low.
Well, so you mentioned a little bit about how you're not so much able to hunt moose as much anymore. Earlier, we talked about what the trickle down effects culturally are. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so where I'm from, the moose population is low because they have a lot of factors for hunting, deforestation, people just keep them on the road too. It's kind of crazy. So my community, there's been kind of like a push to not hunt moose in the areas, which is like a good thing for moose, but also not a good thing because then like me and the other young people, we can't learn how to gut a moose, how to skin it, what parts to use, where to look for to harvest them. So it kind of affects us in that way. Like we don't know the teachings that the moose can give us due to not being able to harvest or not be able to go see them really on the land because there's so few of them. And, I never hunted around my area. I always had to go somewhere else, like my uncle's reserve, and it's just I shouldn't have that problem. I should be able to go just an hour outside from my community and be able to go harvest, but due to those factors, I can't. And I don't know if it will get it.
One of the things we talked about earlier was that all these changes are happening very fast, and adapting is a challenge. I mean, BJ, you talked about this a little bit, but can you talk anything about how you're trying to learn what's going on or what that experience is like?
I'd say one way to learn is to ask the people that do know and to ask them for information on how to test for like safety on the ice, what they do know. Not just the ice, just like anything that they can share with us. It might be a different time of the year, but they could still show us what's safe and what's not safe, everything that they knew beforehand. And just to connect with people that do know what they're doing. They know how to do it, and we learn from them.
What's the question?
Just in terms of adapting to this rapid change, is there anything that you've heard or that your community is trying to do to be able to continue?
Along the north coast of Labrador, due to the ice being so unpredictable, they came up with this, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's some sort of technology that they'll put in the ice, I think.
Smart ice.
Yeah, smart ice. So people will know how thick the ice is and if it's safe or not to go on the ice. Because unfortunately, over the years, there's been so many people from the Nazi era that have gone through the ice and have lost their life. So I think that's a really good way to move forward with how, you know, everything is so unpredictable. And I think it saves lives. Yeah, I think it's a great thing to have. Yeah.
And just remind me, Smart Ice, there's also the Siku app, which is where you can get a bunch of information for people that might have posted an area that might be unsafe, or they can post like bird watch, deep cracks up on the ice. It's like a platform that you can share all this updates on the website, or not the website, the app.
The app is super handy. As well. And Smart Ice is part of it. Is there anything that you'd like to tell anyone that's watching, or address anything else that might be worth knowing before we open it up to questions? No. Yeah, so we're open to questions now at this point, on anything that we've talked about, maybe some things that we haven't talked about, maybe we're on the ship, we can answer some questions about what it is that we're doing. But yeah, thank you. Meeting to me.
Thank you so much for the time and your experience. That was very interesting conversation to hear, especially, give me 1 second, especially because it's very important to honestly, I have to say, I didn't even know there were like this type of people studying all of these phenomena, because as someone who is like sometimes very surprised of things, I'm like glad there is people like you who are like doing this type of jobs, who are understanding what are the things that are affecting and how it is affecting. And so like the question I have before everyone else is what is your perspective about the future based on all of this information you have right now? Because it can either be very optimistic or very negative, I believe. But I really want to hear what is your answer on this one.
Can you repeat the question? You kind of broke up there just a little bit.
Sure. My question is, after studying all of this information and have like such a clear vision of what's happening in the world, what is your perspective in the future? Do you see it positively, negatively? Because I believe a lot of information give us strong opinions about what's coming.
Personally, I don't want to seem like a downer or anything, but I don't believe it'll get better for us. I think, it'll get worse because, I read about what needs to be done to have this reversed. And, all the countries need to work together and they need to meet some sort of, quota, but it doesn't seem like they're willing to do that. So unfortunately, I don't believe it will get better. But that doesn't mean that, we can't try, because I believe, every person can make a difference, even if that's a little difference. It's still good to, act. Yeah.
I think it'll get worse before it gets better. Like, I think when I'm probably 80 or 70, that there will maybe be a little bit more, like everybody will be kind of more on the same page than they are now. I kind of wish maybe I could live longer to like keep fighting. But at the same time, yeah, like she said, like it's a lot of work, and it's not just like a me issue; it's the whole world issue. So people need to be stopping so greedy, and like, there's only so much resources you can extract from the earth, and so much stuff you can do, like mining or stuff, is like a big issue. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, I don't think it'll get better till I'm like.
For me, it's like, I think Billy just pointed out, I forgot I want to say, is like, I think it's going to get, and Dolphin, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think it's going to go down for a while. Like, I think it's just going to get worse, and then maybe it'll start getting better. For it to start getting better, I think we need to act faster. I think it does have to be like a global effort. I think it has to be something everybody works towards, and having even just a little bit of effort coming from starting with one, then they'll just start building. That if everybody can try and work together for a healthier environment, I think that's when it starts getting better.
Thank you so much for your interventions. I also invite the public and everyone else to ask questions, because we don't sit every day talking about this, especially with people who are like at the top and understanding all of these things first-handed. So I encourage all of our participants. So we're gonna give it a minute, just like to wait. If not, well, I will intervene, and thank you so much for everything you've done and for everything you're like studying. I feel like we need more young people like you who are definitely working towards like giving us accurate information, for the politicians to follow these recommendations, for governments to unite, and again for preventing people from being greedy. I believe there is like what? Okay, I feel that let's give it a minute for everyone to ask last questions, but thank you so much on behalf of like me and also the team.
Of course.
Paul, go ahead.
Hello, students in ICE. Thank you very much for your thoughtful comments, Dulcie, David, and Billy, and excellent moderation, Dustin. I thought the presentations, the questions that you were responding to and the answers were very in tune with the natural rhythms and the changes of the natural rhythms. And I would wonder, do your friends, do the average youth in your communities have a similar understanding about the changes that are ongoing with the level of detail that you shared with Dustin?
For me, they're more, what's that word? Like a nihilist, like very like kind of negative. Even maybe not even just about the land, but like about the culture and like language and stuff. They're a little bit more on the downer side. But I keep trying to tell them, or at least trying to show them, not to give up just yet, because like you're only 20, and like there is time to make it better. At least, you know, like we can't change the whole world probably in a lifetime, but what we can do is change the community's perspective, change your own closer relations perspective. So I would say yes, that the youth is a little bit more on the scared, not wanting to accept reality, or not wanting to like kind of talk about it. But if they're with me, they're gonna know about it, and I'm gonna make them change for the better.
Like that. I think for my community, sorry.
Please.
I think for my community, it's like, I think they also are on the negative side, like it's too late to turn around. But I think informing everybody about what's changing and having knowing that it could get better if we do work towards it. I think trying to be positive and then telling everybody to be positive, I think we will start turning towards the positive side.
You responded in, oh, I'm sorry.
From New Natsivut, the youth in New Natsivut, I think they have a pretty good understanding of climate change and how, you know, to respect the land. And I think the youth have a pretty good understanding of it. Pretty there for it, advocating for climate change and whatnot.
So, David, you mentioned it's too late. You said it's too late to turn things around in the perspective of some of your colleagues. And I asked my father a question. My dad's 96, and he says, you know, it's too late about things as well. And I wonder, from your perspective, you know, recognizing you said you were 20, all three of you, if you're in that age bracket, you could very well be alive in the 22nd century. And I wonder, I just, as a question, does every generation think it's too late? I mean, in a sense, or is this special, that what we're facing now?
I think every generation thinks it's too late. Like from the older people are always talking about it's too late to practice the culture. It's too late to go live on the land sustainably. It's too late to live in that type of lifestyle now. We now have to live in the Western lifestyle only. But even then, there's those few that don't listen to everybody else and they walk their own path. And we can see that now. I still have somewhat my language, my culture. I still kind of know the natural science of the world from where I'm from. So I think it's just up to like a few individuals to make that change, because it's a lot of work to do mentally, emotionally, and not everyone is cut out for that. To each their own, because it's a lot to deal with.
For your question, I think it's not just the younger generation. I think it's more like a general population. There are some people that believe it's not too late. I believe it's not too late. I think we could still turn it around to like a healthier environment. I don't think we can solve all the problems, but I think we can solve them bit by bit, that can grow like exponentially within a good near future.
Please, others jump in with questions, but I'm very interested in the responses and the opportunity to talk with Dulcie, David, and Billy. In the context of it's too late, and you said that you were hopeful, David, would it be fair to say that, in a sense, the challenge is, on one hand, people that operate from positions of fear, and the other people operate from positions of hope, and that you're, in a sense, choosing at a young age to operate from positions of hope? Is that correct?
Yeah, so I graduated from the environmental technology program this year, and I like to stay positive. I like to always look at the bright side, have my cup half full. So I think just staying positive to opportunities and everything that we can do towards a healthier environment. I believe that's just my point of view, my perspective.
I'll leave the questions to others. Thank you very much. It's been an honor as well as pleasure.
Thank you much.
Just pull this.
We have a few comments in the chat, or we have a comment in the chat about that we need to adapt. And I was wondering if any of you had something you wanted to add about how you might see adaptation happening in the Arctic and the regions you're from.
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Things will not really improve. We need to adapt. So I guess how can we adapt to it in the Arctic? It's kind of hard to say because, like I said, mostly talking about the ice conditions and everything and how it's very, very unpredictable. Like 2 years ago, I'll give an example. It was March and we had all of our ice and all of our snow, and all of a sudden it was all gone within 2 days. It melted away. You know, there was a big skidoo race going on, and one guy had to swim from a skidoo to the land. It's very unpredictable. And, you know, if it was more predictable for the ice conditions, I guess an adaptation could be, you know, you using boats more to hunt or to fish. So I'm not really sure how to answer that. I guess as we go further and further into climate change, when, you know, I guess the seasons change and the ice isn't so weird, then adaptations could be made. But for now, it's like the ice is, you know.
I think adapting to that, it's like, it's still new to us. It's something that's happening so fast, so suddenly. I think we're still trying to figure that out because it's really unpredictable. So I think it's something we're still trying to learn. It's in like the smaller steps of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that because I get that question a lot when I speak about climate change and the Arctic, and they're like, well, what adaptations are you doing to make life work now? And I'm like, wow, I just feel like we're living in the moment and trying to work through what's even happening. It's happening so fast. But I think what has been interesting in this conference, as well as in dialogue across the Arctic, I've done like Greenland as an example, you know, as the ice moved farther north, well, I guess as the ice melted farther south, let's say, you know, they're trying to do more farming and, you know, potatoes and also have more sheep and things like that as a food source. But then this last year, like you're talking about, the lack of consistency, you know, there was a huge storm which actually buried the sheep and they had to go dig them out. And they lost many of their sheep. There were people that flew in to help dig out the sheep. And so I agree that recognizing and understanding adaptation immediately is so challenging. Davina, unless any of you wanted to respond.
Thank you, Heather. So actually, I was the one who put the comment about to adapt, but I also agree with student on ice. Actually, it was a very insightful conversation, I must say, and I'm really impressed to know so much about the situation up there. Now I will be wearing my hat from the small island developing state. So I totally agree. Maybe adaptation is not the right word. Just taking the example of Mauritius. So it's a small island in the Indian Ocean, and we never had flash flood. And since 2 years, we are having flash flood anytime, like literally in, I guess it was late March this year, I was in the office and around 10 o'clock, we got an notification from the government, the ministry. Okay, the office is going to stop early and you will have to leave for home by 12. And when I left my office, I was so surprised there was water till my elbow in some places. And I can see the car was going, people was being washed away, and some people has even lost their lives. So here it's not already about adaptation, it's about preparedness. How are we going to prepare to really face these challenges? Because the challenge is already here. So it's the same thing for the student on ice, I believe so. Thank you. Thank you, Heather.
Right. Thank you so much for that intervention, and thank you so much for the students so nice. Again, I'm very happy. Well, I'm honored to have all of this information and keep talking about these specific topics. So thank you so much for that. I'm gonna check one last time if anyone has any comment, questions, and if not, then we can kindly introduce to our next speaker. Her name is Ruti Patasho, which I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that well, from Brazil, speaking directly about the meaning. No, give me 1 second. Speaking directly about the resilience of indigenous territories on climate change. So, Ruti, if you are there, can you hear us well? Can you speak?
Hope has a question, Stephanie.
Okay, sorry. Tope, adelante, please.
Yes,
Go
hello
first.
everyone. Yeah, and I'm so sorry that I'm cutting into the next session. I just didn't want that session to end on a gloomy note. One of the things, one of the reasons behind the GYSCC is to inspire hope. And as I mentioned in the Region 2 presentation, we are the now generation. We understand that we are faced with this, what we call wicked challenges. And I mean, listening to the conversations from truly across the world is actually the same thing, coincidentally, in both developed and developing climes. I mean, I could speak of these issues in Africa, in Nigeria. We expect we have more frequent floods, we've had deaths and things like that. I think where we should steer ourselves towards at this point is first, not to give up. We can't afford that. Secondly, is to put on our thinking caps, and that's why this dialogue is ensuing, to look at innovative ways through and using our indigenous knowledge, practices, and going forward using technology and skills that are available to us now to see how can we combat this. And it's not just behavioral or human change. I mean, we're talking about climate. So how do you change climate that is where? I don't know if it's possible. But the point I'm trying to put here is that I don't want us to give up. I really don't want us to give up. So we need to put on our thinking caps. We may not have the solution here in this summit, this moment, but it's something we need to continue to think about and look into the future for. Not only for us now, but also for our generations that are yet unborn. I can guarantee us that the past generations also face challenges, and somehow we're able to overcome them, and that's why we're here now. Perhaps we're not able to overcome some, and that's why we're here now. The question is, do we want to pass on these challenges to the future generations, or we want to take the bold step, to make very significant efforts to solve these problems potentially? I would like to stop here so that I don't cut much into the time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. If
I may, I really appreciate that. One of the things that came up from Paul was the idea of hope versus, I can't remember what the other one was. And hope is a funny thing because hope doesn't have, for me anyway, much in the way of any grounding to guide my actions, my decisions, my motivations. Something that is, and something I want to jump off of you, Tento, I'm sorry if I didn't get that name just right, is that solution-oriented focus. Understanding that what we might be working towards may not look like what our past has been, but that regardless of that, humanity will continue. It just may look different than what we hope we could have given to our children. But I'm slowly getting to my own conversation, so I'll leave it there and just yeah, I hope is fun, but I think solution-oriented mindset really helps with that pessimism. And I imagine being on a ship crashing through ice that should be there does have solution-oriented feelings attached to it. So thank you so much. I'm all done chatting.
Thank you.
Also, it's cool that you're from KZ.
Where are you from?
I'm from Curve Lake, but I work with people from KZ and whatnot. So yeah, I work with Sydney Chabot Hamden. So yeah.
Well, you definitely look in the Shave, like.
I got those Care Bear cheeks.
Yeah. All right. We're just posing now.
Thank you very much, Dustin and students on ICE. Thank you, Dulcie, David, and Billy for your important contribution.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Thank you.
joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for everything, and thank you so much for taking the time to explore these topics with us. I believe now we're ready for introducing our presenter, right?
Yeah, we
All
can go on
right.
to the next
So
speaker
we're
if they're
gonna
online.
introduce to, I believe, they are, let me see. There you go. So yeah, Ruthian, can you hear us well? Can you maybe speak to make sure that the audio and everything is ready?
Boa tarde, escuto sim.
Okay. Let us introduce to Rusian. Rusian is going to speak about the resilience of indigenous territories to climate change. Rutia, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Entonces te damos este espacio para que tú puedas hablarnos sobre lo que es la resiliencia de los pueblos indígenas en cuanto al cambio climático.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos. Eu sou Rutian Pataxó, sou indígena do povo Pataxó, do extremo sul da Bahia, que fica no nordeste do Brasil. Meu povo, minha aldeia, né, Pataxó de Cor Vermelha, fica exatamente no marco da invasão dos portugueses ao Brasil. O povo Pataxó é o maior povo do estado da Bahia, com o maior contingente de pessoas, e estamos localizados no nosso território ancestral, que é o Monte Pascoal, que é exatamente um marco, né, da invasão portuguesa. Nessa tarde, para a gente poder conversar, eu trago um tema importante, né, que é a resiliência dos territórios indígenas frente às mudanças climáticas, exatamente porque o entendimento dos povos indígenas em relação ao território é um valor muito maior do que se dá. A gente tem como o pressuposto inicial, né, que não só que transcende, né, essa agenda ambiental, mas envolve também questões como direitos humanos, justiça social e a sobrevivência das culturas indígenas. Então, os territórios indígenas, eles enfrentam e são os primeiros, né, a estar de frente, né, com as mudanças, né, com as secas, com as enchentes, e também são, ainda aqui no Brasil, aqui detém ainda um território de proteção. Eu estou na região de Mata Atlântica, né, no litoral do Brasil, mas ao sul do meu estado, né, então o estado da Bahia é um estado que fica no nordeste do Brasil, é um estado litorâneo, na sua grande maioria, e na região do litoral, mais ao sul, está dois grandes povos que estão em áreas de proteção, que são, dentro do território Pataxó, existem dois parques nacionais, que é o Parque Nacional do Monte Pascoal e o Parque Nacional do Descobrimento, que são no extremo sul, ainda uma área de preservação da Mata Atlântica. na região do Nordeste. Então, a ameaça das mudanças climáticas, de uma forma global, elas impactam diretamente também nesse sentido da sobrevivência dos povos indígenas, no sentido de que entender essa crise ambiental que atinge, né, todos de maneira igual, as comunidades indígenas que dependem profundamente de seus territórios para a sua sobrevivência, tanto sobrevivência física como a sobrevivência cultural também. Então, estão na linha de frente dessas questões dos impactos climáticos, né? Essas comunidades, muitas vezes, de difícil acesso, né? Mesmo as comunidades que estão fora da Amazônia brasileira, existe uma dificuldade também do acesso a essas comunidades, né? A questão de estrada de chão, né? Que quando a gente sai da Amazônia brasileira, que tem todo o deslocamento via fluviais, a gente vem para o restante do país com grande dificuldade de deslocamento nas vias terrestres. Existe o difícil acesso às comunidades quando chove, né? As comunidades ficam inacessíveis, né? Exatamente porque das estradas. São estradas de barros, né? Que muitas vezes não tem como trafegar quando há muita chuva. Então, essas comunidades, elas ficam num sentido de isolamento também, perante também as cidades. E isso também impacta também na forma de como as políticas públicas também vão acessar essas comunidades. Como essas comunidades ficam também aquém do Estado e, de uma certa forma, não consegue também que o Estado brasileiro dar visibilidade a essas comunidades. Então, esse apagamento cultural, esse apagamento também do Estado, de uma forma de que os povos indígenas consigam, que os povos indígenas morram nos seus próprios territórios, né? É uma questão de um cercamento que acontece e, de uma certa forma, os povos indígenas acabam ficando ali, né, presos também nos seus territórios, e a maioria dos arredores dos seus vizinhos existe conflitos, então, na maioria das comunidades existe conflito, né? Aqui mesmo, no meu território, como eu falei, o povo Pataxó é 40% da população indígena do estado da Bahia. Nós estamos vivendo, nos últimos anos, uma guerra acirrada, né, com os invasores, com fazendeiros, com latifundiários da região. 3 jovens, né, aqui do povo Pataxó foram assassinados nessa luta pelo território. Um jovem de 14 anos, um jovem de 16 anos e um jovem de 21 anos foram assassinados nessa luta, além de termos algum cacique presos, cacique ameaçados, exatamente nessa luta pela não grilagem do território, pela defesa, né, das reservas e pela luta, né, pela retomada do seu território ancestral. Então, a gente, de uma certa forma, vive um pouco também esse isolamento dos seus territórios, porque, de uma certa forma, as comunidades acabam sendo muito hostilizadas, se saírem, muito marginalizadas, então acabam ficando presos, né? Então, existe, né, essa questão de ter essa relação de uma militância muito forte para a preservação dos territórios, porque os territórios significam para a gente muito mais do que uma terra. Ela tem um sentido espiritual, um sentido ancestral, um sentido cultural. Então, a terra, ela não é no sentido capitalista, né? Ela é um sentido muito mais de pertencimento e de proteção. Então, proteger os territórios é uma forma também de nos proteger. Então, a relação que se tem com o território é essa relação de pertencer, né? Que a terra, ela tem vida, que ela tem sentimentos, que ela, de uma certa forma, ela precisa ser cuidada. Então, nessas estratégias, né, de luta também para poder proteger os territórios, né? A gente acaba tendo aqui, eu resumo também a minha vivência um pouco ao estado da Bahia, apesar de conhecer e conviver com outros povos fora do meu estado, a minha maior militância também é com mulheres indígenas no estado da Bahia. Então, a gente aqui no estado, a gente faz essa questão dessa valorização cultural através da nossa cultura, mas também através da proteção do território. Então, uma forma de ter, né, a proteção do território é também fiscalizando, né? Então, essa gestão territorial, ela sempre foi muito importante, né? Muito importante para os povos indígenas, mas principalmente também, quando eu falo em relação ao meu povo, ao povo Pataxó, proteger uma área tão grande, e tão rica e tão almejada também nos carece também de ajuda, exatamente porque muitos já tombaram nessa luta, muitos já ainda, né, estão para tombar, porque a gente sabe que é uma luta que não vai cessar de um dia para outro. Os territórios indígenas são os territórios mais cobiçados do Brasil, em todo lugar onde tem, não só na Amazônia brasileira, mas também no Nordeste, no sul do país. Todos os territórios indígenas são muito ameaçados, exatamente porque são territórios onde ainda há preservação, onde ainda há nascente de rios, onde ainda há os rios aqui no meu território. A gente tem, né, a proteção através das RESEX, né, que é a proteção dos manguezais, e da faixa litorânea de pesca. Então, de uma certa forma, existe, né, essa cobiça nos territórios indígenas, exatamente porque são territórios que ainda estão em preservação. Então, de um certo modo, existe aí, talvez, um trabalho muito maior, né, que o Estado acaba não dando conta, exatamente porque é um processo de corrupção muito ativa, né? Não só na questão na frente dos agentes públicos, né, de certa forma, mas também de uma consciência de Estado e de consciência de racismo estrutural muito baseado em como foi a colonização do Brasil, como o sistema colonial ele foi perverso de uma tal forma que quebrar as identidades coletivas dos povos é uma estratégia de dominação. Então, a estratégia de dominação colonial que foi feita no Brasil, que perdura até hoje, né? Essa forma que também está no Congresso, que também está nos executivos, que também está nas prefeituras, que acaba convergindo com a forma política do como o Brasil trata as suas comunidades. Vemos, né, que no Brasil a gente tem mais de 300 povos, falando mais de 200 línguas, e essas línguas e esses povos não são reconhecidos. Então, de uma certa forma, o Estado não reconhece efetivamente a presença dos povos indígenas. Então, quando o Estado brasileiro começa na década de 10, a expansão, e aí essa expansão e começar a criação de parques nacionais, essa criação desses parques nacionais, eles eram criação de parques nacionais em territórios onde já tinham os povos indígenas, mas sem a presença dos indígenas. Então, de uma certa forma, começou esse embate muito grande com os povos. Foi nessa época que foi demarcado o Monte Pascoal, e essa demarcação do Monte Pascoal, ela foi feita de uma forma tão abrupta que ela expulsou todos os pataxó da região do Monte Pascoal, que é um símbolo cultural muito forte, né, espiritual, que é o monte, que é onde ficam os encantados, onde os seres de luz habitam. Então, durante décadas, o povo pataxó lutou para retomar o Monte Pascoal. Então, de uma certa forma, toda a política, né, que se construía no Brasil de preservação ambiental é uma preservação sem a presença humana. Então, esse tipo de preservação que foi feito, esse tipo de parques que foram construídos na década de 30, 40, no Brasil, que foi o caso dos parques, os 2 parques que tem dentro do território, que tem sobreposição ao território indígena no estado da Bahia, era nesse sentido de que expulsão dos povos indígenas. E, de uma certa forma, aquele território tem um significado muito maior, não só a população brasileira, como a preservação ambiental, mas também é um território de relevância cultural para aquele povo. E sem aquele território, aquele povo também morre culturalmente. E como a gente consegue, de uma certa forma, mistigar essas questões dos povos indígenas proteger seu próprio território? E aí, os povos indígenas, no momento, não tem como proteger seu próprio território sozinhos, sem o Estado. E o Estado também não pode, de uma certa forma, expulsar os povos indígenas do seu próprio território para tentar uma proteção. E aí, que são políticas que são falidas há muito tempo. Então, a gente entende que a gente pode observar que essas práticas, né, essas práticas de resiliência, em prática que os povos indígenas fazem, de agroecologia, que combinam o cultivo, né, das plantas medicinais com as plantas nativas, com as técnicas de proteção do solo, proteção da água, que são milenares, que são passadas de geração para geração, de como cultivar, de como proteger, de como usar cada elemento dali, como forma também de se resguardar espiritualmente, mas resguardar também o território. A gente sempre diz que a gente aprende desde criança do que não pode fazer, do que não pode fazer na mata, para que a mata não também não lhe apronte, né? A gente sempre dizia que quando a gente era pequena, a minha mãe, quando a gente ia no mangue, e aí ela falava assim, vocês não podem fazer nada de errado. Então, eles vão fazer você se perder, né? Então, assim, a gente não pode pegar nenhum caranguejo fêmea que tem ova, porque senão eles não vão procriar. Então, de uma certa forma, esses entendimentos do que não fazer, do que não fazer, que a gente aprende desde criança, que é passado de geração para geração, de como fazer e do que não fazer, e por que não fazer, é muito importante. Porque, de certa forma, esses conhecimentos que são milenares, são passados de geração para geração. A forma as formas de benzimento, as formas de como utilizar as ervas, e de que momento colher as ervas, de que momento não colher as ervas, qual a lua certa, de fazer qualquer coisa, de se plantar, de se colher, de ir na mata, de ir não na mata, de ir no mar e não ir. Essas são formas que o mundo externo, que a gente chama de mundo branco, não consegue entender. E, de uma certa forma, não entender e eles acabam não respeitando também. Então, a gente parte de um pressuposto que toda essa vivência de respeito, ela tem que ser mútua, né? Então, essa questão da gestão ambiental, ela precisa vir junto com a justiça social, né? Com direitos dos povos indígenas, com direitos humanos, e essa preservação ela precisa ser uma preservação construída coletivamente. Então, a construção do ser indígena, ela tem a relação intrínseca com o seu território, e com o seu território, no sentido que ele faz parte de si mesmo. Então, para a gente, o território ele é a nossa casa, faz parte da nossa vivência. Então, a gente combina essas tradições, né, dessas práticas de resiliência, de proteção dos territórios, porque é a proteção das nossas próprias vidas, das nossas próprias culturas. E preservar isso é fundamental. Então, entender essas práticas, entender de como funciona cada território. Eu sempre digo que a gente precisa entender que os povos indígenas do Brasil são muitos e com cultura totalmente diversa, e que entender cada contexto de cada um. Eu acredito que o povo pataxó no extremo sul da Bahia tem um contexto muito diferente dos povos indígenas que estão no sul do Brasil, no norte do Brasil, né? Então, a gente tem dimensões diferentes e dimensões também de ataques diferentes. O Nordeste brasileiro, os povos indígenas do Nordeste brasileiro foram praticamente os primeiros a serem atacados, né? A, a invasão começou pelo litoral e começou pelo litoral da Bahia.
I'm sorry
Então,
for cutting. Lo siento por cortarte. Creo que ya estamos como un poquito como moviéndonos con el tiempo. Así que si nos puedes dar una conclusión de lo que nos quieres decir, pues este espacio y ya presentamos a nuestro siguiente orador. Em, ok, muchas gracias, Rutian. Esa información que nos acabas de dar sobre que se tienen que respetar los derechos, que tiene que existir como más transparencia, es muy valioso y desde todos nosotros nos agradecemos mucho tu presencia y poder darnos este pedazo de información y demás. Muchas gracias. Am, me da la labor ahora de presentar a nuestro siguiente orador. En este caso voy a presentar a Alexis Catalán, que nos va a hablar mucho acerca de la cultura indígena. Entonces, Alexis, no sé si puedes hablar y darnos para probar si el sonido está funcionando y también para ver si es que se puede presentar, se puede conocer y ver la presentación en la pantalla.
Muchas gracias, Stephanie. Efectivamente, estoy tratando de compartir, pero aún aparece inhabilitado. De todos modos, voy a partir mientras me confirman que pueda compartir, por favor. Entonces, Mari Compuché, mi nombre es Alexis Catalán Canilev. En este caso, vengo representando al territorio de Gualmapu desde la zona de la región de la Araucanía de Chile. Y justamente como presidente de mi comunidad quiero presentarle una experiencia que habla de un proceso que hemos estado llevando adelante que nos gustaría darle a conocer que puede ser de interés. No sé si tenemos la posibilidad de compartir pantalla aún, me parece inhabilitada la opción. Maybe Anna can help us giving me access to the sharing screen. Pero bueno, mientras
Yes,
eso
yes,
ocurre,
I'm working on it. Just a second.
thank you, Ana. Bueno, mientras puedo comentarles que Gualmapu es una parte de la región de la Araucanía en Chile, que donde tradicionalmente y por milenios se ha, digamos, emplazado la comunidad mapuche del país, y aquí ya puedo hacer compartir pantalla. Como ustedes ven, nos encontramos en una zona bastante hacia el sur del continente de Latinoamérica y Gualmapu es un espacio que conectaba el Pacífico con el Atlántico históricamente hasta cerca del 1800. Mapu ha sido un espacio que ha cambiado mucho en los últimos siglos. Partió por la conquista por parte en un momento de España. Sabemos que atravesó nuestro continente, pero España no fue capaz de subyugar al pueblo mapuche y en cambio sí ocurrió esto por parte del Estado Nacional de Chile. En ese momento lo que se desarrolla en este espacio es la tala masiva de los bosques que se encuentran acá, así como la reducción de las tierras que se encontraban en manos de nuestras comunidades y también, como ustedes verán, el desarrollo de una política de asimilación donde la educación y la iglesia fueron parte muy fuerte de esa mirada de erradicar nuestra mirada de pueblo tradicional en torno al bosque y a la memoria que se encontraba en ese espacio, lo cual actualmente está generando o ha generado una degradación ecológica, empobrecimiento, pérdida de la memoria de los territorios y justamente generación de incendios muy fuertes. Sin embargo, las comunidades mapuches nos hemos sostenido en el tiempo y actualmente nos volvemos a rearticular en torno a las miradas de los territorios y el fortalecimiento un poco de el dónde estamos. Entonces, ¿dónde estamos parados hoy día? En ecosistemas donde hay una mega sequía que se arrastra hace más de 15 años en Chile, la perturbación de los bosques, el cambio de uso de suelo, están llegando muchas nuevas propiedades a nuestros territorios que viven en torno a lagos y que son de interés turístico. Se están perdiendo diversidad de especies en términos vegetales, animales y también fúngicos. Y también tenemos, especialmente donde vivimos nosotros en la región de la Araucanía, en Villarrica o Mayolafquén, el primer lago declarado saturado en Chile, es decir, el lago contaminado al punto que no es capaz de subsistir por sí mismo. En un ámbito más sociocultural también vemos que las comunidades que están emplazadas en entornos rurales están viendo cómo las personas se marchan a la ciudad a buscar trabajo, donde también hay ausencia de planificación por parte del Estado, lo cual significa que cualquiera viene y hace lo que quiere en estos espacios. Las personas que se quedan están envejeciendo fuertemente y también las mismas organizaciones sociales están perdiendo participación porque en muchos casos las personas se enferman, estas personas mayores y la gente joven no necesariamente está recordando nuestros modelos propios de, digamos, gestión de lo social. Y eso con una patita fuerte de empobrecimiento. Entonces también hay una pata social muy importante y todo esto nos lleva a la pérdida de la memoria bicultural y esta noción de que llevamos habitando por siglos estos territorios, que los nombres que le hemos dado porque tienen ciertas funciones y que incluso las especies animales, vegetales que están en estos territorios significan nuestros apellidos y nuestros nombres. Eso también se ha ido subvirtiendo en el último tiempo. Nuestra organización específicamente tiene 67 personas que participan en ello, donde el promedio de edad es sobre los 50 años, y este es un tema que quiero traerles. Estamos hablando de juventudes que se alzan en estos temas en ámbitos indígenas. Y entonces, ¿qué pasa cuando las organizaciones envejecen, cierto? ¿Cómo las enfermedades empiezan a tomar importancia? ¿Cómo las ocupaciones que son de horticultura, de turismo, de apicultura, de ganadería, de artesanía, de gastronomía, se van degradando porque no hay jóvenes que lo tomen y que lo hagan suyo necesariamente? Em, entonces la pregunta que les dejo es: ¿dónde están las juventudes en estos espacios y en los que queremos reflexionar? En este caso vamos a hablar de cómo nosotros hemos estado abordando esta situación. A mí me eligen presidente por ahí por el 2020 y desde ahí, viendo esta situación, dijimos, bueno, ¿cómo activamos que las juventudes empiecen a participar de esto? Pero también cómo entendemos cuál es la situación de nuestros territorios. Y así pensamos un trabajo en ese año de tres áreas. Primero, saber qué está ocurriendo con las aguas. Hay mega sequía, las aguas que están ahí se están deteriorando porque están contaminadas, pero no sabemos muy bien cuáles son las causas. También necesitamos datos para nosotros definir los objetivos que tenemos como territorio, hacia dónde queremos ir y cómo hacemos que luego de la pandemia estos adultos y adultas mayores y estos jóvenes que dejaron de ir a actividades presenciales vuelvan a participar de los espacios comunitarios. En todo ese proceso nosotros logramos ver cómo se ha transformado el territorio, porque la memoria nos muestra muy claramente que antes esto eran bosques, luego vinieron incendios, luego se depredó, y así fueron cambiando algunas cuestiones, y hoy día nos encontramos en un espacio donde la carretera marca que se pierden los bosques. Los animales que transitan en los bosques que quedan son principalmente exóticos y también las especies que quedan, que son nativas, están en algunas áreas aún protegiéndose, pero viendo cómo incluso el agua se van degradando. Entonces, esto nos permite ver en la escala territorial cómo se transforman los territorios y cómo nosotros somos parte y protagonistas de eso. Entonces, ahí es como preguntarse, bueno, las organizaciones sociales dependemos de las personas, dependemos de los territorios, pero tenemos desafíos. Obviamente, la participación es uno. Normalmente la organización estamos todo el tiempo apagando fuego, es decir, tenemos que hacer esto, el camino, la electricidad, el agua, el fondo público, traer alimentación, como pequeñas cosas que todo el rato nos van comiendo tiempo, pero no pensamos tan a largo plazo muchas veces, en otros casos sí. Tenemos una presión socioecológica, la economía quiere hacer cosas con nosotros, los ecosistemas están cambiando, estamos perdiendo cosas, entonces, ¿cómo nos hacemos cargo de esos cambios? ¿Y cómo nos vamos integrando con las otras organizaciones que están en nuestro entorno? Porque necesitamos mantener relaciones y también esas relaciones llevarlas a un espacio horizontal donde en lo vertical tenemos que ir a dar las luchas contra el Estado muchas veces, contra universidades, contra empresas. Entonces, ¿cómo nos vamos moviendo en esas distintas escalas? Y cómo el financiamiento también muchas veces es una cuestión central. ¿Cómo nos movemos? ¿En qué podemos invertir? Es una cuestión que muchas veces es autogestionado, pero a veces podemos ir a buscar recursos para hacer trabajo a largo plazo. Cómo vamos comunicando nuestro trabajo, nuestras preocupaciones, nuestras necesidades, es bien importante para seguir haciendo que jóvenes y personas de los territorios y vecinos empiezan a entender y articularse y a generar esas sinergias que se necesitan. Y en eso, el doble clic de que cómo hacemos que las personas jóvenes empiecen a ingresar a las organizaciones es algo súper relevante. Es una decisión que hay que integrar y hay que cosechar. Es decir, nosotros necesitamos meterle energía a los jóvenes para que entren, porque ellos están viendo los teléfonos, ellos están buscando trabajo, ellos quieren estudiar, ellos quieren tener en muchos casos posiciones de trabajo que les permitan vivir de mejor manera. Entonces, en eso nosotros como comunidad nos preguntamos, bueno, ¿cómo avanzamos a pensar un territorio a largo plazo que permita abordar estas cosas? Y tratamos de hacerlo a través de nuestro conocimiento mapuche, porque nosotros tenemos algunas visiones de cómo entender la generación de conocimientos, cómo entender los sistemas que se van moviendo, pero al mismo tiempo hay herramientas de las ciencias que se nos están metiendo. En muchos casos los jóvenes, si bien tenemos una formación tradicional, también están ingresando herramientas de las ciencias sociales, de las ciencias naturales, que nos ayudan en el lenguaje que tenemos que llevarle al Estado para tomar decisiones. Entonces, en eso decidimos generar un espacio que, desde el trabajo con las personas que habitan estos territorios, preguntara cuáles eran los intereses y necesidades. Pensar cómo restauramos los bosques que están en esos espacios y los bosques en su vínculo con estas aguas que están transitando el territorio y que cada vez están más contaminadas, ¿cierto? ¿Cómo mejoramos la participación para que esa mirada de regeneración también cruce lo cultural, lo socioecológico y lo económico? Porque lo económico es una necesidad para la toma de decisiones. Yo corto el bosque porque necesito dinero. Y en muchos casos, si no generamos la capacidad de proteger esos bosques en torno a actividades que tengan pertinencia cultural y ecológica, ese bosque va a desaparecer en 2 o 3 generaciones más. Entonces, en eso es cómo vamos generando eso y pensando qué necesitamos para habilitar estos procesos. Entonces ahí nosotros miramos, y este es el título de Merced, que es como, digamos, la propiedad comunitaria que tenemos en Chile en las comunidades mapuches, que no es comunitaria propiamente tal, sino que está dividido en propiedades particulares, pero que son familiares, es cómo caracterizamos los bosques que están ahí, porque los bosques han cambiado, y justamente cómo apuntamos a mejorar la situación de estos bosques. En Chile tenemos muy pocas especies de árboles en general, son cerca de 70. Pero bueno, ¿cómo apuntamos a que las necesidades económicas, por ejemplo, tengo abejas o produzco alimentos, se van vinculando con el bosque que tengo? Como el bosque es también una fuente de recursos, pero que sostiene el agua, sostiene a los animales que cruzan ese espacio, sostiene la toma de medicina que necesitamos. Entonces, con estas herramientas fuimos cruzando eso y también levantando muy directamente cuáles son las necesidades de la demografía del territorio: economía y vivienda, ecología, gestión de residuos, intereses culturales y deporte. Y me quiero detener en esto último. Jóvenes quieren saber qué cosa es interesante en deporte y cultura, y muchas veces a una entrada. A veces no están participando de las actividades más profundas, pero sí quieren hacer estas actividades y de ahí se pueden seguir metiendo en las otras acciones que tenemos como comunidades. Ya voy llegando a las últimas slides. Finalmente, es cómo entendemos a nuestras comunidades como si fuéramos un río. Los ríos se conectan con distintos puntos, necesitan distintos cauces, necesitan vincularse a los bosques, pero eso tiene que hacerse con los colegios que están en nuestro espacio, con las organizaciones que viven a nuestros costados, con los adultos
Alexis, I'm
mayores
sorry,
y con
but
los deportistas.
we need to move on to other speakers.
Con
Uy,
eso termino mi
Alexis,
presentación, esperando no haberme pasado mucho.
Alexis, we have to
muchas
move
gracias.
on.
Muchas gracias por tu presentación, Alexis. Creo que ahora sí le vamos a dar el espacio a Ryan. Y si te puedes quedar por la discusión, tal vez si quieres añadir algo después, estás bienvenido para hacerlo. Muchas gracias. So we're going to go back on schedule. So Ryan, if you are ready, we are ready for you. And again, everyone's welcome to join the dialogue at the end of this section.
Absolutely. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? I always have a big fear of people not being able to hear me. So, because I always yell into a microphone. So, my name is Ryan Whitford. I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and I was given this opportunity for a couple people in the chat. So hi, Rajan Data, Jebanessa, thank you so much for, kind of looking out for me and giving me an opportunity like this and putting my name in it. I'm a student at Mount Royal University in Calgary who is studying social work, and it's something I've been super passionate about. But when I was going into school, I started to focus on my Indigenous heritage because I really didn't learn a whole lot about it. And through my schooling, I've learned so much about my Indigenous heritage, which I'll touch on in a little bit. But a little Indigenous background on myself. My family is from Goodfish Reservation. It's just north of Edmonton, and we're also Métis. I'm a father of two. That is just the greatest thing on earth for me. I love being a dad, and it makes me so happy. So really, let's get into the meat of it. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we're getting off schedule here, so let's get in the meat of it. Really, what I want to talk about today is decolonization and kind of trickle in with land acknowledgement. So decolonization right now, it's a hot button issue. We hear it everywhere, whether it's going to be on books that we read, whether we see it at school, plastered on walls, or we just hear in general conversations or in the news. What is decolonization, and how do we decolonize ourselves, our mind, our land? And how do we actually go from allyship away from performative? So to me, decolonization is ridding yourself of that settler mindset that has been ingrained in Indigenous people like myself for more than 150 years within Canada, basically since first contact in the 1700s. So getting rid of that mindset and following my own ways and how I think about my people is what I do for my own Indigenous mindset. But it's been one of the biggest things for me for decolonization is just changing how I think, how I use my mind when I see the world around me, and especially with the land that's around me. Because if we watch the news, we see turmoil everywhere. We see garbage on the ground. We see people just not caring about the land. And that's one of the biggest things in Indigenous teaching is water and land and taking care of it. For me, if I see something, I try to change my mindset for the decolonization. And, if people are watching and they know me, this is unexpected, but I do pick up the garbage that I see on the ground, or I just try to have a cleaner surrounding that's around me. But really, when it comes to something like land and land acknowledgements, I'm not sure if people are overly too familiar with what a land acknowledgement is, but especially in North America, really prominent in Canada, before we have a speaking event that may be on Indigenous land, we do see either an Indigenous person come up, not myself, I don't give land acknowledgements, and I'll touch on why in a second, but we'll see what we call an elder go up and give their own land acknowledgements, respecting the land. Now, to me, this is a great thing on paper. It looks great on paper, but what a land acknowledgement doesn't do is people that are listening to it don't really follow up with what they're trying to say and how they give thanks to the land. Giving thanks to the land is probably one of the most crucial things that we need to do in order to have sustainability for the next 50, 100, 150 years going forward. With that sustainability and giving thanks to that land and appreciate where we are living, that is the only way to move forward for future generations to have a successful outcome and not just take from the land. With these land acknowledgements, they do fall a lot on deaf ears, and I think that's our biggest problem that we're seeing right now, especially in Canada and the US. It is a massive downfall when we see them at events and people are looking away and not soaking in what it means to give thanks to our land. And that to me is one of the most heartbreaking things, because I care so much about the land that's around me and I want my kids to have a successful future for that. So by giving thanks to land and listening to a land acknowledgement, actually acting on what is past that land acknowledgement, that is one of the most crucial things to move forward with that. In touch with that, though, allyship and performativeness when it comes to giving thanks to the land, that's one big thing I've touched on in my studies so far, is what makes someone be an ally to Indigenous community and the land, as opposed to being what is performative to the Indigenous people and their land. For me, the biggest thing is actually acting upon what you're doing. I know I've touched on that a couple of times, but not posting something on Instagram and being like, hey, this is what I've been doing. It's more of actually just doing something without being asked to, or just showing thanks to everything that's around you. The problem is that we often try to do stuff in a performative sense to see the people around us, and that really doesn't help us. It does trickle back to something that's called the thoughts and prayers mindset, where we just kind of pat people on the back and kind of brush it away with that. So to be a total ally when it comes to Indigenous people and their land, for me, we have to hold hands together and go as one unison, and not have, let's say, that settler mindset and the settler person that's going to be in front of us. And we have to stand behind and walk behind them. We have to walk together to prove that allyship is going to be the crucial thing to give thanks to that land. The other thing I wanted to touch on is I did touch on my mindset of decolonization. I just always want to go over what helped me decolonize my mindset and really what triggered everything for that. So like I said, decolonization has been a big thing ever since I learned about it in school, pretty much. I really didn't know or take much care that I was an Indigenous person until I got sober. Like that was probably 9 years ago that I started researching who I was as a person. When I was younger, I'd always make jokes about it and kind of shy away and not tell people that I was Indigenous, kind of in a shameful sense. And it took me a long time to love myself as an Indigenous person. And through my sobriety and researching who I was and where my family came from, whether it be Goodfish or the Métis people from the Red River, that has been a big thing for me. And that's how I learned my heritage. And that's how I also learned what decolonization was, and to move that path forward to decolonize my mindset. And it was school myself that actually helped me learn more and grow as a person, and be thankful to give talks like this to people, which is one of the biggest things. And really, the one thing I want to, the last thing I really want to touch on is I want to talk about two things. I always like to pose a question to people because I don't like just yammering onto people, because it's boring. You don't want to hear me talk that long. I like open discussions. For me, what I want to ask the people, and I would love feedback for, is what does decolonization look like to you? What are you going to do to decolonize your mindset and the world around you? And how will you be an ally and not have a performative mindset when it comes to that? So if anyone wants to answer the question, please go ahead.
Hi. So, I was just thinking, and it was from a question that was asked earlier on today. And part of the way that I try to decolonize myself, because my home community is a microcosm for hypercapitalism and the worst parts of colonialism, simply because it's what we learned.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, and a lot of my teachings and learnings have been about how to detach materialism essentially from my understanding of what my needs are. Really reevaluating what wealth means to me. And as we were talking about a little while ago about two-eyed seeing approach, how that is inherently problematic because there is an incompatibility between our style of existence and Western styles of existence, one based on exploitation, one based on harmonious relationships with the world around us. So being very aware of those harsh truths, that we are existing in a system that's meant to oppress all of us, is a big part of how I've been decolonizing myself. Yeah.
That's fantastic, right? Like I love that you touched on basically getting rid of that mindset. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have anything else any answers to the questions?
Sí, yo quizás podría decir que en el caso de un poco la situación en la que estamos acá en Latinoamérica, se está intentando fuertemente el volver a nuestros idiomas nativos, el también entender que la memoria de nuestros territorios trasciende los espacios de colonización, y un poco recordar los nombres de los lugares, los nombres de los animales y poner en vida ese lenguaje, el kimun, que se diría en Mapuzungún, como el conocimiento trascendental de la espiritualidad, de la trascendencia, de la habitación de los espacios y de que esos espacios existen y están ahí porque nosotros dimos las luchas para que se sostuvieran, es algo muy relevante. Y también entendiendo que la decolonización es como un camino que no tiene tanto fin, porque hablamos español, porque los españoles llegaron, estamos en un sistema capital donde compramos con moneda porque el sistema se nos impuso así, aunque nosotros teníamos otras formas que estamos intentando volver a construir, reconstruir y fortalecer. Pero en el fondo eh, no va a haber un momento en que digamos estamos decolonizados posiblemente, pero sí damos la lucha a fortalecer esas formas de entendimiento que nosotros tenemos y podemos seguir construyendo.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Awesome. If no one has anything else, I can give back 4 minutes to this and we can get that back on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I was just going to say thank you so much. And whoever was speaking, please be my guest.
Sorry, Stephanie, that was just me. It's Heather. I was just going to say that gives us a little bit more time for discussion at the end. So we'll have 8 minutes of discussion now. So thank you so much for sharing. And I'm sad to have you cut off, but I hope you join back in discussion. So the next speaker will be, we're getting back on track. We're actually having Blaine, who has joined in a few bits with discussion. So Blaine Wilf will be speaking about the gender era, a First Nations perspective on this climate crisis.
So I don't know if I misspelled that, but it's actually the garden era, which is perfectly fine. This might be the space where I come out as two-spirited, so there we go. Hi, everybody. I'm going to share my screen, so excuse me a moment as I get this sorted. Let's see here. Share. I'm a Teams user, so you'll have to excuse me. You'll have to excuse me once again. So, welcome. So I want to start by introducing myself. My name is Blaine Wolf. I am originally from Curve Lake First Nation. It is in Southern Ontario here in Canada. It's an Ojibwe nation, so I am very blessed to know where I come from. I've always known where I came from, and I understand the incredible privilege that this is. So many of my Indigenous cousins and sisters and brothers out there in the world don't have as strong a connection to their land as I do, and I want to acknowledge that. I am a son, a grandson, a nephew, I was going to say a niece, but not quite, yeah, of Curve Lake. I'm also Otter Clan and Eagle Clan. So Otter guided much of the beginning of my life. Otters in our traditions are healers and teachers, which really fed into my early career as an early childhood educator. I'm also Eagle Clan. These are leaders and guides. And I feel like I'm starting to settle into that role. I should tell everybody that I'm just out of the youth range, even in our most expansive version of the definition in Indigenous culture, which is 39. I'm a 41-year-old man who am here to just share some of my observations. Before that, though, presently I'm a knowledge translator with the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, the Research Institute here, where I also do research on data sovereignty, Indigenous data sovereignty, and yeah. So I usually have my my notes on screen, but I don't have them, so you'll have to excuse me. I might finish earlier too. I want to start by talking about pre-colonization. I believe that one of the greatest misconceptions, well, there are two great misconceptions about pre-colonial North America. One being that it was unpopulated. It was a sparsely populated continent where Indigenous people didn't really bump into each other. We interacted with them, or we existed with the land, like the bears or the deers or the birds. We didn't interact with the land. We didn't control it like the Western traditions say they did. Another one is that it was an untamed land, that it was wild and was just not lived in. And I really, really, really would like to stress how untrue this is, that for starters, we can't understand our true history because of how decimated we were. Decimated isn't even really an accurate enough descriptor on what happened. In my traditions, from some of the teachings that I've received, as many as 9 out of 10 individuals in North America across the continent died. So when the Europeans came, they found a land that was bountiful with food, with game, with all the things that support life. And they thought, what is this? They thought it was this beautiful, untamed, abundant land. And what they didn't realize is that it was a garden. Indigenous people have been existing, living with, and loving this land for time immemorial. In my own teachings, I believe that we've been here for about 50,000 years at a minimum. That's very, very different than the original time frame that was given to me back in the 90s, which was 10,000 years at most. I feel like we were very old people here. And one of those things that lends itself to being a very old people is seeing the world in a different lens, seeing it through the concept of long time, an idea that our own experience is both a snapshot of our world, but also a part of a tapestry that exists far beyond us. So I want to first make special note of where we are. We are in Turtle Island. For anybody who is unaware of what Turtle Island is, it is North America. It is, there are a couple stories about how Turtle Island came to be. My favorite one, or the one that I choose to use, is the one regarding the trickster and the wolf. That's my favorite one. I can't say the trickster's name here. I only say his name in the wintertime, but there are several stories about how Turtle Island came to be, and that's one of them. And one of the neat things about Turtle Island is that it was not a gift to humans. It was a second chance to the things that came for the people that came before us, the animals, the plants, and the spirit world. We came upon Turtle Island after the fact. And when we got here, our job was to take care of it. So one of the ways that we took care of it was by understanding our place in creation and understanding that an individual human life was incredibly short and very, very hard to keep track of long things like the span of seasons, the span of how the tides work, or how small a mountain grows over time. So we had to think of ways to expand our perception. And one of the ways we did that was by incorporating 7 into our teachings. So when it comes to Indigenous people, we have 2 really neat numbers. There's 4. 4 is our numbers when nature is trying to teach us something. The 4 seasons, the 4 stages of development, the 4 states of being: emotional, physical, mental, spiritual health. But 7 are the teachings that we leave for ourselves. Things like the 7 grandfather teachings: the respect, courage, humility, wisdom, honesty, truth, and love. And I really, really want to quickly, for anybody who hasn't navigated the 7 grandfather teachings, I do encourage you to have a look up on them. Incredibly, incredibly powerful, and one of the foundations that kept us on track and created a collective understanding of where we were as a people. One of my favorite things, honesty, is the fact that it's represented by the Sasquatch. And oftentimes people wonder what the difference is between honesty and truth. As I've learned it, honesty is the honesty that we have for ourselves, to know that our truth is the truth that existed before us and will exist after us, that we are part of a larger system that needs that can support us, and we need to support it. Truth is understanding the reality that we live in today. And for us now, living in this time where we aren't exactly in the garden era anymore, and I'll tell you what that means in a sec, it's understanding that we are in a time of great change, that to not directly look at the challenge that we're in right now, the fact that the North Atlantic current might stop, the jet stream might slow down, all these huge things that are going to create a monumental impact on large systems of humanity. We need to be honest about that. And we need to be honest that adaptation can take us a certain amount of ways, but that acceptance is another form of navigating climate change. So briefly, 7 generations refers to the idea that an individual, like I said, an individual person cannot experience all of creation on their own. They need the support of 7 generations before them and 7 generations after them. This situates an individual within a 1,000-year time frame, 500 years on either side. It's not generation as in like 25 years, 25 years. It's more 75 to 100, 75 to 100. This keeps us accountable to both the people who are after us and the people who are before us. It's a way to create continuity in our experience and creates a level of grounding in our sense of self. And then finally, our oral traditions. This is another way that we help to navigate our world and create a sense of long time, is having a way of passing knowledge when we didn't have paper. We didn't feel the need to write. If you ask me, writing is inherently gatekeeping. You need literacy to understand writing. Oral tradition is open. It is freely accessible so long as you follow the appropriate protocols and follow the appropriate traditions to grab those oral traditions. But our oral traditions are often misunderstood. And a big part of that misunderstanding is the fact that so many of our oral traditions were erased after colonization. Things that exist still are things like Three Sisters soup. The story that 3 sisters, squash, beans, and corn grow together. That's a story about permaculture. Our stories tell us how to interact with the world. And while they may seem simple on the get-go, they hold so much depth and understanding that they can tell us a lot. And finally, the community self. Understanding that for Indigenous communities, we understand that there are 3 distinct entities. There's the individual, there's the community, and then there's the decision makers. Understanding that the community takes precedence over everything, that decisions aren't made without the community buy-in, and that true democracy and true representation exists at the ground level, that leaders should be laughed at sometimes, that nobody should take themselves too seriously, and that the collective whole holds more power than any one individual can. So how does this, whoa. So I'm gonna go back, stop sharing for a moment. You can see me. So what does that mean in regards to climate change? It means that we need to draw on Indigenous knowledge to navigate what's coming. Because we have experienced reality on a longer time frame than what we experience now. If I am honest, as an ex-mental health worker, I see people as kind of on a sad, traumatic spectrum where they can only see 3 years before and after themselves, maybe 5, but not much more. And that's a scary, scary thing, because if you can't see longer than 10, 15, 20 years further than yourself, you stop being able to see the changes that are happening in the environment. Indigenous ways of being and knowing are the key to how we navigate climate change. The stories of how we navigated large swings in temperature are there. They're locked in traditional knowledge, but they're there. And it truly takes effort to draw those out, but it takes listening, it takes trust that that we are able to govern and navigate reality ourselves, moving away from paternalistic styles of governance over us and allowing us to thrive and impact the world around us. These are ways that Indigenous people can help with climate change. I think I'm going to stop there, only because I want to be cognizant of time. And yeah, that's that. It's
You
true.
still have 4 more minutes if you want.
Okay, I actually want to touch on that trauma piece. So, as I was saying, I'm a 40-year-old man, and it's been shocking to see how much the world has changed. So the last time I spent a long period of time in my own community, Curve Lake, was probably when I was 6 years old. And one of the things that I loved back then was sitting in a cute little wading pool, having frogs jump into my lap. I remember the world being so full of life, birds, different types of birds. I can't remember the last time I saw a bluebird, but just a world full of abundance. And now, I was very, very lucky enough to spend 2 years in my home community, walking the land, discovering the muskrat trails and seeing little highways where little animals could walk around each other. But while there was life, there was a lot less of it. I went on a long walk, a long snowshoe through our community, and I was just shocked at how few tracks there were, even though it was winter. And just how, in the summertime, how few frogs there were, how few worms there are, just how much biodiversity has changed in the last little while. And that's the big thing that scares me for climate change. It's the biodiversity piece. It's something that's going to be, I feel like it's going to snap and surprise us a little bit quicker than other things. Yeah, we're in an interesting time. But I really, really feel like, as I was saying earlier, we're in a time where history is going to move us towards change, or we'll move history for change. And being in spaces like this, I feel like we have the opportunity to move history, but it's an uphill battle. We're dealing with for anybody who wants a new term today, we're dealing with a hyperobject, an object so big that its edges are undefinable. Its movements are felt at a global scale. A hyperobject is something that is both natural and created. And I think that we are truly bumping up against one. It includes climate change. It includes capitalism, the form of capitalism that we exist in right now. And I think there's a lot of work to do. And I think that, that's an obvious statement, but I'm really excited with where that work is going. I think we're starting to organize ourselves in a really interesting way where we're able to speak to our reality, speak to our truths a lot more intentionally, and speak to it more impactfully without the fear mongering. Because the fear's gone. Fear's there. It's a very scary time. I'm holding back on my real words. I'm holding back my honesty. I'm holding back my truth because the truth is scary. But if we hold that truth in our hearts and we move forward, hope can still exist there. Adaptation can still exist there. Yeah. It's not the end of the world, but it's certainly, hopefully, the end of a certain type of civilization anyway. So to something much more exciting, accessible, and happy for everybody. That's where my hope is. And now
Boyana and Blaine, Boyana, thank you so much for sharing. I got carried away and forgot that Ryan had ended early to give us some discussion time back. Thank you so much.
I took it.
I gave it back to you. I was getting all wrapped up. So we really appreciate it. And for people who have questions, we will make time in the discussion. But next, I'm hoping Sandra is on. Sandra, if you are on, please unmute yourself and share your screen or whatever you'd like to do.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. So
there we are.
Can you hear me well? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Your name was Lorena. I'm sorry.
I prefer to be called Lorena. Yeah. And so I was just writing on the chat that we plan to participate today with Samuel, together with Samuel and Mendra, who's a great spiritual and youth leader from the MISA community. I am Lorena Gomez, and I have been working with MISA. I'm a close friend with the community, and I have also been started in traditional medicine by one of the shamans. So we have a long history together. But today we realized just before this presentation that Manuel Antonio Usa was available to present today. So I think it is better that we planned everything in the last minutes for them to present together, and I'm going to be here just to participate, jump into the discussion if needed, but I want to pass the floor to them. They will speak in Spanish, just for translators. So I want to quiero invitar a Manuel y Samuel para que ustedes hablen, por favor.
Lorena, everybody has a translator app, so they can just speak straight in Spanish, and everybody can open the app. So nobody has to like translate at the same time.
Okay. Okay. I'm just not seeing them now. They were online. ¿Están ahí? ¿Manuel?
Sí, por aquí estamos. ¿Escuchan ya?
Ah. Sí, sí.
Sí. Pues listo, entonces vamos a iniciar. Pues primero que todo vamos a hablar en el idioma pues castellano, que es el español. Pues mi nombre es José Samuel Almendra Yalanda. Soy de acá del territorio de nuestro pueblo, de un pueblo que se conoce acá, pues ahorita se dice Colombia. Para nosotros es Nubire, que es en nuestro idioma, en nuestro idioma propio. Somos un pueblo originario, con una memoria, con una raíz y con una ley de origen. Y que cada pueblo pues tiene una raíz diferente. Bueno, pues ya para continuar con los diferentes temas, pues primero que todo, pues agradeciendo a nuestro gran espíritu creador, asimismo a los grandes espíritus que nos acompañan en cada espacio y en cada momento. Pues a veces nosotros también pues empezamos a entender de cómo existimos y de cómo es que estamos aquí también, o a veces no comprendemos. Por ejemplo, hay muchas personas o digamos los seres humanos no entienden por qué es la existencia también de los pueblos originarios o lo que acostumbran a llamarnos pueblos indígenas como más reconocidos. Pero cuando hablamos de pueblos indígenas, pues es una manera también de decir que pues es una palabra que no nos arrasga tanto a esa raíz de origen. Entonces nosotros preferimos decirnos pueblos originarios porque pues habla digamos, de una ley de origen, de dónde somos y de cómo es que caminamos y cuál es nuestra raíz que llevamos. Entonces, por eso le llamamos ley de origen y recordando pues que la ley de origen pues es la vida y la existencia. Para nosotros eso es lo que está a través de la energía y lo que forma la vida y la vida es esa existencia para que pueda existir, para que podamos existir. De igual manera, también soy estudiante de la Lacuseya Misaga Universidad, que está ubicada en el departamento del Cauca, país Colombia, resguardo de Guambía. pues la Misago Universidad también ha sido un empuje, ese es el proceso que uno camina también para uno fortalecerse, para poder tener nuevos conocimientos, para poder caminar dentro de esa raíz y para poder encontrar más esa raíz. Entonces, de esa manera, la Misago Universidad también trabaja ese pensamiento propio, ese pensamiento de arrasgarse más hacia atrás, de ir hacia una historia, de encontrar esa memoria de nuestros mayores, de nuestros abuelos, de nuestras abuelas, porque para nosotros es muy importante tener esa raíz. Eso es lo que nos hace como pueblos, eso es lo que a nosotros, digamos, nos hace decir que somos pueblos originarios, de que cada pueblo tiene una raíz, de que cada país tiene una raíz de igual manera. Entonces, y de que tenemos una ley de origen. De esa manera también vamos a entender que la Misago Universidad va caminando en eso. Entonces, la Misago Universidad no es una universidad que digamos, solo se encierra en un pensamiento capitalista, comunista, sino que para nosotros la universidad es todo. La universidad es el territorio, la universidad es algo universal que se debe transmitir desde los diferentes pensamientos y que se debe entender los diferentes pensamientos para poder comprenderlos también, porque pues también debemos aprender a entender y comprender cómo el occidente ha llegado a nuestros territorios, porque nosotros tenemos nuestra manera de vivir, nuestra manera de pensar y nuestra manera de hacer y de trabajar. Y de esa manera, por eso nosotros nos llamamos pueblos autónomos también. Y también en eso trabaja la Misago Universidad también, en decir que pues, la Misago Universidad es una universidad que va caminando hacia esa autonomía y de cómo se gana ese reconocimiento en un país que, digamos, ha sido neoliberal durante más de 200 años. Entonces, de cómo vamos en estos tiempos, nuestro pensamiento va cambiando, nuestra manera de vivir también va cambiando, pero recordando siempre la memoria de nuestros mayores, de cómo vivieron ellos y de cómo, digamos, descubrían ese misterio, de cómo descubrían a través de la espiritualidad, para nosotros la espiritualidad es hablar de las plantas, es hablar de los seres vivos, de los animales, de las lagunas, de los ríos. Entonces, todo lo que está a nuestro alrededor, eso es la manera de entender la espiritualidad, de comprender la espiritualidad y la importancia de encontrarse con el espíritu también, el espíritu de cada ser y el espíritu con uno mismo. Entonces, eso es el aporte que la Misago Universidad transmite, digamos, durante ese proceso universitario y de cómo uno como joven se empieza a formar aquí, encontrando una raíz, pero entendiendo ese sistema y entendiendo también el pensamiento capitalista y de cómo nosotros también vamos dejando ese pensamiento y cómo nos vamos formando y teniendo un gobierno propio, una justicia propia, de cómo nosotros como pueblo Misak, nosotros somos acá el pueblo Misak, de cómo vamos a encontrar un gobierno propio y cómo seguimos caminando a través de un gobierno propio porque para nosotros no podemos, digamos, seguir haciendo lo que el sistema o lo que los gobiernos o estados nos imponen a través de sus leyes. Nosotros tenemos un manifiesto guambiano que dice que nosotros tenemos en el manifiesto guambiano habla de que es el deber y derecho mayor. Deber y derecho mayor para nosotros es hablar, digamos, de que nosotros tenemos un deber de que debemos hacer como lo han dicho nuestros mayores y de cómo debemos trabajar y de cómo debemos llevar. Entonces, ahí en el manifiesto guambiano es que dice que nuestro deber y derecho mayor está por encima de las armas, por encima de las bombas, por encima de las guerras, de las leyes que ponen los gobiernos. Entonces, a través de varios procesos que han hecho nuestros mayores, nosotros hoy como pueblo misa podemos decir que tenemos también esa capacidad de hablar, de entender y de plantear también de que somos autónomos y de hablar de gobierno a gobierno también como pueblo. Así nosotros vamos caminando de esa manera. Entonces, todo esto es la formación, digamos, también que uno recibe en la Misago Universidad y lo que a uno lo ha formado, porque de igual manera la universidad ya está en uno, desde que uno llega a la vida, ya está la universidad, porque estoy llegando al territorio, estoy llegando al espacio de vida. Entonces uno digamos, ya es universal en ese momento, mediante uno va caminando. Entonces para nosotros la vida es una espiral donde enrollamos y desenrollamos, y donde caminamos y podemos entender los diferentes espacios de cómo uno es niño, de cómo uno pasa a ser joven, de cómo uno pasa a ser adulto y después uno cómo pasa a ser mayor y después cómo uno hace su viaje espiritual. Entonces, de diferente manera uno va entendiendo esos procesos que los mayores nos explican y de cómo nosotros vivimos en esa vida universal. Y cómo entendemos con los otros pueblos también las diferentes raíces, porque cada pueblo tiene su raíz de origen y esas raíces están también conectadas con lo universal, están conectadas con los diferentes pueblos. Cada pueblo está en una conexión, hay cosas que conectan. Pero hay cosas que hay pueblos que tienen esas diferentes raíces que van a tener otras maneras de conectar. Entonces, ahí es donde nosotros siempre vamos a llegar a entender y comprender que, que parecemos iguales, pero a la misma vez no somos iguales, de que tenemos todos una raíz, pero también las raíces son diversas, de que no nos encerramos, de que no decimos tiene que ser así, sino que es diverso, es diverso. Y eso es lo que a nosotros nos expresa también hacia de cómo encontramos esa paz, porque a nosotros, digamos, los gobiernos nos dicen, nos hablan de una paz, de que ellos van a hacer el proceso de paz a través de documentos, acuerdos, bueno, y esto, pero cuando realmente vamos entendiendo de que nosotros tenemos que construir paz desde nuestro territorio, de cómo debemos sanar con la madre tierra, de cómo debemos conectar con la madre tierra, de cómo realmente se debe enfocar y profundizar y de encontrar ese sentido hacia la madre tierra. Ahí es donde uno vamos realmente a encontrar esa paz espiritual que nosotros siempre nombramos los pueblos originarios, porque nosotros siempre vamos a estar conectados con los tres espacios, el mundo de arriba, el mundo del medio y el mundo de abajo. Desde ahí nosotros vamos encontrando realmente esa paz y desde ahí vamos construyendo paz. Cuando realmente empezamos a respetar esos espacios, cuando realmente vamos a entender por qué existe una laguna, por qué existe un río, por qué existe un árbol, por qué, digamos, el árbol está ahí plantado, por qué tiene su raíz ahí. Entonces, cuando empezamos a entender ese respeto hacia la naturaleza, hacia esos seres vivos, que nos acompañan en este mundo, entonces ahí es que vamos a entender realmente esa paz con ellos y con nosotros mismos. Y ahí es que vamos a profundizar. Entonces ahí es donde construimos gobierno también, construimos como pueblo. Entonces esa es una manera de construir paz y de seguir, digamos, llevando y de lo que nuestros mayores nos han dicho y de lo que uno descubre a través de la espiritualidad, de la medicina propia, de por qué la hoja de coca ahorita, digamos, lo utilizan para la cocaína, pero para nosotros es sagrada. Sí, de por qué el tabaco también lo utilizan para un vicio, pero para nosotros es sagrado también, porque nosotros siempre estamos conectando, necesitamos de las plantas y las plantas también, como ellas también nos dicen, utilícennos para poder conectar, para que se puedan encontrar con ustedes mismos. Entonces, de esa manera seguimos caminando y todo esto es el proceso de la MISAG Universidad, de cómo seguimos caminando, de cómo vamos caminando y de cómo debemos y a dónde tenemos que llegar realmente. O sea, como llevar esa visión, la visión de cada día y esa misión que está encomendada por los seres espirituales desde la ley de origen. Cada persona está desde una ley de origen encomendada y tiene que cumplir esa misión, esa raíz, porque ya es un mandato ejercida hacia una ley natural y la ley natural ya está dando, digamos, tiene un orden y ese orden va transmitido al deber y derecho mayor que nosotros debemos cumplir como pueblos. Bueno, pues les agradezco por la palabra. Aquí está el compañero Manuel Usa también, que es otro caminante de la medicina, maestro de acá, de la MISAG Universidad, también nos ha acompañado como maestro, y pues ya él tendrá la palabra para que pueda seguir concluyendo con los diferentes temas que se han venido tocando a nivel nacional e internacional, y como pueblos, pues, de la importancia de nuestro existir también aquí en lo que nosotros decimos nuestra madre tierra. Entonces sería eso. Bye, bye, muchas gracias a ustedes. Bye.
Bien, bien. Pues saludarlos a, a todos aquellos que están conectados en este momento, tiempo y espacio. Un poco, digamos, mi trayectoria política, mi trayectoria académica y mi trayectoria espiritual. Pues he caminado por una universidad convencional, que es la Universidad del Valle, en el programa de estudios políticos y resolución de conflictos. También he hecho un proceso en calidad de estudiante en la Laculla Misak Universidad, una universidad indígena que parte de la propuesta de la reafirmación de ese conocimiento ancestral que existía antes de la invasión española y antes de la llegada de otras formas de ver el mundo, incluso de concebir el tiempo y el espacio, ¿no? Gracias a la herencia ancestral, a la ley de origen, el mandato ancestral de nuestros mayores espirituales, he tenido la oportunidad de tener el honor, ese destino sagrado de ser caminante de la medicina ancestral. Y eso me ha permitido, hoy por hoy, acompañar en calidad de docente e investigador en la Laculla Misak Universidad. Y en honor, digamos, al tiempo y a la conversa y a la preocupación internacional que nos embarga en estos momentos actuales, como es la cumbre internacional de la COP16 en Cali, en la ciudad de Cali, Colombia, en unos meses, sobre esa preocupación que se ha venido gestando sobre el tema de la biodiversidad y lo biocultural, de cómo es necesario promover un orden internacional, un orden nacional, un orden local, un orden regional, en el que permita garantizar la existencia en el tiempo y el espacio, ¿no? Hablando, digamos, en términos de la humanidad. Si bien pues existe una preocupación de una presencia de sistema de relaciones de convivencia, de relaciones de estructuras políticas basada en la economía, basado en un sistema capitalista, y que ese sistema capitalista amenaza incluso la supervivencia y la existencia de la humanidad y compromete también al ser humano que en su esencia ancestral ha estado en ese punto de enunciación de la lucha y la resistencia. Hoy por hoy nos convoca a hacer la minga, a hacer la unión en el propósito de marcar posibilidades de orientación y reconciliación con la madre naturaleza, de cómo el orden del humano se reconcilia con el orden espiritual, con el orden ancestral universal. En ese sentido, así como lo ha podido exponer mi querido compañero, nosotros hablamos de una ley de origen. Cuando hablamos de la ley de origen es el mandato originario de la energía que ha permitido que todo pueda existir. Y ese mandato de la ley de origen es lo que en últimas define la función ancestral que me asigna en este tiempo y espacio. Y que a partir de ese mandato ancestral, mandato originario, delega un sistema jurisprudencial a los mayores espirituales del territorio, a los mayores espirituales del viento, del páramo, del sol, de la luna, de las estrellas, quienes ordenan a manera tal de que exista una armonía de equilibrios para la perpetuación de la existencia y la garantía de la vida en el tiempo y en el espacio. Cuando entendemos este orden ancestral, encontramos que hay muchas diferencias en lo que a nivel internacional se está promoviendo como movimientos verdes que tratan de ser amigables con la naturaleza, que tratan de ser amigables con el medio ambiente. En ese propósito, las culturas originarias en Colombia hemos venido poniendo el acento en que es preciso establecer, digamos, unos puntos de encuentro y reconociendo la posibilidad de la reafirmación de esos saberes ancestrales que permiten regular en el futuro ancestral de los tiempos que vienen, en clave de los tiempos de adelante de nuestros ancestros, definir cuál es nuestra función en el presente. y que el presente esté comprometido, esté en la responsabilidad en el futuro de nuestro pasado histórico y en el futuro de nuestro devenir histórico. En clave de eso, poder plantear unas posibilidades de reafirmación de cómo nuestra existencia milenaria tiene que garantizar también como un referente y un ejemplo de vida y de existencia a nivel internacional. Y pues desde el momento y punto de enunciación, pues, hacer...
Gracias.
Muchas gracias por el espacio. Realmente nos podemos quedar horas hablando y escuchando todo lo que tenemos que decir, solo que estamos aquí dando espacio también para que todas las voces se oigan. Y finalmente vamos a concluir con nuestra última presentación bueno, no nuestra última presentación, que digo, vamos a darle espacio a dos activistas que vienen desde Bolivia, país hermano del Ecuador, de Colombia y todo este corredor andino. Entonces, muchas gracias por el conocimiento. Gabriela, no sé si puedes prender tu cámara, el micrófono y presentarnos y presentarte cuál es la razón que te trae a este espacio. Muchas gracias a todos. Listo.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, te escuchamos bien.
Ya. Hola, buenas tardes. Aquí estamos yo y Dina. Nos presentamos. Somos de zonas altas de acá, del país de Bolivia. Nosotras estamos mucho tiempo trabajando en tema de agua, de activismo ambiental y también defensa de los usos y costumbres de nuestras comunidades. Somos parte de una organización de mujeres indígenas donde trabajamos en tema del agua y soluciones basadas en la naturaleza a partir de los saberes ancestrales que nos pasaron nuestros abuelos, nuestras abuelas, y bueno, un poquito vamos a hablar sobre eso. Dini.
¿Cómo están? Muy buenas tardes. Saludos a todos los que están y a todos los que nos escuchan. Mi nombre es Segundina Rojas Jaico. Pues igual somos de las zonas altas de Bolivia.
Ya. Steph, no sé si el video está para el final. ¿Comenzamos?
Está para el final. Pueden comenzar y yo cerramos con broche de oro.
Ya. Ya, bueno, un poco comentarles, nosotros vamos a hablar sobre el tema del agua, ya que en zonas altas es un elemento que falta muchísimo acá y nosotras estamos acostumbradas a vivir un poco con falta de agua. Vamos a hablar un poco también sobre resiliencia, cómo nosotras y bueno, nuestras comunidades y nuestras familias se han ido adaptando a la crisis climática y cómo también hemos ido migrando, nuestras familias han ido migrando a las ciudades pensando que, bueno, hay mejores oportunidades bueno, en las ciudades, pero algo que hemos visto y se está viendo en tema de Bolivia, la crisis económica y social, no nos está permitiendo a nosotros como personas Dinita ahorita va a comentar un poco cómo ha sido la situación de la migración acá en zonas altas. Estamos viendo de que los alimentos que que aquí tendrían que haber, ya nos está faltando por el tema de que hay bloqueos, hay diferentes sectores de la sociedad que no está dejando y no, bueno, en fechas específicas no están dejando pasar alimentos y nosotros, bueno, estamos tomando diferentes como que acciones para frenar un poco de esto. Vamos a comenzar, Inita nos va a hablar un poco sobre el tema de Timururu, cómo nosotras estamos trabajando con el tema del agua, el tema de la descontaminación.
Bueno, como comentaba mi compañera Gabriela, sí, nosotros estamos con un grupo de pueblos indígenas de diferentes lugares. La visita es de la ciudad de La Paz. Yo provengo del departamento de Potosí, pero ya hace mucho tiempo que ya vivo en la ciudad de Oruro. Y el lago Oruro era un lago ya de parte de la ciudad de Oruro y que ahora se encuentra contaminada con botellas plásticas, con la basura e incluso sumado a eso con las aguas mineras que vienen, que desembocan al río y las aguas negras que también desembocan desde la ciudad de Oruro hacia la zona. Entonces, lo que nosotros implementamos son las totoras. ah, ah, Son plantas nativas. Lo que ellos hacen es descontaminar el agua contaminada del 100%. Lo hemos visto cuando lo hicimos la prueba hasta un 30% lo baja la contaminación. Entonces nosotros nos dedicamos a esto, a plantar más totoras sobre el agua contaminada y así tener resiliencia, ¿no? Entre las basuras que desembocan al sector. Entonces hemos acudido a nuestros conocimientos ancestrales que la totora nos podía ayudar, entonces ahí vamos. Quizás Gavisita algo.
Sí, bueno, un poco hablar sobre la realidad social que vivimos acá. Somos una zona donde está caracterizada por el tema de la minería. Em, Hay una gran cantidad de empresas mineras alrededor y dentro de la ciudad, donde estas son, bueno, estas son apoyadas por el gobierno y es para nosotros un poco difícil el tema de de llegar y dar demandas a estas instituciones porque tienen respaldo del gobierno y nosotras como bueno, activistas que trabajamos, hemos sido parte de marchas, de denuncias, que realmente no se llega a avances significativos. Es por eso que hemos decidido, a partir de del conocimiento que tenemos, hemos podido, bueno, ya trabajar, ya en vez de ir a quejarnos, ir a denunciar estos actos, hemos visto que algo importante es el tema de tomar acciones, ya dejar el discurso atrás, dejar de ir y hablar y decir, defendamos el medio ambiente, defendamos nuestra casa, porque es el lugar donde vivimos. Ya tomar acciones, estas ya desde nosotras trabajamos más que todo con el tema de mujeres, porque vivimos nuestra realidad y al tener contacto con otras comunidades también de mujeres, hemos visto que seguimos viviendo violencia, seguimos... seguimos viviendo el tema de la discriminación a nosotras, por ejemplo, por el tema de trabajar. Yo trabajo con tierra y bueno, es como que las personas un poco te miran mal por el tema de estar sucio o sucia y nosotros que trabajamos con tierra, trabajamos realmente con zonas que realmente están contaminadas. Es también un riesgo para nosotras, es algo que sabemos y que asumimos el riesgo de también que nos afecte en nuestra salud, estar en contacto con todos estos materiales contaminados. En cuanto a la resiliencia y algo que estamos viviendo actualmente como zona alta, es como hemos visto nosotras y nuestras comunidades, como dijo Dinita, estamos comenzando a volver a criar animales de granja, animales que son características acá de la zona. Como hemos visto, el tema de seguridad y soberanía alimentaria ya está un poco limitado en acá porque el tema de la basura, el tema del agua, en acá donde vivimos, sabemos que de aquí a unos años va a ser un sector donde se están acabando los recursos hídricos que tenemos lo estamos contaminando y bueno, no vemos acciones como concretas de parte de las autoridades que quieran y estén trabajando en esto. No sé, ¿alguna pregunta que quisieran antes de pasar? Ya, tenemos un minutito. ¿Tiene algo más?
Quizás comentarles sobre un poquito más del lago Ururu, que está totalmente contaminada, ¿no? Y que eso no solo se queda en el sector, sino que también afecta a otras comunidades aledañas, incluso a los urbanos que están cerca de eso, ¿no? Porque hay todavía que de la ciudad quieren lotear todo el sector del lago Ururu y a la salud que afecta a los niños, ¿no? Incluso los animales que beben del agua contaminada del lugar. Entonces, a veces los dueños de los animales que para sobrevivir obviamente a veces tienen que vender la misma leche de la vaca que bebe aguas contaminadas o si no la carne que consume y ya está contaminada, ¿no? Entonces afecta mayormente a la salud de los niños, de las mujeres y todas las personas, ¿no? Y el agua contaminada, entonces hemos visto que el agua también es primordial. Si el agua está contaminada no hay más vida, ¿no? Ni para los animales, ni para los seres humanos, ¿no? Igual existen en el lugar los flamencos, que también están bebiendo los aguas contaminadas. Es una triste realidad del sector, ¿no? Entonces, igual nosotros, como comentaba mi compañera, no tenemos el apoyo ni de gobierno de ningún lugar. Hemos creado para sostener el proyecto unos huertos urbanos. Y yo creo que eso es muy importante también con la crisis que enfrentamos hoy en día en tema de gasolina a nivel Bolivia. Es muy importante porque ya no llegan los alimentos del campo, ya no llegan los alimentos de otras ciudades. Entonces, ¿de qué vamos a vivir, no? Y todo está subiendo, todo está sobreprecio. Entonces, por ese motivo, nosotros también, perdón.
Chicas, lo siento por cortarlas. Creo que si no paramos ahora no nos vamos a poder mostrar el increíble video que muestra todo lo que ustedes hacen. Entonces, voy a compartir mi pantalla. Me dicen si es que pueden verlo para que podamos mostrar este video y con esto terminamos esta presentación de esta sección. Me dicen si pueden ver el video con normalidad. ¿Sí?
Sí,
Tenemos la necesidad de
ya.
hacer una propuesta desde las
Ok,
comunidades.
este
Fue
video
desde
dura un
que
minuto, lo voy a poner desde el principio y con eso cerramos. Muchas gracias a todos por su audiencia.
Nosotros en comunidades indígenas encontramos esa unión, ese entendimiento de que todos somos parte de todo. Nosotros somos hermanas también, pero somos hermanas con la naturaleza.
el momento donde vimos la necesidad de hacer una propuesta desde las comunidades fue desde que la planta de tratamientos de aguas residuales ya no funcionó.
Es un proyecto que no ha nacido con un objetivo individual, sino que comparte los principios colectivos de nuestra comunidad y todos estamos poniendo nuestro granito de arena para restaurar el lago.
Las tutoras han estado aquí muchos años, es el conocimiento ancestral de nuestros antepasados.
Son plantas acuáticas. Lo que ellos hacen es absorber los metales pesados y que al otro lado sale agua menos contaminada en un 30% hasta 60%.
Una solución que es muy eficiente, es bajísimo costo y están dándonos una ayuda como si fuera de algo grande.
Bueno, con eso cerramos estas increíbles ponencias. Muchas gracias. Creo que nos toca dar inicio a una nueva sección. Es verdad, muchas gracias a todos, chicas, y desde Sudamérica y el corazón les damos mucho amor y que viva la Pachamama. Heather, we are ready for the next session.
Juana Stephanie will have Dr. Jabanusa take over.
Thank you so much, Heather and Stephanie, for moderating the session for a long time. It's been almost 4 hours, right? Anyhow, I'm Jebunesa. I'm joining you all from Treaty 7 territory, Calgary, Canada. and I'm a racialized woman, and I'm going to conduct Future Perspectives on Climate Change session. And our speakers are Prarthana Dotto, Prakriti Dotto, and Sukhita Luis. I would like to request you all to get ready to present your presentation. So first, I would like to request Prarthana and Prakriti. They are two sisters, two racialized youth. I can see them already in the screen. So I would like to request you to start your presentation.
Okay, can you see my presentation? Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So
You can see, but can you speak loud a little bit?
Now?
You might need to move just a little bit closer to the microphone on your computer.
Can you hear now?
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Prathona Dada, and today I'm going to be talking about racialized immigrant youth and community-led climate initiatives. I am currently living in Treaty 7 territory in Calgary, Canada. So first I would like to start with a land acknowledgement. So I acknowledge that I have lived in Treaty 6 territory, the homeland of the Métis in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, for 10 years, and now I live here in Treaty 7 territory, traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Tsuut'ina, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani in Calgary, Alberta. I acknowledge that as a racialized youth, my life benefits from this land, and thank you to the Indigenous people of Treaty 6 and 7 territories. So situating self. My name is Prathana Dutta, as I have said before, and I'm a racialized youth studying in grade 11 at Central Memorial High School. My work interests include anti-racism, youth actions to build climate change resilience, children's land-based learning activities, youth-led cross-cultural community gardens, and land-based art activities including dance, music, and art. I've been involved in community activities to reduce the impact of climate change for many years since I was a child because my parents were community activists and scholars. I attended many Indigenous cultural camps with my family to learn from Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers about land-based education in response to climate change. These opportunities taught me about my responsibilities for climate change solutions. I'm a 17-year-old second-generation racialized youth, and I am a Bangladeshi Canadian intersectional youth because I'm a community gardener, land-based dancer, singer, and artist. My intersectional identities have helped me to understand who I am today. So some of the ways that we have done our research with Indigenous, we have learned from reflections from Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers. For example, we had a community garden, and there were many workshops where Indigenous elders were invited to the community garden to help teach the cross-cultural youth in the community garden. There were children from more than 28 different countries. We also learned from reflections from music, art, and dance, because as I was talking about in our community garden in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, we also had many opportunities to learn different music from different languages, art from Indigenous elders, and dance from many different cultures. We were also able to learn from sharing decolonial intergenerational stories because we had grandparents, parents, children, so we were all able to share our perspectives and learn from one another. Reflections from cross-cultural story sharing. As I said, in our community garden, there were many different people from different cultural backgrounds. For example, I'm from Bangladesh. We had Indigenous elders, and there were many, many more. And reflections from collective writing. So one of the ways one of the climate initiatives that we had were learning traditional stories from Indigenous knowledge keepers with cross-cultural communities. So in our community garden, we had many stories from Indigenous elders, knowledge keepers, Indigenous and non-Indigenous artists, parents, immigrant children. There were many discussions about climate change, and we learned the importance of land-based learning and learning that treating the land as part of ourselves is a crucial part of climate action. And we had many opportunities to discuss, ask questions with the Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers. And since this knowledge is not very prevalent in Western colonial education, it was a new opportunity for many of us, for many racialized cross-cultural youth, since there were so many cross-cultural immigrants in this particular area, because we lived right outside, we lived in the university residence. So there were many students, and we were able to connect, learn, and feel belongingness to the land, because all these workshops could be held right beside our community garden, as you can see in this picture. Right beside us is our community garden with almost 180 plants. Through these traditional stories from Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers, we were able to understand and recognize the wrongdoings of the past and understand Canada's colonial history. We have also been sharing land-based art activities. For example, in our community garden, it included artwork, music, singing, instruments, dancing, which created the opportunity for more intergenerational storytelling to take place. And we got the opportunity to learn about the importance of all living and non-living things. For example, water, trees, rocks, plants. And for example, in the art workshops held at the community garden, we used natural materials to create our art. For example, we would use berries from our community garden, leaves from the trees. And recently we went to a cultural camp. And as you can see in the picture on the right, that's my sister drawing on a piece of birch bark. And in the community garden, we also did singing workshops, which allowed people to connect despite language barriers, since music is a universal language. You don't need to know the same language. You can still connect. And through dancing, we were able to learn from one another. I mainly do Indian classical, Bengali folk, along with other Western styles, including ballet, modern, jazz, and whatnot. But through our community garden, we had the opportunity to learn from different cultural backgrounds, including Indigenous powwow, Russian gypsy dancing, German folk dancing. We had the opportunity to learn about our own history and who we are, while also learning about the backgrounds of other cross-cultural youth and the Indigenous people of Canada. For us youth, it's important to learn together and reflect on our findings and understandings, since this learning isn't prevalently found in our school systems. We found that it's important to reflect on our learnings together so we can discuss and ask questions, understanding what we don't learn in school in the Western education system. And we reflect on the importance of land-based learning for climate action and what our responsibilities are as racialized youth living in Canada. So we had many learnings from Indigenous stories. We learn about our responsibilities and what we can do to protect the land. We've done things such as land walks, where we in Calgary, we walk up Nose Hill while an Indigenous elder is explaining all the benefits of the land, the different plants we can utilize in times of need, and how people used to live in times before today. And in Indigenous cultural camps, we learned from elders and knowledge keepers directly about how the food comes from the animal, how it is hunted, and then how it is cooked as a community and then served. And then in our community garden, we were able to we were able to see how a plant grew from a seed all the way into a plant that we were able to eat and share with our families, friends, and the community. We learned through Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers, we learned how to utilize every part and not to waste. We only use what is needed. We also learned the importance of non-humans. Typically, we in Western education, humans are the most important. But through Indigenous storytelling, we learned the importance of every little living thing, and it helped us understand our connection to the land and to take responsibility and to show respect. And through these stories, we learned the impact that every living thing has on us and how everything is equally important. For example, in our community garden, we were able to observe how important the bees are for our plants and how our plants help to sustain other animals and how they help to sustain us. So these are some pictures from the cultural camp we went to in northern Saskatchewan. So there's beaver processing. We were able to see people processing the beaver and then people tanning their hides. So we were able to see how every part of the animal was utilized. So we have seen how creating intergenerational and transnational learning spaces were helpful in building relationships with people, land, plants, and animals in response to climate change actions. We have also learned many new things such as community building, climate justice, relationships with land, people, growing food, our responsibilities. To understand community garden and Indigenous cultural camp activities and climate change, we need to learn our responsibilities, build relationships, and participate in activities. It is essential to do all that we can to keep the land and living things safe and healthy. To do this, we need to know our responsibilities to take action. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over the presentation to my sister, and then we can ask any questions if we have it.
Also, I do encourage everyone, if you have questions, please write it in the chat and save your questions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Okriti Data. I'm currently residing in Calgary, Canada, and my presentation is on youth initiatives to overcome climate crisis and learning from Indigenous cultural camps. I acknowledge that I've lived in territory for 10 years and now reside in Treaty 7 territories. I thank the Indigenous people of Treaty 6 and 7, who are Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Tsuut'ina, Cree, and Stoney Nakoda, for allowing me to live here and for offering their friendship. As a racialized youth, my life benefits from being able to live on this land, and I thank the Indigenous people of Treaty.
Prakriti, your sound is breaking and also your camera is jumping. And also, I don't see your slide here. Can you please set it up first and then maybe you can start again? Yeah. Now your camera looks stable, but yeah, the presentation slide. And come closer to your microphone. We can't hear, it's breaking. Yeah. All right, please start again. Thank you.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I acknowledge that I have lived in Treaty 6 territory for 10 years and now reside in Treaty 7 territories. I thank the Indigenous peoples of Treaty 6 and 7, GIYSCC, Kainai, Pakani, Sutina, Cree, and Stony Nakota for allowing me to live here and for offering their friendship. As a racialized youth, my life benefits from being able to live on this land, and thank you to the Indigenous people of Treaty 6 and 7. So, I am a racialized youth going into grade 11 at Central Memorial High School in Calgary, Canada. I'm a youth who works with anti-racism, youth-led actions to build resilience against this fast-progressing climate disaster, and land-based activities such as dance, art, and music. As a kid, both my parents had taken the initiative to involve my sister and I in a community garden that allowed us to both build strong connections with the land, insects, and people around us. At the community garden, there often were lots of different activities. Those activities included Indigenous elder storytelling and art and music dance workshops. Alongside the community garden, I was also given the opportunity to go to a couple different Indigenous cultural camps, where I learned from Indigenous elders, community members, and hands-on land-based activities and cultural practices. Since a very young age, I have always been involved in community activities to help reduce the impacts of climate change and help build resilience against this ongoing problem. Being able to learn from the Indigenous elders and their teachings really allowed me to understand how important it is to have a relationship to the land to keep things like climate change from progressing. They taught me how I can be resilient towards climate issues. I was able to learn my responsibility for the land through the community garden and Indigenous cultural camps. So both of my parents are immigrants from Bangladesh and have been living in Canada for 15 years. They're both land-based anti-racist climate change activists. Growing up, my parents taught us their land-based learnings, which I'm very grateful for because it allowed me to have a different perspective than other kids I grew up with. In schools, they don't have any land-based teaching, so I'm very grateful that I was given the opportunity to learn from Indigenous elders. Having these learnings allowed me to be connected to the land at a young age that many others did not have the opportunity to. I learned how to bridge my Western and land-based education. At the cultural camps based in Saskatchewan, Treaty 6, I was able to watch and participate in Indigenous land-based activities. For example, I saw the process of cutting and cooking fish, the process of tanning hide, picking berries straight from the bush, and different medicines found in nature. When all of these animals and berries are harvested or hunted, Indigenous people always give thanks and give back to the land, usually by offering tobacco. Giving thanks to the land is very important because it helps form a connection with the land and allows you to have more respect for it. Respecting the land will really help with climate change because climate change has stemmed from the problem of people not respecting and caring for the land. However, if there is a chance to decolonize and learn Indigenous teachings, it would greatly benefit the land and help stop this climate crisis. Another practice in Indigenous culture is not to waste. When animals are being processed, the bones are being used as tools, and the fur and hides are being turned into blankets. When the fish is being cut, the bones and the guts that cannot be eaten are left out for the birds to have. Not having any waste is very important for climate resilience. Spreading land-based learning would help people learn how to live without as much waste production. Learning Indigenous teachings is one of the biggest steps people can take to help create resilience against climate change. So this is from the Indigenous cultural camp we went to in northern Saskatchewan. I believe this is an elk hide. So these are all like the 3 steps we saw of like how the hide was processed. In the first photo to the left, it's where the hide is raw and it's drying out. And then the second photo, they were using these tools they got from the bones of the animals they harvested, and they were scraping it down to make it thinner. And then this is the last picture is after they softened it using this solution using animal fat, which was pretty amazing to see. And then this is my little sister. We all three sisters, we all went out and picked a bunch of berries and we got to experience connecting to the land through picking the berries. So I had recently gotten the opportunity to attend a water summit in Saskatchewan, where I learned about the buffalo and their significance to our world, land, and people. Dating many centuries back, Indigenous people built a deep bond with the buffalo. The buffalo played a major role in their culture and ways of knowing. The buffalo had been used in the Indigenous people's everyday lives. They used bones for tools, the meat for food, and the fur for blankets. However, the Indigenous people didn't just see the buffalo as something they needed or a resource. They had seen the buffalo as a relative and still continue to view the buffalo as a relative. Viewing the buffalo in such a way allowed Indigenous people to have personal relationships and understanding with the buffalo. It allowed them to hold respect and kindness towards these animals. They treated the buffalo like they would have treated their own friends and family, creating a deep bond with the buffalo. Having a deeper connection is very crucial because it allows them to reconnect with their cultural identity, spirituality, and in the land. Indigenous culture, buffalo is seen as a sacred animal because of the way the buffalo is able to help form all forms of life just by doing what they need to survive. For example, just by grazing the lands, they are making the lands much more habitable for many different types of insects. Rehabilitating the buffalo into our current world would have tremendous effects on the Indigenous peoples. It would help restore the cultural beliefs and traditions that have been assimilated by the colonizers. It would also have a tremendous positive effect on our environmental health. Right now, climate change is progressing very fast, causing irreparable damage, making it even more important that we take the utmost care of our world and the land. The Indigenous elders gave us the chance to learn about the great benefits the buffalo have for our land. They have a specific grazing pattern that support diverse species of insects, plants, and animals. Their grazing helps the health of the grasslands by keeping away overgrowth and promoting biodiversity. If the buffalo were given the chance to return to the land, there would be much more stability in the Indigenous community, allowing more people to have the chance to learn land-based teachings. Rehabilitating the buffalo is a way that we can help our world to overcome this climate crisis. I have learned many things from Indigenous land-based teachings and Indigenous elders, and I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to learn all these teachings, and I'm so grateful that I have an opportunity to share what I learned with others on platforms like this. And thank you.
Thank you, Prathana and Prakriti, for your presentation. Now, I would like to request Sokita Luis. She is an Indigenous youth from Northern Saskatchewan. Yeah, I can see her on screen. Yes, hi, Sokita, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Yes, very good. Do you want to start now? Are you ready to go?
Oh yeah. I'll start now, yeah. Okay,
All
so
right. Wonderful.
sorry. Danse nasiga son sagita iko sorry. Okay, so danse nasiga son kamioset maskusis niauche mishigoska wese ochenia. Nagiko sigaso Kevin Lewis iko Jody Hool. Hello, I'm Sugita Lewis. I'm from Ministikum Cree Nation. And what I'm going to be talking about is that I'm going to be talking about the long path where we're like the journey that we're currently on. So right now I have a braid of sweetgrass, and this represents 3 things, and it represents so much more. So the braid, each strand, it represents the mind, spirit, and body. So I'll be talking about those. So first I'll be talking about the mind. The mind is one of the most powerful things that you can have. Like you can think about so many things, like and like what they can say too, like what they say is like you can do anything you put your mind to, and that is correct. Like, yeah, you can really do like quite a lot with it. sorry. But so and the body. So the body, you can sorry. The body, sorry, just wait, give me a second, please. Okay, sorry, kind of got interrupted there.
That's okay.
So, the body, you can, how we used to use our bodies. We used to, how we used to live, on the land. We used to hunt. We still do hunt, but we hunt, we can hunt, we can fish, we can trap. And over the winter, last winter actually, we had a guy, Zach, our teacher, our line-based instructor for our pre-immersion school. What he would do, he would take us out on the land, and what I've learned so far, I learned how to trap. I learned how to jig on the ice, go fishing on the ice. I learned how to set a net, and I learned how to set a net, pull out fish, and take out the net. I learned how to fillet fish, and I learned how, like I said, I learned how to trap, and I even got myself a weasel trapping too, which was pretty interesting. And with those weasels, what we did with those weasels, we took them to Saskatoon, near the geez, I forgot the name about it. Anyways, but it was like a camp for like high school students. So what we did with those weasels, we went to take those weasels, we froze them, we took those weasels, and so you can do so much with those weasels too. You can use them as regalia, hair pieces, medicine teachings, all like really all that. And I got to skin some weasels myself, so now I have some pretty awesome hair ties for my regalia. So now the our spirit self is is also one of the most important things we we can have. It's You can connect with people spiritually. You can connect people on a whole different level just through spiritually. So just a couple days ago, I was in Sundance, and if you don't know what Sundance is, it's where it's kind of like here, I'll say it like this. It's kind of like you're asking for pity by creator. So whatever you're praying for, you can you're it's like you're asking for pity for your prayers to be answered. And really it's one of the most easy things I've done so far. Right at the moment, I'm on my third year, including this year I'm on my third year. And in the Sundance, you'll go for 4 years. So, and in the Sundance Lodge, it really represents the circle of life. It represents the circle of life. So yes. And it represents the circle of life, and it also represents the braid also. So like I said before, the sweetgrass braid, it's like you're on a long journey, and also even if you look on if you're looking at trees leaves, you can see on the leaves pattern. So there will always be that one center line on that leaf, and then there will be a bunch of trails, and that also represents it's called the way of life too. So on this, and another thing I like find really funny too is that when as we grow older and we start getting white hair, you get like a little hunchback there, hunchback, and then and like and it just means that you you lived a good life, you lived a good life. And then and another thing, if you get to like that point where you have one tooth, then you're on like that bonus, like you're that's like a bonus thing where you have one tooth, white hair, hunchback, little crippled hands. And so yeah, so it just, yeah, you live a good life, just if you have like all four of those and stuff. So that's me talking about our braid here. So for a couple of years since 2016, I'll talk about our career immersion program here. So our career immersion program consists of about like 10 students at the moment, including me. And what we do is that our land-based instructor, Zach Boyden, he would take all the students on the land. So during the fall he would take some of the older students to go out and try go hunt. And what you can hunt on our trail here is that you can hunt prairie chicken, goose, Canadian goose, and a variety of species of duck. And with the younger students, what we do with them is that we'll have a have them make their own snares. So the older kids, including me, we would get partnered up. So we'll take one of the younger students with us, and then we'll walk around in the bush to try find some to set their snare. Whoops, sorry. Sorry about that. But and holy moly, those kids know how to snare though. I gotta say, those kids know how to snare good. Like with those snares, you can get rabbits, prairie chickens, and if you have like the snare big enough, you can maybe even catch a coyote too. Like you can do a lot with those snares. So so that's what we would do with younger students. And with the older students, we like I said before, in the winter we would set traps. We would go fishing, jigging, and we would set the net and take it out. And we would have a couple of camps where we would have students from other reservations come, and sometimes Zach Boyden would always put the older kids in charge. So it would be me, and some of my other classmates. And all the time we always like it's kind of funny to say, kind of like we would kind of like be like little bosses, little bosses. And really the other kids from other reservations, they always just love it. Like they'll always just like love seeing other kids teaching others, and even the teachers would love it. And they would always recommend it to others, like other schools too. So we have like quite a lot of like students. But due to climate change, the sweetgrass braid the mind, body, and spirit. If the animals are affected and affected, we are affected as well. So last winter we had a late winter, and with our bears came out of hibernation too early. So it really affected our bears here, and we had and normally we wouldn't have birds flying around here, but this winter we had birds flying around, so that was also really interesting. And that really just got me it got me kind of what the heck is going on here? I just really had to question it. And in Sundance, I was just praying. I was praying for a good winter and to make sure our animals aren't hopefully our animals won't be let's say affected no longer, and hopefully they would adapt to this whole new world we're getting. And and yeah, I just yeah. Sorry, but yeah, that's really what I have to talk about. And yeah, it's really all.
Thank you so much, Sukita, Praktuna, and Prakriti, for sharing your knowledge with us. I know that it was not easy to talk in front of a big setting, but three of you did excellent. And in the chat group, I can see that Ranjan and Heather, you were encouraging them so much. I haven't received any question in the chat, but in the chat, I have received a message from Beth. I want to read it out loud. Thank you both. I'm Meti from Treaty 6, and it makes me so proud to see that all the community work that you are involved in. I appreciate this comment, Beth. So I think I have 15 minutes in my hand to go for any sort of discussion. So I would like to open the floor. If you have any question, you can ask the question directly to these youth.
I think I can ask a question. So, three of you, and thank you so much for Kevin Lewis, who is actually creating the opportunity to learn land-based learning for Prakton and Prakriti at his camp. And many thanks to Suketa for your explaining the nice story. I'm just wondering if you can, how do you see the hope for you are taking the leadership for whatever mess we are making by the name of development or by the name of um, colonial education and everything. How do you see from your perspective hope for that we all can follow, that all the youth they can follow that as you are the leader for climate crisis?
I can answer. I think it's important for especially us racialized youth to find people to talk about and to find people who can teach us about land-based learning so we can learn from the Indigenous people of Canada, since in our school system we don't really learn about land-based education. We're always in a classroom, and so I think it's important that when we get the opportunities to learn about land-based education, that we take them and we treat it with respect, and really try to take responsibility and do all that we can. But yeah.
I would like to let the participants know that Prarthana Prakriti, they are racialized people of color youth, and they got the opportunity to make friendship with Sukita during this summer camp. It's just around 2 weeks ago. They were in the same camp, and they got the opportunity to learn from Sukita and from her community. And we met their parents and grandparents. So it was a big opportunity. But many racialized youth, they do not get this kind of opportunity. So actually, I have posted a question in the chat that what advice would you give to other young people from racialized communities who want to become more involved in climate activism? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I have some thoughts about it. Is the advice I would give is that like I said, you can do so much with your mind. Is that really it's just a simple answer, really. If you really want to put your mind to it, please do put your mind to it. Get your body active. And also pray for that pray for those opportunities that you'll hopefully get in the future. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any more questions from anyone else? I don't want to ask all the questions. Or from Sukita or from Prarthana Prakriti, do you have any question to this wider audience?
Oh, sorry.
I think Erica has a question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask, because I'm so inspired by this summer camp program, what can we do to support more exchanges and activities like this to build those connections and to make a greater community for climate activism for the future? Do you have any thoughts, and also to you, Dr. Chipola, how we can do more to support your ideas?
Maybe I can speak on this. Actually, if Sokita, if Kevin Lewis is there, your father, who is the actually founder member for the land-based camp for the all indigenous, racialized, Black, and settlers. So I would like to request Dr. Kevin Lewis to speak up on land-based camp from his community and how we can it can be open and how the other opportunities. Please, Dr. Kevin Lewis.
Yes, yeah, greetings. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak, and I was learning off of all the interesting talk on climate change. And then, like Sugita said, we had just finished ceremony where and then of course where you had spoken about praying that we're sort of like continue to have that long life on this earth. And those elders that I was praying with and sitting there with, they had prayed that the human being, to be blessed with a long life. But, when we were thinking about climate change now, and with the climate crisis, the heat rising and so on, we see that where we are. The ice becomes unstable in the wintertime. Like my daughter had said, seeing bears sort of out of hibernation when they're not supposed to be, and so on. So we're starting to see that up here as well. And when that happens, it worries us as well, because we're not going to see that long life if we continue doing what we're doing. And so all of us have to change. All of us have a part in this. And she had talked a little bit about the web of life as well. And when we're praying in our ceremonies in here, and you saw this with your whole family when you'd come up, the two-legged, this earthling, this human being, we don't pray to that only. And in fact, we give thanks to everything that we need here on earth to give us that long life, like the sun, the water, the water beings, the rain, clean drinking water, wind, clean wind, and then all of those beings that took pity on us to give us clothing, to give us, hats, to give us mitts to wear in our climate zone, right? So, and it gets plus 30 Celsius here, but on the flip side, in a few months, it becomes minus 30, minus 40. So, so we have to acclimatize using fur, just like this hat here. Sugita was talking about a hat. Look at my fur hat here, right? There's that kind of blurring there, but we also have footwear that we wear as well, like moccasins that keep our feet warm, and our relatives, when they're going out on the land, harvesting fish or harvesting whatever it is to keep us alive, those animals and those feathered beings we see affected in this climate change. So again, when we try to when we think sustainably, we're also starting to do a lot more gardening, and then also gardening in the summertime, or in the wintertime, I mean, when it's minus 30, but using hydroponics, using that type of technology to feed ourselves, and then to make sure that we're eating well for our minds, eating well for our spirits, and of course our bodies that are going to get us through maybe hopefully into our 80s, 90s, and possibly hundreds, right? And I'm not old, but I have seen old people that I took pictures with. My late great grandfather lived to 106. I had another late great grandmother that lived over 100, and then another old lady, Trache, that was over 100 years old. So the new assessment now is based on those elders' teachings, and then what we heard in the ceremonies and what we're seeing now. How do we adapt? How do we adopt different ways of doing things and being to age well? That's our new goal. And I think that should be an assessment for all of us all around, and just amazing, beautiful speakers, knowledge keepers that I've seen throughout the day today. And many prayers to everybody, many prayers to you, Ranjan, and your family. And I love you guys. Kasagit Nan, we love what you do, and we'll continue our part. And I think, I don't know where this quote came from, but what we're doing is we're acting locally but thinking globally. I'm not sure where that quote came from, but I heard it and it just stuck in there. And that's exactly what this camp is, what our home fire looks like, and that's what our work is about.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kevin Lewis. I think we are very fortunate that we have heard your voice and the way you shared your knowledge along with your daughter. It's a big gift for this segment. Now, I think I do not have a lot of time in my hand, but still I would like to encourage one more question, if there is anyone. If not, then I think, yeah, go ahead.
Maybe
Yeah.
last minute, I can take the opportunity to thanks everyone to bringing this land-based perspective, which has been missing from long time for climate policy. So, Sokita Partana Pokiti, I would like to request as one of the editor for our upcoming book to contribute on this together, because we need to build a community, stronger young community, those who had to take the lead, because we are we are the generation who make all the mess. So we need to build a strong community with community that you are creating, and also giving the opportunity as a settler, racialized settler for us, that understanding we all have responsibility. So thank you all.
Yes, yes, thank you so much, Ranjan, for your words. And also, I would say that the online community we have created here, we are very fortunate or blessed that we have this community in our life. And all the presenters who have presented today, or all the participants, those who have listened to us, I consider all of them as our relatives, and I hope we will be in touch, and we will keep doing what we need to do, and we will collaborate with each other in future. So now I would like to go for reading and waving indigenous signs with Western signs. And I don't see Muriel. Are you here?
Yes, I'm on.
Vanessa.
Yes, I'm on here. Yeah.
Great, great. Yeah, Muriel Billard, I would like to request you to take it over and to moderate this session. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and all the presenters.
Yes, so thank you very much. Yeah, this time I'm gonna invite my panel to share their screens. Take yourself off of screen. I'm gonna introduce them as I see them. Paul McDonald, Jose Arias Bustamante, Keith Chalk, and Ian Napish. Are you on there?
I'm here.
Okay, Ian, Keith, Paul,
Keith is here.
Jose.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're all
great.
here.
Okay, so we have 4 panel members that are going to be talking, and I'm going to be the moderator for the session. We have Paul McDonald, who's the director of the Indigenous Science Division, and we have Dr. Jose Arias Bustamante, acting senior policy advisor. We have Dr. Keith Chalk, who's the senior advisor, and we have Ian Napish, the policy analyst, and these are all within the Indigenous Science of ECCC, Environment and Climate Change Canada. So I'm going to give each one about 7 minutes to do their presentation. And then at the end, we're going to have a question and answer period. And we also have a video that we're going to show. And I just want to remind the audience that if you need a translation, Wordly is available. And then at the end of a session, you can raise your hand when you want to ask a question. So at this time, I'm going to ask Paul McDonald to start his presentation. And welcome, Paul. Now you can give yourself a brief introduction.
Great, watch everyone. Miigwech Merle. Jose is going to share the slides for me. So while he's doing that, just want to let people know, the translators know, I will be delivering this presentation in English. So again, my name is Paul McDonald. I'm a member of the Moose Cree First Nation. I'm joining you today from Labrador in northeastern Canada, which is homeland of Innu and Inuit. I'm the Director of Environment and Climate Change Canada's Indigenous Science Division. For context, just to give you a little bit of background on our department, Environment and Climate Change Canada is the lead federal department for a wide range of environmental issues, so including preservation and enhancement of the quality of the natural environment, including water, air, soil quality, renewable resources, including migratory birds and species at risk, meteorology, forecasting weather conditions, and providing detailed meteorological information and warnings to all of Canada. And as our name would suggest, clean growth and climate change. So today I'm pleased to introduce the Indigenous Science Division. It was created in January of 2022, so we are a relatively new team at ECCC, which is what I'm going to say instead of trying to spill out Environment Climate Change Canada every time. And the team is still growing. Indigenous Science Division is an Indigenous-led team, placing value on the lived experience, as well as institutional training and work experience of Indigenous employees. The division aims to bring an Indigenous science lens to all of Environment and Climate Change Canada's programs and policies. So, what is Indigenous science? I would, first of all, characterize Indigenous science as animate. So, it's alive, right? So it's not something that's static. It's a culturally specific method of accumulating knowledge. So with that in mind, we're building the division with Indigenous diversity in mind. So distinctions based, and in Canada includes First Nations, Inuit, Métis, but we're also considering geographic diversity as well as other things. And you'll see from introductions today that the ISD team members are distributed across Canada. It's holistic. So unlike a lot of programs in our department, we're not tied to one specific program or legislation. We can take that holistic environmental approach to how we do our business, and considering, of course, humans as part of the ecosystem. And of course, we like to note that it is distinct. It's a methodological knowledge system that predates contact with Europeans and their ways of knowing. Next slide, please, Jose. So how do we apply this? So Indigenous Science Division employs a framework of bridging, braiding, and weaving Indigenous science with Western science. The bridging brings awareness and appreciation between the different ways of knowing and aims to make the two strands equal. Braiding brings the two distinct knowledge systems together, and weaving sees one knowledge system complementing the other. Ensuring Indigenous perspectives are part of the issue identification, priority setting, information gathering, and analysis, decision-making, like the whole process. So I would say this graphic is helpful, but I think the best way to illustrate this approach is by highlighting several Indigenous Science Division initiatives. Next slide, thank you. So we have several ISD team members you can see on your screen here today. They're going to walk you through a few of these initiatives, and afterwards there will be time for more questions. So at this time, I'm going to stop talking and hand off to the team, and we'll start with Indigenous ethics. So I will hand off to Jose. Miigwech, Nekamik.
Thank you, Paul, for passing me the torch. Hi, everyone. I'm Jose Arias Bustamante. I'm a mestizo researcher originally from Chile, and now I live and work in the unceded and ancestral territories of the Musqueam Nation in so-called British Columbia, Canada. And today, as part of the projects that the Indigenous Science Division is working on, I'm gonna walk you briefly through the Indigenous ethics file. I want to acknowledge all the knowledge keepers and elders that work with us through this project, and also the team that is working behind this, Dr. Merobal and Nabich, who are in the call, Dr. Christian Artuso, Richard MP, and me, Jose Arias, who is delivering the presentation today. So yes, just to put the context on the study and the project that we are working on, the main idea is to address how an Indigenous animal care framework could be formed. This is in the context of Environment and Climate Change Canada, where there are several teams that are working in collaboration with communities and doing field work, for instance, collecting data, going into the communities. And the main objective of the study was migratory birds. But of course, once we started working on the project, that expanded to other relatives too. So wildlife and other relatives. We also recognize that the extraordinary diversity of cultures, language, and worldviews of indigenous in North America, which make developing a singular framework very challenging. So we are aware of that. We cannot cover all different indigenous knowledge systems in worldviews. We also recognize the impact of genocide since colonization systemic racism that is still embedded across our society. So in that context, some knowledge keepers might not share some of the experiences and knowledge. So there's some knowledge that we don't actually share. Knowledge sharing in indigenous cultures comes with many different traditional protocols, and the application to a hierarchy framework might be also challenging. So this is our small effort to bring that into all of them. These are some of the details and methods on what we have done so far. We had in September last year, a virtual sharing circle with 5 indigenous knowledge keepers, just as a scoping exercise to set us up for an in-person gathering, which happened also last year in Winnipeg. This work has been guided by a 3-tier and informed consent, and also the OCAD principles of ownership. So the whole process has an ongoing consent that is evolving and might change at any time when knowledge keepers decide to. During these events, we recorded all the interventions, and then we transcribed that into text. Unfortunately, as previous presentations mentioned, this is how the Western approach worked a little bit. We have to transform the oral into text in order to systematize and be able to report. We are also aware of the limitations that brings into translating and transferring knowledge. So in that context, we also go back to indigenous knowledge holders and elders to review and seek that ongoing consent of what they have been sharing. After that comes the process of systematizing all the knowledge that was shared with us. And so we have been doing a lot of coding, which is just categorizing the different bits of knowledge into bigger themes. And the final stage would be to draft a report in collaboration with the indigenous knowledge holders and elders, seek their feedback and get their approval. And also in the longer run, create recommendations to guide how research is being done within our department, Environment and Climate Change Canada. Some of the preliminary results that I'm going to share today very briefly are the discussion on ethics, then the impacts and influences of Western worldviews, urbanization, Western science and education, and also the relationship with government, and what could be a path forward. For the first part, the discussion on ethics led us to say that there's no word for ethics in indigenous languages, but what come up as a very important part is respect for everything, respect for life. Everything is alive, and that animals and migratory birds are relatives. And part of that is important also reciprocal values. And within that, being thankful for what our relatives share with us was an important value. Also, breaking protocols has consequences. And in that part, the discussion went from who is making or who is imposing those consequences. And the important part was is the community. This is community-based. The decision making is under the community, and they are going to define what is actually ethical. And also respect is taught, and that's happens through teachings. And I really appreciate the previous panel because land-based teachings are central to transferring this respect that indigenous peoples have for all their relatives. But there is that connection to the land that has been taught throughout the whole session and in different panels has interrupted and disrupted by colonialism and colonization, and imposition of Western worldviews. And within our context, Western science and education and the approach that we take to confront different challenges, and how in one of the previous panels too also mentioned how that frames our mindsets and how we interact that have created a huge disconnection. And there is a huge role of extractive industries in that connection too, and destruction of an impact on all of other relatives like forest, wildlife, migratory birds, and so on. And also we as a women, we have a huge role here. We're trying to set this framework in order to amend that. So in moving forward, some of the concepts that came up as a recommendation from the indigenous knowledge keepers and elders is that building trust is super important. And to build that trust, it's very important that research teams like us follow community protocols and people protocols that we respect indigenous data sovereignty, especially how we treat the knowledge that they are sharing with us, acknowledgement of indigenous knowledge keepers, also citing indigenous knowledge holders and keepers and elders in the work that we are doing. Treating indigenous peoples as experts, and that means that there has to be an equal collaboration in the projects that in governments and academics too are carrying out, hiring local indigenous peoples to support research teams, hiring also indigenous local peoples to teach younger people, also building alliances and working together hand in hand, sharing the space. Sitting down and discussing responsibilities was an important part too. And here they highlight also the importance of listening, because they mentioned that for a long time they have not been listening. They have been telling, and we have here in the previous panel still, they are the ones in the ground seeing the changes in the environment, seeing all the impacts from extractive industries, but the government hasn't listened. So we have to listen and also provide enough time for them to speak. And this also ties up with like longer frameworks. And representation, this just means including indigenous voices at different levels of discussion, which is also tied up to the previous point. I'm just gonna stop here, just reminiscent of the time. Thank you so much for listening, Miigwech. Muchas gracias.
Miigwech, Jose. I'm going to pass it over to Keith Chalk now.
Hi, Nakumik, Jose, Merle. I'm just trying to get my screen up and running. And while I'm doing that, I just wanted to say how much I really enjoyed the, can you hear me first off? You can? Okay. I just want to say how much I enjoyed the youth presentations on the land-based education programs. I was lucky enough growing up. My father was a hunter and trapper and fisherman, and he brought me out into the country a lot growing up. And that's part of the reason I decided to study environmental sciences and become an ecologist. And, you know, it's one of the things I missed since I moved away from home just a few years ago, was that connection to the land. And in our presentation on weather workshop, that was one of the overwhelming messages we heard from all the knowledge holders, was this deep connection to the environment and the land. And I think a program like that, education, land-based education program, is a great thing. And I was really grateful to learn from them. So I'm just trying to press begin here, and you can see my screen, can you?
Yeah, we can see it.
So Atili, hi, welcome, greetings. Nakumik, thank you for joining us today. My name is Keith Chalk. I'm Labrador Inuit, mixed descent European, but I grew up in a traditional family in Labrador, and as I said, I spent a lot of time out on the land with my parents, learning about our culture and history. I currently work for Environment Canada, Merle was our director when she hired me a few years ago, and Paula is our director now, and I really appreciate working with them both, as well as Jose. I'm in Canada. I'm currently in Napanee, Ontario, which is Tyne-Denaga Mohawk territory. And I just need to move some things on my screen here so I can see. So we had a weather workshop last fall, which we hosted in Ottawa, and we brought together Indigenous knowledge keepers from across Canada, Indigenous knowledge holders. There was a small group we met in person. They were from different Indigenous groups from different parts of Canada. So it was very interesting to hear some of the differences between the regions, but also some of the similarities in what they're observing and some of the knowledge that they had. The goal of our workshop was to understand weather science, Indigenous weather science, but also environmental change. And we wanted to identify areas for future investigation, including bridging, braiding, and weaving Indigenous and Western scientific knowledge. We discussed a number of different topics during our workshop. The knowledge holders were very generous in sharing their information with us. I learned so much. And I won't be able to discuss it all here today, but the three topics I will cover here are the weather prediction, some of the weather prediction information we heard, some of the messages we heard around climate change, and also severe weather. And we went through a big process before we even began the workshop of getting informed consent. So the knowledge holders are co-authors on all the products that we will produce and are producing. We hope to have a paper out by this time next year, and they retain ownership of all their information, and they can rescind their permissions at any time. But by all messaging so far, and we're in regular communication with them, they've been very happy to participate and share their knowledge and share that with future generations so that they can learn from some of their experiences. So in terms of weather prediction, we heard quite a bit about this. I can't go into it all. We just don't have time. But one of the things we heard was that for each of the groups and individuals, the environment is more than just a single thing. It's all connected. It's connected to each other, the different parts. Water is connected to the air is connected to the land is connected to the animals and the fish and the birds, and that's connected to the people, and it's all connected to their spirituality and their health and their physical well-being. That was really important messaging that they wanted to share. But we did dive deeply into some aspects of weather prediction. And one of the overwhelming messages we heard, regardless of where people were, was that there's lots of environmental signs that can be used to predict the weather if you have the right training and the right experience. Most of that training occurs on the land while you're out hunting and trapping and that type of thing. And you can learn to read a lot of environmental signs to help you tell what weather is coming. A lot of the information we heard dealt with animal behavior in particular, or animal presence and absence. I picked out a couple here just to highlight. We heard about how certain bird species can change their behavior, and that could indicate that bad weather is coming, or that certain animals, their body condition will change if the weather is going to be cold that winter. And we try to understand why that might be. Birds could be cueing in on barometric pressure changes in the atmosphere. Species like buffalo could be cueing in on other things that make them eat more food or behave differently, that allow them to build a better reserve of body fat, knowing that the winter will be cold. We also talked a fair amount about climate change. Climate change came up in every session that we had, regardless what the session was. We did have specific sessions on climate change. Some of the stuff we heard with respect to climate change were that traditional activities are being impacted. Seal hunting was one that stood out in particular, but there were many others. There, we heard that in the springtime, as the springs are getting warmer with climate change, ice conditions are getting more variable. It's harder to predict safe ice travel, which makes it more difficult to get out to go seal hunting. In turn, that same weather pattern is impacting animal behavior. Seals are changing how they're doing their birthing now, because the snow and the ice conditions are changing, and that's so important to how they give birth. So climate change is impacting both of those types of things, and that was really interesting to hear. We also heard concerns about the interaction between environmental change and industrial development, and how these can interact with each other and lead to other changes like runoff and soil erosion and a number of things like that. And generally speaking, we heard that climate change is having a significant impact on community resilience, especially individual and community health. And there was a number of reasons for that, and they vary depending on what the particular change was or what aspect of health you wanted to look at. And unfortunately, we just don't have time to go into all that. But the overwhelming message was that people are being impacted, that climate change is occurring, and that they're seeing real changes out on the land. Another topic we discussed was severe weather. And this was also related to climate change. They feel strongly this is one of the major elements of climate change, is that severe and unusual weather events are increasing, and that many Indigenous communities in Canada, regardless of where they're located, are vulnerable to severe weather events. And these weather events themselves can lead to other emergencies. So really warm, dry summers can lead to forest fires, or warm, wet springs can lead to flooding. And, this can have secondary effects like the loss of community power supply. People had to be evacuated for any number of reasons, whether it's flooding or forest fires or what have you. Or you could have an ice event that knocks off a power station, and therefore electricity is lost in a community, these types of things. And the infrastructure in some of the communities is not very good. There's some of the poorer communities in Canada, which then leads to the final point here, is that Indigenous communities often have less resources, making emergency response difficult. So a lot of times they have inadequate tools or lack of equipment to combat emergencies. Some communities don't, have very limited number of fire trucks or firefighting supplies. There's also issues around shelter and food when there is displaced people. So we heard, and we had the session last year just after the fires in the Northwest Territories last year, and so it was really fresh on people's minds. And again, this summer as well, we've seen evacuations and from different parts of the boreal forest region, right? So it impacts a lot of different communities. And I think that's I have a short presentation that brings me pretty much to the end of it. I didn't feel we had the ability to go in any deeper than this, so I just want to probably pass it over to Ian next. And I'll stop my share and just want to say, Nukumik, thank you for listening today, and I'm looking forward to some questions at the end of the session. And again, Nukumik, Miigwech.
Thank you, Keith. Ian, if you wanna, yeah, okay, great. Ian Napish.
Right, Miigwech, can you hear me? Yep. Okay, sweet. Bonjour. Je bima dizig. Ian Napish Nindijnakaz, Magizi Sagigan, Ontario, Canada, Nindunji, Ottawa, Ontario, Ninda Nongum, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Inda Noki. My name is Ian Napish. I come from Miigwech Sagigan First Nation in Ontario, Treaty 3 area. And I'm currently working in unceded traditional territory of Algonquin people in Ottawa, Ontario, and I work at Environment and Climate Change Canada. And today I'll be speaking to you about the Voices of Indigenous Science seminar series, which is a series put on by the Indigenous Science Division at Environment and Climate Change Canada, ECCC. So, hold on a minute. Just a little bit about the series. Voices, or Indigenous Voices, was successfully launched on May 7th, 2022 as part of Indigenous Awareness Week. And the goal of this series was to elevate and amplify the voices of Indigenous scientists and academics. It was also to learn about real-world applications of Indigenous science from our guest speakers. And it was to inspire attendees to learn why Indigenous science is important and to acknowledge and include in Canadian research and policy. So, and we also wanted to challenge preconceived notions that Indigenous knowledge of science is old and static. And we want to affirm that it is Indigenous science is constantly evolving in an ever-growing methodological knowledge system. And we wanted to make new ways of knowing and being in science. So, and a little bit about the series. The format is a 1-hour presentation given by our speaker, followed by a 30-minute Q&A, moderated by yours truly. And the sessions are held every Wednesday of the month from 2 to 3:30 Eastern time. And the series this year runs from September to March of 2024 to 2025. And at the beginning of the year, we changed the name of the series to Voices of Indigenous Science to better reflect the nature of the series. And we do have live interpreters who translate from English to French for our French viewers. And last September, we kicked off the 2023 season with Dr. Yolanda Lopez, who is an Indigenous Mayan from Yucatan, Mexico. And she spoke about weaving Mayan science with Western science to get a holistic understanding of underground water systems in her traditional territory. And each speaker brought a wide array of real-world applications. And last season, we had Dr. Deborah McGregor, Inuyak Sudlovnik, Dane D'Souza. And yeah, each speaker brought a wide array of applications of Indigenous science in regards to conservation, environmental justice, geology, and cultural fire. We also brought in Jamie Snook, Jeanette Armstrong, Dr. Jeanette Armstrong, Dr. Melinda Adams, and Jana Whale. Some hot topics in Indigenous science that were discussed was Dane D'Souza. He spoke about revitalizing Indigenous cultural burning to help Métis communities adapt and become resilient to climate change. Since, as you may know, Indigenous communities are disproportionately impacted by the effects of climate change, such as increase in frequency of wildfire. Excuse me, Melinda Adams spoke about revitalizing Indigenous cultural burning in Indigenous communities in Kansas, Arizona, and Northern California in her traditional territory. And she studies how soil composition is impacted by cultural burning. So they get into some pretty cool science. Speaking of cool science, Inuyak Sudlovnik is from Nunavut, and she spoke about braiding Inuit Kauyimaya with Western science in her research to study beluga whale health in the Arctic. And she worked with two different Inuit communities to collaborate on research that benefit both her and the community. And Jamie Snook came in and spoke about co-management as a tool to conserve fisheries and wildlife in Labrador between Indigenous peoples and the federal, provincial governments. And initially, the series was targeted towards Environment and Climate Change Canada employees. Since the series began, we've seen an increase of engagement from a diverse array of internal and external participants, such as provincial government, NGOs, NIOs, whole bunch of people coming in to view it. It's been really good. And the last point I want to make is that we want to make sure that we are respecting the data rights of the speakers, since they sometimes share data that is sensitive in nature to the community or the individual. Speakers are given the right to withdraw consent anytime. Speakers retain sole ownership of the recordings. And this is in line with the free, prior, and informed consent as outlined by the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And yeah, thank you for listening, Miigwech. And if you want to be added to the mailing list, you can email this email right here, and we'll send you the details of the next Indigenous Voices meeting. Miigwech. I'll paste that in chat too.
Miigwech Ian. Great. We've heard from all the speakers, and now we're going to have a short clipping of the Indigenous Clam Gardens video that was done by our team, the Indigenous Science team. So I'm not going to show the full thing because it's more than 12 minutes long, I believe, and we don't have the time. But I'll get one of the panel to put the link on in the chat if you want to see the full screen. So I'm going to share the screen and we're going to watch the Clam Gardens video. This is not working. Wait. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I apologize. I checked this out before. Hold on.
Hey, Merle.
Do you hear the video on here?
We don't. So
Oh, okay.
if you exit share screen mode, and then you can send it to me if you'd like me to play it.
Can I get one of the panel members that quickly put it in chat? And yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's going to be in the chat. If you can share it, we can watch 5 minutes of it or something. Yeah. Okay. I apologize. I thought I had it.
Would you like me to play it starting at any certain time?
Yes. You can just start from the start of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Did you get the link?
Yes, I'm just trying to.
Okay. Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. Is everyone seeing it?
No, I can't see it.
Oh, there's no sound.
Clam garden, or what we say in our language, language, Lohiwe, which means place of rolling rocks, are where our ancestors, our people, actually took larger rocks from higher up on the beach and they rolled them down to that lower intertidal zone. So they knew, they had an understanding that clams liked that nice low intertidal zone between 0.8 and 1.5 meters.
We can hear the
high.
sound, but there's no
And if
picture
you
now.
rolled it down,
There you
it would
go.
essentially
Yeah.
raised rock wall, which would be filled in, that was level with that ideal habitat for clams, which then could increase productivity and be more accessible land for them to harvest clams. GIYSCC Nugwa Gavin. Hi, my name is Gavin Woodburn. I am a Quaker First Nation member, Gayuchin Lach Nasinuch, which is actually where we are. I am a research assistant student for the Indigenous Science Division at Environment and Climate Change Canada, and currently leading my own Lohiwe clam garden project.
Nugwaam Manmathila. I'm the chief of Quaker First Nation. Been in my position for 35 plus years now. I inherited this position from my grandfather, who was a past previous hereditary chief of Quaker. I, seen a lot of changes over the years in regards to how management is done within our territories, how we relate to government. Happy to see this project proceed, and it creates a lot more opportunities, I think, for not only Quaker but other nations. We've done a lot of projects within our territories over the years, and this is just another step in identifying what is happening on our land, where there's forestry, fisheries, and other environmental issues.
On these clam gardens, we've been working to understand them by doing quadrat studies and placing 5 quadrats along the beach and digging 30 centimeters deep to see how many clams are there. From there, we can get a rough understanding of how many clams might be on the beach, and likewise, we pair that with a GPS survey going around the perimeter of the beach, taking beach levels, heights, that match the tide, so we can then begin to understand how much clams or how much food is actually on these clam gardens, and likewise, how much food could there be on these clam gardens based on the size of them.
Essentially, and be sorting through all of the sediment that we dig out. So we fill this little tray up with water that we can put the clams in that we find, and if we want to start digging, you could dig into the trays, and then somebody can sort through the sediment that's in the tray, the big tray. So yeah, you can just worrying about clams.
Maybe we can stop it.
No.
I think we want to go into the question and answer now. Sorry.
You can probably loosen it up with the shovel, and then just get it in here, and just kind of, get it here, and then look through it.
Yeah, so I think we're going to go into the question and answer now. We had 4 presenters who did very good presentations. So I'm going to ask the audience if they want to ask any questions, or if you want to type any question, or if you want to ask, raise your hand. Erica, and then Ranjan.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the excellent shares. I put a question in the chat to you, Keith, learning more about braided knowledge and how products could be contextualized or improved by the braided knowledge, particularly for populations in remote or mountainous areas of Canada, and how alerts might be better tuned or given further in advance because of the challenges to preparing. Thank you.
Hi, Erica. Yeah, thanks for the question. I saw it there. I didn't know if I was supposed to wait till this section to answer it or answer it in a text. So I'm glad you asked it again. So maybe just to back up a bit about the weather workshop and the way the session works. So Merle and I were there as moderators, and we did what we call really soft-handed guiding of the sessions. And this these questions that you brought never really came up. We were talking more about actual specific methods to predict weather as opposed to like how to improve weather prediction methods. So our workshop was a scoping session. I could see this as something that we'll do down the road. That said, we did talk about how knowledge could be braided, but not with respect to weather forecasting. There was a number of examples there. So when we use the term braiding, we're trying to maybe hear the information, you know, it's bridged to us, we're made aware of it, and then we try to interpret it from both an indigenous and a scientific lens. So some of the examples that they shared were obviously from an indigenous perspective. So then our role then as Environment Canada and maybe Western trained scientists was try to bring a scientific perspective to that knowledge that was shared. So we heard some weather prediction methods that were provided to us, and we tried to braid that with Western science, but none of it dealt with improving weather alerts. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Can I respond really quickly? Because I think it would be a lot of typing otherwise.
Yeah.
I just wanted to offer, I used to be at the U.S. National Science Foundation in the Arctic program, and we funded some time ago observations of snow, ice, weather, and it was all in Inuktitut, and it was all reflecting, you know, sort of traditional observations, you know, so not, you know, metered observations kind of thing. I have since left, but I didn't know how that was potentially integrated, but it was certainly made available for those communities to be able to use as they wanted. So thank you.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Again, we that never came up during our session, so I was just reporting on what we heard during our workshop. But it sounds like really valuable information. I'm sure I think that's one thing that exists. There is a lot of indigenous knowledge out there that's been collected over the years, and indigenous science, and it's all kind of hasn't been centralized anywhere. So it kind of pops up and then disappears and pops up and disappears. So it'd be great to kind of make some type of repository like that for those past efforts, I think.
Great, thank you, Keith. The next one is Ranjan and then Larissa.
I would like to thanks for that presentation. It's so critical for during this climate crisis. So I'm teaching land-based learning at Mount Royal University in Calgary. When I'm teaching, there is no resources. So the work you are doing, also the work we are doing, it needs lots of resources. So how do you see the hopes to involving creating the space in future? Because there are lots of barriers that we are currently having. So how do you see in your work some of the hopes that we can adopt?
Maybe I will get each one to answer that because I think it touches on each one. Maybe start with Ian, Jose, Keith, and Paul.
Sorry, the question was, what hopes do we see in Indigenous science?
No, Indigenous science has hopes. It's, of course, it's already proven. It doesn't need proof anymore from the Western science. I'm just saying, wondering how we can implement within our youth, because we don't have that much resources. How you see that you work, you can be, you are taking it further. It's a big question. You don't need to answer it now if you can.
Jose, could you answer that? I need to think about it for a second.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in while you guys are collecting your thoughts. I think it's
Yeah.
at least from the resources angle. I mean, part of what the division, Indigenous Science Division, is trying to do is, as I mentioned, like make those strands. If you think back to that graphic, make those strands equal in weight. And as you mentioned, historically, the Indigenous science, the Indigenous strand has not been as well resourced as the other strands. So we are trying to bring a little bit of equality to that. I mean, what's our role in that? It's something we have to work towards improving. I think internally within the department, we're doing this in a couple of ways. If we're just talking about just building capacity, so one for bringing Indigenous employees into the department. So even the way that we model the division in terms of how we structure the division, it's about not just recruiting Indigenous employees, but setting a path forward for retaining them and helping them to succeed within the department, and just making sure that lived experience, those land-based educations, are that diversity is brought into the decision making and informing all the programs and policies in the department. I'd say more than that is also that education aspect for non-Indigenous people who haven't had that, lived experience in that Indigenous context, bringing awareness, sharing our examples, and just helping them understand and appreciate the different knowledge systems so they can see how the two can work together. And then I think another part, maybe more directly to your questions about, resources and how do we do that. So we, as a division, we don't really have like a funding program per se, but we're a division about 15 employees, but we're in a department of well over 7,000 employees. So there are other programs that do have like funding components or training components or in-house expertise. And those are the kind of linkages that we try to make when we're working with communities, and they bring forward their needs and the way that they want to work. So I think that's kind of what we're trying to work through when we develop these ongoing relationships with the communities. But I won't go too much more into that. Maybe other people have collected a few more thoughts that they can share on that question. Miigwech.
Yeah, thank you. Keith, Ian, or Jose, you wanna add something?
Yeah, I mean, I could maybe add something. But before I do, my system has become really unstable here. My screen is flashing. Am I the only one this is occurring to? I'm not sure if it's a local issue or if everyone else is experiencing it. Anyone have a flashing screen here? I can see like a.
You need to check your batteries, or if you connected.
Okay, I'm plugged in. I should be fine battery wise. But in terms of maybe get to the question, I think when I joined the division, Merle had kind of established a framework of bridging, braiding, and weaving, and so the bridging is making people aware of different knowledge systems, right? So Western scientists become aware of Indigenous science, and in some cases, Indigenous people may become aware of Western science. The braiding is when they kind of work together to try to understand from different perspectives, and then the weaving is when you integrate them from beginning to end. So like my hope is that we'll see more and more projects where Indigenous people are not just used in the field, which has been common in the past, but they're used in study design. They're part of the field program or whatever, the implementation of the scientific program, and also involved in the analysis and interpretation of the data, and ultimately the writing and or whatever that information then is used for, whether it's influencing policymakers or decision makers, whether it's climate change policy or planning. So I to me, that's kind of what I see as a hope for and a role for the Indigenous Science Division, is to help elevate Indigenous science, maybe help interpret it to people who are not Indigenous, who may not be aware of it, and maybe to develop new programs that don't exist right yet. And again, as Paul said, we're a very new division, and we're still working through our own projects here now and trying to identify what we'll do next. So I'm looking forward to the next steps for sure.
Great, thank you. Ian or Jose, if you want to add, but that's okay. We can go to the next question. Quickly, Ian, Jose, yes, no?
Yeah, I can just mention quickly, following like Paul and Keith, the work that we are doing. Like there's a lot of breaking down barriers and pushing boundaries to the work that we are doing, because as I mentioned before, there's still like systemic barriers that are within the system that difficult or make our work difficult. So we're trying to show by example how we do research and how we push those boundaries. Like, and in doing so, there is a lot of, as Keith mentioned, kind of not teaching, but showing people how research could be done in a good way. And still, I noticed that there is a lot of lack of funding to do these kind of projects, but it's work in progress. And also, there is this under the UN Declaration Act that is kind of a roadmap for all the departments across the government on how to implement the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights. But also within that, a specific request to incorporate indigenous science across the projects that we are doing. So we are getting a lot of like requests and consultations, and we are getting involved in collaboration with different teams. And so that's why it's so important to keep the work going.
Great. We have one more question. Larissa?
Yes, sure. I will be very quick. Thank you. First, I second everything that Erica touched upon, and I will follow up with Erica because it looks like we're on the same page in many different directions. So thank you, Erica. I would love to have this discussion, but we simply don't have time at this point. Thank you for the whole group from Canada for an outstanding presentation. I am with NASA Global Education. I'm also from Unitarian New York as a teaching faculty, and I'm also sitting on the board of a journal for science policy and governance in Washington, D.C. So having said all of these magic words, I would like to ask you, since you had one of the interesting speakers, all speakers were fantastic, but one of the featured speakers in your workshop was Dane D'Souza, if I'm pronouncing his name right. He was a policy advisor, and I was just wondering if he could possibly, if you could, any of you, if you could share a little bit sort of which direction these policy discussions went at your workshop, if you would be able to really, at least very briefly, to really point us into the right direction where you're going with this. So thank you very much again. Outstanding work.
Ian?
Yeah, so Dane D'Souza joined us in February of this year, I believe. And he specifically said that he did not want to disclose or be affiliated with his organization within the presentation, just as, you know, he did for legal issues. But he was working for a Métis government and in policy, and his research, he talked about, again, mitigating, working with communities to revitalize that cultural burning aspect that was lost from, you know, a loss of knowledge in colonialism. So he really, yeah, he was, sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts. I need time to think.
No, I can help you. Let's make it a little bit easier for you. So let's just, yeah, I completely understand the sensitivity of representation, of course. But just very briefly to really, if any of you can share your thoughts, from your perspective, how far are we from critical mass that will really bring us to the changing policies? Where are we in this? Are we stuck in really just the descriptive stage, sort of this is bad and this is bad and this doesn't work and this doesn't work? Where are we in terms of, and I apologize, my first training, I am a professional engineer. So, okay, what are we going to do about this? Where are we with that? Again, I'm not asking any official statements or government representation, just your personal thought. How far are we from that critical mass? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just let you jump in, the four of you. Okay.
Yeah, if I can quickly share my experience, because I'm based on British Columbia. I did my PhD at GIYSCC in the here in Vancouver, and there is a lot of with the past, with all the impacts of that were mentioned from climate change, wildfires, flooding, and so on. There is a lot of work that is being done from academia in collaboration with indigenous nations, particularly focusing on cultural burning and fire stewardship. And I think that that's gaining a lot of momentum, especially because we have examples in front of us, like hundreds of millions of hectares being burned by wildfires. And we know that this comes from policies that have suppressed fire or cultural burnings. Indigenous people have used cultural burning for thousands of years, just to improve their lands, to take care of the forest, to manage infestations in the forest. So they are demonstrating, like they are working in collaboration with indigenous nations. These examples are from BC, but there are other examples from across Canada on the importance of cultural burning and how can get the landscape, the forest more resilient towards the impacts of climate change, but also to these large wildfires. And yeah, and that was part of the presentation that Dane shared on his personal experience, and also Melinda Adams, she's working on that. And those presentations are also available upon request.
Sure. Great. Thank you very much. If anyone is brave enough to address that question just from the top of your head without any data or any government sensitivity comments or any of those things.
Yes, I think Paul is next.
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe answer that. I'm not sure what critical mass is. I don't think we'll ever get to critical mass because, you know, the environment changes faster than the speed of government, that's for sure. But I would indicate that, you know, I think the reason that we have an Indigenous Science Division is because we need to get there, not because we're there. So I think it's an acknowledgement that there is a lot of distance we have to cover towards getting where we need to be. So, you know, as a division, we've been here for 2 years, but the department has been doing things. There's different program policies, branches, and some are more doing, I think, better than others. I mean, depending on the issues or the challenges. We are seeing some things even in our 2 years in you know, now we're working with communities. They're telling us their priorities, their issues. We're doing initiatives. We're working through these protocols, breaking down those systemic barriers and starting to do things in a way that we want to do things. And we're starting to get information back now, right? So, but then how do you feed that back into the policy? So that's kind of the point where we're at as a division now, is like we're getting the information back. Recognizing we still have a lot to go in terms of building and doing more projects. But even with these examples, like now we're trying to work through these examples. We have practical examples of, you know, how do we take this information that's being shared with us in various forms, which aren't always like not coming in graphs and pie charts and reports, but in many different ways. So how do we take that to inform policies and documents and those kind of things? And that's kind of where we are now. And there's a couple of different examples of how we're trying to do that in a few key areas, like for climate change. If we look at our Climate Science 2050 report, we have a specific chapter in there which talks about Indigenous science. And then some of the other documents we're working on, the approach we're being recommended to do is have it woven more throughout the document. So even how we present it is, we're still trying to work through that. So I think we have a few examples now that we're trying to work through those questions. But I think, again, that's why I'm happy to be part of this division, because we're really right in the middle of that, and, you know, helping so many different programs and policies try to figure out just that question.
Thank you very much. Your answer gives us all some hope. I hope that, you know, at the very beginning of that process, I probably wouldn't say we're halfway through, but at least somewhere in the middle, right? So thank you. Thank you for giving us hope.
Yes, and at that,
that?
there is hope. You want to say something real fast, Ian? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, there's a lot of work being done by Indigenous communities on the ground regarding Indigenous-led conservation areas and fire management, as Dane D'Souza is working on, and environmental justice. And, you know, the work Indigenous Voices, or Voices of Indigenous Science, is the goal of that is to bridge that knowledge of what is happening to our Environment and Climate Change Canada researchers and policy advisors, so that they have a wider array of assets and knowledge to look upon when they're doing their research and working on policy documents and whatnot. So
thank you. Thank you very much. Hats off to everything that you do. Keep doing what you're doing, just doing it faster. We need the results yesterday. So yeah, don't be shy to really say it, what the rest of the world can do to assist you, because what you're doing is truly amazing. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I think at that, I'm gonna thank the panel, each one. You did a great job, and thank you for answering the questions. Thank you, Ian, Kichimigwech, Jose, Kichimigwech, Keith, and Kichimigwech, Paul. Thank you very much. Excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Meryl, for inviting us.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you, Meryl. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Well, thank you so much. I think you still have 5 minutes, but if our student on ICE are ready, I would like to request. Otherwise, we can use these 5 minutes to discuss some of the issues that we just discussed, hopes, and also other contributions. But if students on ICE are ready, please go ahead.
They're not yet on the call, Ranjan.
Okay. So is there any question from this group that we can discuss together? Well, it's a lots of interesting and hopeful and critical discussion that seeing that is happening in the ground, and it's a good time to learning this, bringing this discussion, and also creating the connection once we are done here. So it is a great opportunity to meet here, create the community, and keep going it. So, and on the upcoming book, we are expecting that all of you are going to contribute and take it further, and also making the useful this our connection. So any other issue that we can discuss from any of you? Paul?
I just received an email, Ranjan. They are trying to log in. They're somewhere near Labrador and in the ocean and trying to log in.
Okay, excellent. I like Larissa, your question and the perspective. Most time we talk about the perspective, but it's many times we see the gap, how to do it. But how to do it in the indigenous people, particularly they get it learning from the elders, because the elders and knowledge keeper, they know how to do it because they have been living in the land for a long time, right? So they know the solution. The problem, what I have learned from my own research from last 15 years with the indigenous communities, that we, as a researcher, we do not decolonize ourselves. So that is the main challenge that I have been facing, because we don't know how to decolonize ourselves to learning from the community. So this is the great opportunity to bringing those perspectives, reclaiming it.
They should be in the
Hi,
wait.
Josh. Okay, maybe they are still logging. Larissa, you want to share any perspective on this, that what you have? I think your question is so great and important for the youth that we are here.
Oh, I haven't prepared any official notes or any presentations, but my heart is really in the depth of all of these discussions, to be honest with you. And the most important point from my perspective, none of us can do it alone. So we need policymakers, we need indigenous communities, we need academics, we need corporations, we need nonprofits, we need anyone and everyone who would love to contribute to that. So there is no one group of people can solve it. So Yes, I am honored to represent the Bashkir people, but it just really it's located in a very troubled area, and there is one war after another. So there is an additional challenges to so to speak to those who indigenous communities experiencing in other areas. So, but I think there is nothing that separates us. The small planet of ours, it's really small. If we're not going to really join forces, and if we're not going to find a way to act together, the planet Earth, it's a small rock in the sky. It will be fine without us as a species. So let's just hope that there is, let's just continue to work what we do together to really provide hope for the next generations. Again, the planet of our, it's just really flying in the sky. It's a small rock in the sky, and it will be just fine without human beings. But we want to make sure that more and more generations will enjoy life that we had really privileged to enjoy. So I wouldn't, I probably would not really open any secrets. I'm just repeating what everybody is thinking. But again, I really appreciate learning from each and every one of you. It was a fantastic event, and it's just really amazing how it's possible to really exchange ideas, thoughts, and suggestions when you go across the planet Earth and really connect the dots between all people on Earth. That's really very important. We need to really make sure that this type of events, not once a year, but I don't know, to be honest with you, we need to stay in touch constantly. We need to really do it not only monthly, but maybe weekly, something like this, because it's a very small global community of ours. So we need to really find a way to stay together. So I guess that's my word.
Thank you so much. This is very critical. Student on ICE, if you are here, just give a shout. Waiting. So you brought the very important perspective. This shouldn't be one, but we can use this platform to create the connection. You said it correctly that we are separated, but indigenous people have been doing lots of work. It's not been focused for a long time. So we need to collaborate each other and use this connection to be engaged in other forum as well. One of the perspective that I have learned from my own community, that indigenous people, traditional ways of knowing is so critical for the land rights or land back. So many indigenous community around the world, they are having the issue challenges of the land rights, because if they don't have the land, if we don't have the land, it's very difficult to practice traditional knowledge. And traditional knowledge is not about the past knowledge, it's ongoing sustainable knowledge that the Western knowledge can be benefited from many ways. So that's why the solidarity is so important. For me, I don't believe on allyship, because allyship gives us a choice to be part of it, not to be part of it. But solidarity, that means your problem is our problem, and my problem is also your problem. So I see that we need strong solidarity within the community to reclaim indigenous land rights, reclaim indigenous land based practice to dealing with the climate crisis, because the climate crisis that we are facing is mostly imposed by human created. That we need to understand it first of all. Once we understand that we are participating or creating the problem, then we become responsible. And so and land rights is come very fast. And through this forum, we are also, it is important to we are reclaiming language right, land rights, cultural rights, everything that's interconnected. It's not one versus others. I can see that student on ice. Great to see all of you. Please go ahead. The floor is yours. Great to see you. Student on ice, please. You are muted.
don't think they can unmute themselves. One of the hosts has to unmute them.
Erica, are you here? If you can help them to unmute.
I just sent the request. So they should receive it.
I'd like to go first.
There you go.
Please go ahead. We are looking for it. Then on ice, we can hear your voice. Please go ahead.
We can see you, we can hear you. Please take the floor. We can't wait for you to start your presentation, your talk. We see you clearly, we hear you.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Kim. Thanks so much, Kim. You made the day. Hello, everyone. It's Students and Ice. We're here just outside of Pond in the Nunavut, and I have some here that we're happy to have a bit of a conversation with you all. Should we just jump right into it? Excellent. Great. Yeah. Okay, so Ilya, can you tell me who you are?
I'm Ilya Lozon from Kuchak, Nunavut. I don't know how to add much onto that. I'm named after my grandfather, and so traditionally that means I'm him, or he's me continued.
Excellent. And what brought you to Students on Ice?
I was a part of a policy, like Arctic policy cohort 2 years ago, and like Linda said, once you're in, you're never out. I've been contacted for opportunities from them, which were all so cool and like arguably pretty life-changing, because I went to Anchorage and met someone from India, and then that gave me wild opportunities as well. And then Students on Ice is all coming up with like new things that they email you. Hey, just by the way, we're doing this. By the way, we're doing. And it's always something that's so like youth oriented, yes, but also so relevant to where I live. It's Students on Ice, so cool.
Thanks. And last question for you is, so we've been on expedition since first, and we started in Greenland and went up to several communities, and then we just finished crossing the Davis Strait and are now on the Canadian side and near Pond Inlet. On the days together, what has really stood out for you on expedition?
There are so many things that have stood out to me, whether it's like family, culturally, because we're going through Inuit in the north, and I'm Inuk from Nunavut, so we have so much overlap in our cultures, and that definitely does stand out to me because it is such a huge part of who I am. But I also, like, I'm looking at different landscapes because I know my town inside out, you know, I know what the area around it is. I'm familiar with my region. So going through another region, I'm seeing different inspirations for the stories I grew up on, right? So when I'm looking at the way the mountains are, or the like where I live, like climate change made it so different from what it was when my mom grew up. So when she's talking about how things were when she was growing up, I can't relate. I immediately can't relate. But I'm seeing, because we're going farther up, so the things that were relevant to her, like when she would go out camping, they'd go inland, not necessarily always on the side of, like, not coastal. And when they'd go inland, there'd be ice all year round that they would get their water from. Like her and her siblings would, she's one of the youngest, she'd always be the one who's getting the water. But I would never know what that's like because none of the snow melts by June, you know. And she was still picking up ice on land in September before the snow falls again. And then we were looking at like icebergs. My mom always said that she grew up watching them sink into the bottom of the river, and I like that happens, yeah, but the ice isn't as big as it was, right? So I'm playing a comparison game a lot while I'm here. I'm playing comparison between my upbringing and the stories I grew up on from her upbringing, but then also the stories that she told me about her parents. Like, putting aside also the fact that I'm loving all of the people I'm meeting on this trip. This is so cool. But really, like, I love this trip for me is like playing comparison, especially when it comes to like how the climate is. Just, it's wild.
Next up, we have Cruz. So, Cruz, who are you?
Hey, my name is Cruz Silverboy. I come from the east coast of Canada in one of the Atlantic provinces called Nova Scotia. I live in Cape Breton Island on the reserve called GIYSCC. My people are the Mi'kmaq people, so we're like hunter-gatherers back in the day. We still were, and some still are, but right now there's a little bit of an issue that kind of revolves around like our practices. So there's been a significant decrease in like the moose species. It just canceled the hunt for the Mi'kmaq and people that win the hunting lottery, which kind of trumps our rights in a way. But it's a good cause, but sad that it had to come that way. So right now I do work that sort of protects traditionally significant aquatic species. So this is like the American eels. There was a big, I guess, sort of like I don't know the word, but like people were poaching things called elders, and elders are baby American eels, and they go for a lot of money in the black market, and people would come in to fish them, and that's a significant species still because for the Mi'kmaq people, that's the first meal that you have when you're a baby, and that's the meal you have when you pass as an elder. That's like your, I guess, welcome from the spirit world and your gifts to the spirit world, I guess.
So, can you tell me more about your work?
Yeah, so I do a lot of work also around like nonprofits and climate equity or just anything that's a good cause. So right now I'm on a project. It's called Abomo Mabuti, and that in my language stands for We Help Each Other, and it's a collaborative partnership between a few universities and a municipality in the province, and we kind of work to like do research with some scientists and master's students to protect some species. So some of the previous species that we've covered is American eels, of course, lobsters, which is called juggies in my language. We did some tomcod, and right now we're doing striped bass research, more particularly in juvenile striped bass. There's not a lot of literature on the juvenile striped bass in London, so we're just trying to find out more about them on how we protect their migration routes. Because native people there, we love to ice fish them, and we're not where they're going, and we think it's due to climate change that's affecting their migrating patterns. So I'm also here to learn about climate change. So yeah.
What brought you just to so nice?
Yeah, so like my work in the non-for-profit sector is pretty much tied in here. I work for a company called Clean Company, and they're all about climate equity and like green energy initiatives. So like in Nova Scotia, they'll give you like they'll help you make your home more energy efficient for a very low cost. Like they're a nonprofit, they don't benefit off it. They can do free quotes, so give you like energy efficient light bulbs for free and stuff like that. They also have like solar panel installations. They also install some other things, and they work with like water. But they have a lot of stuff going on. They have a lot of things going on, and they're kind of trying to spread out into protecting Mi'kmaq stuff now, which is awesome. But yeah, right now I work that revolves around my people and protecting our species. And I thought it would be a great opportunity to learn about how climate change affects other cultures and learn about other people, which is good.
Awesome. And so what has stood out for you so far on the mission?
So something I actually learned today was that there's a lot of thick old ice. That's what they called it in the presentation. And for the past 50 years, about 90% of it has been diminished. So it took up about 20% of the Arctic, now it's 10%. So I thought that was like pretty fascinating on how climate change like affected the world that fast.
Absolutely. Thank you. Great. Excellent. Next up, we have Igima.
Hi.
Hi, Igima. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
All right. Hi, my name is Igima Mauricio Rojas. I am Inuk, but also Quechuan. My mother comes from Igloolik in Nunavut, and my father comes from Ecuador in a little place called Peguche. And I lived in Italy my whole life. I'm into chemistry and biology, and so this fall I'm going to University of Ottawa to go to health sciences. So I could pursue my, I guess, goal of becoming a doctor to help my community.
Amazing. And why did you choose to come to Students on Ice?
I chose to go to Students on Ice because, well, for the first thing, all 3 of my 4 siblings have also gone to Students on Ice, and they just told me so many stories about it being just amazing. They made many friends, and it just changed their life. And so I thought it was an amazing opportunity, but also I wanted to learn more about my culture, but also learn more about Greenland, to see whether or not Greenland is similar or different to my Inuit culture. Yeah.
And why has it stood out for you so far on expedition?
So far on the expedition, I think the same thing as cruise, what we learned today. I think it's pretty devastating to know how impactful climate change is, and that this multi-year ice that composed 20% of the sea ice back in 1979 well melted, leaving only 2% left being just around. And like this multi-year ice, what we learned is that it was supposed to be this thick, very long-lasting ice that took time to melt. But in 50 years, it's almost been depleted. And so I think that really shows how destructive global warming is, especially because just ice is very important to human culture. And I feel like in my childhood, ice had an impact with me. And like I remember ice hopping and just playing with the sea, even though there's been stories of children not to do that.
It is a thing. I did it too.
But besides that, I also just really like to see that Greenland is very similar to, and I think that this trip has helped me confirm what I already know about Inuit, but also help me learn about more of my culture. And it just makes me feel generally better about everything.
Next up, we've got Pearl. So tell me who you are.
I'm Pearl Gillis. I was in the Nunavut Northwest Territories. I'm Inuvialuit. I graduated last year, and I'm going to be taking a gap year this year, spending time with family and friends and just reconnecting with the land.
What's your favorite thing to do at home?
Going out to camp and spending time with my grandma.
What brought you to Students on Ice?
Back in 2019, my sister actually went on this exact same trip with Students on Ice, and she brought back so much knowledge and from this trip, and the way she talked about it and the friends and connections she'd made from it was just unbelievable, and the photos and everything. And I ended up applying the year after that, but due to COVID, it got shut down. So I was luckily enough was able to be reached out to and come this year.
Excellent. And what has really stood out for you so far on our expedition?
I think the biggest thing is the scenery for me. I've never seen such like beautiful landscapes, and like we did a 10-kilometer hike a few days ago, and I really pushed myself to get up the hill, and that was a big accomplishment for me. And just seeing everything, and the icebergs, that's new for me too, because where I'm from, we don't really have icebergs from our team. But about 2 hours away, and even when you do go to the ocean, icebergs are very rare to see. So that has been very cool.
Anything you want to share? No. They're pretty artsy, I find.
Yes,
so pretty to look at. We also got to see calving, right?
See what?
Calving. We saw icebergs calving.
Yeah, that was very cool to see them fall. I've never seen that either.
Yeah, it's been quite warm on our days, and so we've actually got to hear the crack of icebergs
Multiple.
and actually see it and see what happens when it falls into and get all the little birdie bits. We've also got to pick up ice.
Yes, and eat it.
Very enjoyable. And brought it back on board for drinks, so that, that was a lot of fun. So thanks, Pearl.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, we've got Gabrielle. So Gabrielle, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Okay, well, hi everybody. Thank you for letting us be here. This is very exciting. My name is Gabrielle Moreau. I am from Toronto, and I am Métis. So the Métis are, for those of you who do not know, one of Canada's 3 main Indigenous groups, and many people think of the Métis as mixed Indigenous and European, but actually the Métis are their own distinct group that have existed since before Confederation. So initially back when fur traders were first coming to Canada, many of them formed unions with First Nations women, and the children and children's children from these marriages found themselves neither identifying as First Nations nor as European. And so the Métis identity was born. And since then, Métis have continued to try and assert their rights through leaders like Louis Riel, and founding of Manitoba was initially meant to be land for the Métis. But today, Métis have become scattered across Canada, and many of them were told by their ancestors to identify more as white or French Canadian to avoid getting sent to residential schools. So that's what happened to my grandmother. Even though she was raised learning some Mi'kmaq words, she was told by her mother not to speak the language, not to identify as Métis, and it was only very recently that she started learning more about her culture, and in turn, I wanted to learn more based on her heritage, and based on the fact that at that point, many youth are now starting to also reach out to knowledge keepers and reconnect and rediscover what it means to be Métis. And as I've learned more and gotten to go to conferences and meet other youth and learn Métis beading, I've realized just how much of a sacrifice my great-grandmother made in telling her daughter not to practice her culture. She was ultimately trying to help her ensure that she could stay together with her family and avoid getting sent away to residential schools. But at the same time as that sacrifice took place, being Métis is very much a gift, and I'm really lucky that I'm still able to reach out to people and learn about my identity and be proud of that part of myself.
I love that. So what brought you to Students on Ice?
I was interested in coming on expedition with Students on Ice for 2 main reasons. First of all, while I've had conversations about what it means to be Indigenous with many Métis youth, I was really excited to learn from Indigenous youth across Canada because, of course, there is no one Indigenous experience or identity. Many Indigenous people have had very different experiences dealing with colonization and ways in which colonization has affected communities and their livelihoods and changes through time. And so I was very curious to hear their different stories and think about how being Indigenous and being proud of your identity changes in different contexts and based on different relationships to the land. I was also very curious about the Arctic as a whole, because growing up in Toronto, I learned a lot about the Arctic from an ecological context, and it's often portrayed as a very fragile region, very vulnerable to effects of climate change. And what you don't see when you learn about the Arctic in that way are the communities that call that land home, that have persisted through time and that are showing a lot of resilience even in the face of climate change. And I think if we can draw on those stories more, that can help really inspire us and think of the Arctic as a dynamic and beautiful region, one that will help us to think about how we can best move forward, even given all these changes to our environment.
Definitely what to think about there. Thanks, Gabrielle. And so what has stood out for you since we've been on this ship?
Well, this has been my first time up in the Arctic, and it's really one thing to learn about landscapes here from a textbook, but it's another thing to actually be here experiencing them. So at the Ilulissat Ice Fjord, we got to touch the permafrost and think about, just how long this landscape has existed for and the changes that it has been witness to. But you also think about the tight interactions between the land itself and culture of people who call this land home. So we were able to see a bowhead whale, and we learned about how whales have been harvested more recently, and people have found these harpoons in the whales from 100 years ago. And that fascinated me because, of course, ecosystems in the Arctic are highly tied to the communities here and their culture and belief system. And I think often when we think about preserving ecosystems, we think about isolating those ecosystems and removing them from human interaction. But actually, it's essential that we recognize ways in which communities, and in particular in the knowledge of Indigenous communities, is essential to helping ecosystems thrive. So in the case of the Arctic, I've really learned a lot from our staff here and the other participants in this expedition about how our interactions with the landscape are really important for continuing to preserve biodiversity in this area. And to me, this really fills me with hope, because Indigenous conservation and Indigenous ways of thinking about the land are so valuable as a way for us to pivot from how we see the land from a European point of view. I've done a lot of research about ways in which colonization is built on the belief that if you own the land, it's your right to exploit the land and take as much resources from the land as possible. So I researched this in the context of the Colorado River Basin in the southwestern United States, where people over time have just tried to extract as much water from the river as possible. And this has left barely any water. So you have tribal nations in that area who, even though this river used to be a plentiful resource, don't even have access to running water in their homes. And these tribal nations value the water as a life source and something that should be protected and something that should be used alongside humans and our cultures. And so all this to say, I think being on Expedition has taught me that we really need to showcase these examples of Indigenous involvement in ecosystems and the ways in which our cultures are tightly interlinked with the ecosystems and the places that we call home. And if we can, and if youth can show the world how valuable Indigenous conservation and thinking about Indigenous presence on the land is, and then that will really help us move forward and address climate change, not by taking people off the land and saying we need to keep this land pristine, but actually we'll be able to address climate change in a way that keeps Indigenous communities together and further highlights and builds up Indigenous sovereignty.
Kind of me, Gabrielle. Appreciate that. Next up, we've got Ciassi. She is also my throat singing partner on this trip. One of my highlights definitely on this expedition was when we're in the Lusat Ice Fjord and the Mari were iceberg made. We did some throat singing. So Ciassi, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Okay, hi, my name is Ciassi Alduluk. I come from North Quebec in a region called Nunavik, a very small town called Wuyavik, which is only a population of 400. I'm going back to college this fall to study an Indigenous program at Dawson College called Journeys. And I'm really excited about that. Yeah.
Excellent. And why did you want to come up? Dawson's nice.
I wanted to come here because I want to explore the world. I always had this eager of traveling, meeting new friends, you know, coming from a very small hometown. There was never really anything new, so I'm really excited about that. Work on my social skills, you know, I'm a very shy person, but I'm gonna try to get out of my comfort zone and bring out my personality a little more. And also, I wanted to see how big the climate change has impacted our land, our culture, and us as an Inuk. I also wanted to explore how different our culture is compared to Greenland and Nunavut and other regions. I wanted to gather as much information as I can so that I can share it with my community, so that I can inspire them. So yeah.
Amazing. And on the, how many days we've been together now? It all starts to blend in at some point. 10 days together. What has really stood out for you?
What has really stood out for me is the beauty of nature, and also seeing how big the mountains are, because from where I'm from, we do have cliffs. We have 2 islands where we have one of the biggest bird colonies in the world called thick-billed mergs. And also I wanted to connect with different indigenous groups. The icebergs were really, really cool. I actually saw one, what's it called? Calving. And the sound it made, it sounded like a lightning. We were actually driving back to the ship and we heard that sound. So we looked and we saw it fall and splash. It was so cool. It was scary at first, but yeah. And I wanted to share my side of the story. I wanted to share my language because a lot of the kids in this generation are exposed to the modern world with technology, so they've been speaking English a lot more than Inuktitut, and Inuktitut is my first language, and I wanted to keep it alive as much as possible. And I wanted to try new traditional foods, for example, reindeer, narwhal, and muskox broth and burger were delicious. Everybody loved that.
Definitely. That muskox burger was just the top notch. Yeah. I really hyped it up and it delivered. Yeah. Next up, we've got Corey Ann. Just Corey. Just Corey. Yes. Okay. So Corey, tell us about yourself.
My name is Corey, and I come from a reserve down in the East Coast as well. We are Wolastoqey, which means people of the river. I come from Sedatsa St. Mary's, and I'm a 2020 pandemic graduate. And I just like to try get my perspective in as much as I can and be open to more surroundings and try to advocate for whatever seems right.
Excellent. What's your favorite thing to do at home?
Most of the times I'm usually just taking care of my dog or working, and I work down at the Makiatimic Center, which is the gathering place. So it's a community center down there, catering to whichever needs events that the people need.
Nice. And why did you want to come on Students Nice?
I got a previous journey before in 2022, joining the Ocean Conservation Expedition down in the Bay of Fundy. So it was really nice to explore the aspect from my homeland. And then when I got the chance to see the diverse, like, same opportunities but in a different area, I couldn't deny it.
That's great. And we've heard some reflections about things you've seen on expedition so far. What stood out for you?
With this expedition, I really like how strong the traditional values are in these communities. From an urban reserve in the middle of the city, it's not as strong anymore. I'm also Maliseet, so we're really like distinct in our people and our language. So it's really hard to grow that back. But I really like knowing that as different as we are, we're all very authentically the same.
Amazing. Thanks, Corey. Appreciate it. Okay. Next up, we have Isabel. I've actually known Isabel since she was teeny tiny.
14 years now?
Yes. So Isabel, tell us about yourself.
Hi, my name is Isabel Henry. I'm from Ehali. I originally lived in Ottawa for 12 years. So I moved to Ehali in the beginning of high school. I just graduated this year, so I'm now moving back to Ottawa to pursue sociology at Carleton University. I'm really looking forward to that.
Amazing. And where are you going to take sociology?
Sociology and hopefully commerce afterwards.
Wow, great. And why did you choose Students Nice?
It started off in the beginning of semester 2. My best friend was applying to Students on Ice, and she told me that I should try applying as well. So I gave it a shot. I gave in my application, and I was just looking forward to traveling this summer. Like, I wanted to get as many trips in as I could before I got to university.
Nice. And what has really helped you on this expedition?
I'd say the similarities between home, like the landscape, for example, is very similar to the tundra we have back home. Even just being on the ship and looking at the ocean, it feels very much like back home with all the mountains in the background. And it does feel very homey at the same time. I visited Nuke a couple weeks ago too, felt the exact same, very similar. A lot of major differences, but at the same time, it just felt very much home. And overall, just being able to see everybody's reactions on the trip, everyone, like, when we were able to try the food, for example, the iceberg break, like everyone's eyes just widened. Could really feel everybody's like gratitude on this trip and how grateful we are to be able to experience this together.
Amazing. Thank you, Isabel. Okay, last but not least, Frederick. So Frederick, tell us about yourself.
My name is Frederick. I'm from Hollywood. I love playing sports. Anytime I can go hunting with my brother and my family when I visit Pang. And yeah, I love being around people. This is like a very different perspective on climate change and how one little thing that happens from Greenland or from Antarctica can change the whole world.
Excellent. What's your favorite thing about hunting?
I like shooting. I like hunting with my brother because he's like very direct. There's like no waiting out. He just wants to go as quickly as possible. So go hunting. My favorite one is going beluga hunting because then you get to feed a lot of people that meat and yeah.
Great. And why did you want to come to Students on Ice?
My cousin, he went back in 2008 and he's been telling me about it for like the last 16 years. So I'm like, I kind of have to do this now. And like, I've been enjoying it, meeting a lot of new people. Like, kind of reconnecting with nature because I feel like I've lost it in the last few years. And, it's interesting to hear about hearing the experts talk about like ice, birds, the water, the icebergs, like they're interesting and gives you a different perspective and dynamic of the world.
Excellent. And we've heard everybody else share things from this expedition. What's really stood out for you?
I think learning more about myself, what I feel like I should do when I get back home, like how I can help my community and yeah, and like meeting all these new people. Anytime I see like, say for example, the ice cavity, makes my problems feel small because that could change the whole world. Mine is just not a problem.
Wow, that's very insightful. Thanks, Frederick. Okay, so now everybody heard a little bit from our youth, and for those who aren't aware of what Students Nice is, we've been in operation for 24 years, taking youth to the Arctic and Antarctic, basically on floating classrooms to expose them. It's an international base, so the youth here are all Canadian based, but we do have international students. So for all those youth out there that are watching, I definitely encourage you to keep an eye out and apply so you can have an experience similar to our youth here have. Yeah, I think we can turn it over now to the moderator if you have any questions for us.
I'll moderate this. Thank you very much, Linda. I very much appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with Students on Ice. You've been fabulous as a teacher and as a friend in the last 2 years in this discussion. I have a question before opening it to the audience. The very first presenters said they were very see how climate change affected them. They didn't think it would be so fast in terms of the Arctic. Perhaps as a general question to open among the student ice expeditioners, how fast was this change that you saw beyond what you would have expected?
Yeah. That you can just sit there.
So oral history is really big in my family. Like we take the stories very seriously, and the way that my mom told it is you need your stories to be as accurate as possible because you don't want to come off you're not lying to your own kids, right? And they're going to tell those stories to their kids and their kids. You want it to stay as authentic as possible. And I had made a comment that the snow used to stick to the ground in September when I was a kid. And she laughed at me. I was like, yeah, but that's so late. I'm like, okay, well, it's happening in like the end of October, beginning of November now. And she's like, yeah, well, we've been knowing about the climate change. And so it was whipped back and forth. And she told me that when she was a kid, the ice would be fully frozen by her birthday in the beginning of November, but usually in the middle of October. For example of that, my river is not safe to cross until January. And she crossed it and go fishing on it in October, November. And then she laughed and she's like, yeah, but it happened later for me too. For my mom, it started to freeze in August. So when it comes to direct examples, I always think on what she has to say about it. We live in the same community that she grew up in, and it was the neighboring community to her parents. All of my examples are very direct to my region, and when I say my river's not across, it's not even frozen in January.
Anyone else want to comment?
Like I said before, when I was talking about the significant fields, when my dad was a kid, they would cut a hole in the ice, probably about like a foot in diameter, and the eels would just jump through the hole, and like there was such an abundance of them. And when I was a kid, probably about 15 years ago, we can't even really get on the ice anymore because doesn't get cold enough anymore. Like when my dad was a kid, he used to be able to drive across Vidor Lakes, and the Vidor Lakes from my community to the other side of the pond is about 60 kilometers, and he's freeze frozen solid, about a foot thick. People would drive cars on there, people would play hockey, stuff like that. And yeah, it's just the fact that within like that long, you can't do any of that. It's crazy.
Something else we also heard on expedition from one of the educators is that typically July in Greenland, the warmest temperature is usually around 10 degrees Celsius. And we experienced like 15, 20, it was quite warm. The expedition that we're on, they fitted us out with these really intense parkas, which actually have been way too warm to wear on this expedition. So we're seeing the change in one generation, like, and even faster. Like I've often shared that I know in my home community, 10 to 13 degrees was the warmest we get in the summer, and now there was a heat warning in one of the communities in Kugluktuk, Nunavut, this summer. So it's rapid, Paul.
Did you also see that Fort McPherson was hotter than Florida this year? There was a post that Fort McPherson in the Northwest Territories was hotter than Florida, and that was like a few days ago.
Yeah.
There's
Just a quick note, from where I'm from, polar bears are quite common during long, harsh winters, but since our winters are getting really short and the summers are heating up, they start coming more often in the summers more than winters. And since they rely on sea ice and the sea ice melts faster now, they come to our community anytime, anywhere, because they smell food. So.
And on the note of polar bears, I live in the southern part of the same region as her. We never get polar bears. This winter we had a polar bear that was starving because there was no ice for them to walk. They walked to our community and it was on my street.
Thank you very much for those insightful answers. I see a hand from Erica Key. Erica, please.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to hear from all of you. I love going to Greenland. I've been to Davis Strait, so I understand the wonder that you're experiencing. So it sounds like your parents are like this bridge generation because they know how things were and how things have changed, but this is like your normal. And I'm wondering if you're sort of leading the way with adaptations to these, shorter, wetter, less ice, are they looking to you for how to adapt? So thank you.
I don't know so much if they're the bridge and we're the ones to adapt. I think one thing that comes up a lot around conversations with Inuit is we're all lost in what to do because like the stories that we grew up on are not as relevant to today because a lot of our cultural stories are generations old and these changes are happening in 2 generations. And when it comes to like just our planet has shifted in a way where our stars are not reliable more. Like when there was a community member, her navigation was down, but she knew how to follow the stars back to our town. She followed them. She almost died because she was going to end up the edge of the ice into the river because the stars were moving. Like they've moved. We can't we're adapting as well as we can. And Inuit are going to persevere as they always do, but we're just as confused as everyone else right now.
Bruce, do you have anything on that stuff? Is it work you do?
In terms of what? Yeah, I'm not like
Like helping with adaptation?
So like, I'm not sure because with us, it's not really in terms of like, we're losing moose because of climate change and due to poaching, and we're losing our American eels due to poaching. So it's not really in terms of climate change. It also, I guess that kind of involves the bass are migrating to the colder waters, and a lot of the waters are getting too hot, and they're forming blue algae, and they're making them unsafe to consume due to the blue algae. I guess sort of adapting is just trying our best to make sure we can do what we can to mitigate climate change.
See another, anybody else? I see another hand from Ranjan. What? You're muted.
Same tech problems we had.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we had someone is coming our Zoom. That's why host is muted everyone. So that's why I was not able to come in time. Anyway, excellent work that you all are doing. I'm so excited to see all of your exciting excitement for the work you are doing. I just would like to know what are the challenges you are facing and how you overcoming, so that we also can use those opportunities or the ways that we are doing with the youth as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I think definitely one of the first things is the fact that these young people are all participating in a program that really designs exposure to seeing climate change in different ways and making connections. So a big part of that is meeting other like-minded individuals and sharing stories and sharing experiences, for sure. Anything else that you guys feel that's, yes, Gabrielle?
I guess for me, one kind of challenge that I thought about is just it can often be very overwhelming thinking about all of the very fast changes that are taking place as climate change is accelerating. And we've heard about this in lectures this morning to do with just the drastic rate that sea ice extent is decreasing in the Arctic. And so when you feel overwhelmed, it can be very easy to think, what difference can we possibly make, especially given that indigenous knowledge about the planet has been distrusted and has not been considered, scientifically rigorous for decades. And so I think addressing that is very complicated. I think on the one hand, if we give up now, changes are going to continue to take place, then things will get even further out of our control. So it's really important that we at least try our best to form networks of people and to hear stories from other youth and to use those stories as inspiration to figure out what it is we can do to make positive change. And for me, I guess that's why being on expedition with all these other Indigenous youth has been very uplifting, because I know that I'm not alone being worried about these problems, and I think together there's really a lot of momentum that will hopefully drive us forward to show the rest of the world why this region and why our ecosystems everywhere are so important and worth caring for.
Thanks, Gabrielle. Also, now that these youth are on expedition, they'll be joining the alumni program since NICE operates, and that's actually what I oversee. And we have a program called Climate Action Cohorts. And it's very focused on bringing people together to talk about the issues and come up with innovative solutions that work for their communities. And it's very individual based, because you can hear from all these youth that they come from very different places. There's a lot of similarities, but there are also a lot of differences. And so our Climate Action Cohort provides hands-on tools to be able to make change directly in the communities in which they live.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and for your leadership of the alumni organization. And, I see a hand from Heather Soyak. Jean Gordon, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry I joined late. I was finally on a very short break. So I hope this hasn't been asked already, but I was wondering, since you all come from different places and have lived different types of lives and experiences, what are some of the biggest things you've learned from each other? Just in your diplomacy and global exchange, just getting to know each other.
Let's take that.
It's not really like, I guess it's like more in terms of personality. I feel like both of us that grew up on reserve have similar characteristics, and we can sort of like bond and connect a lot faster because of those similarities and shared experiences from different parts of the world.
Yeah, that was super real. Like we've been talking amongst each other a lot, but also there's something about growing up on a res.
And I also think what's interesting is we're a small group amongst a bigger group. The group we're traveling with is international based, so we're not just learning from each other. We also have a lot of other guests that we are able to talk and share stories and experiences. So we've had the fortunate story to connect with people from all around the world on this expedition, and I think that goes in a long way in being able to share our experiences and our stories and being able to place ourselves with that.
We also mentioned like how similar it feels because we grew up in like other environments, like colonized groups, small communities, things like that. But there's also to be said about how when you grow up in that environment, you're so closed off from the outside world, from people who live in like a normal or colonial environment where they're taught things where we're stereotypes. We're nothing more than stereotypes in their eyes. So when you grow up like that, you close off very quickly from outside people, and you're taught in these towns to close yourself off. And when we're coming and we're meeting new people, the Students on Ice is facilitating an environment where we can safely interact with each other, knowing that stereotypes are not going to be the overarching theme of who we are, but more so that we can come together, see each other as people, and see how we actually are different. And I've made friends with people that I never thought I would have talked to if I was home.
We have the two youngest global Indigenous youth leaders this year on the call right now. So with Ranjan and Jebunessa's permission, I would invite their Throna and Prokriti, if they're interested, to ask a question. Parthorna and Prokriti gave a similar type of presentation earlier this afternoon about the camps that they go to learn about land-based knowledge as well. I'm just wondering whether they might have a question for the Indigenous youth on the cruise here.
Yes, just give me 1 second. In the meantime, you can talk. I'm just going to them because they are muted. I'm just asking them.
So you're near Pond Inlet. What is the temperature outside now?
It's like 19 degrees.
Oh, okay, very warm. Can you see any ice at all?
We just got service today, so we're literally like sitting outside of, we're in the waters right across from Pond Inlet. So we aren't able to actually disembark until tomorrow. We'll be visiting the community. 8 degrees? 8 degrees right now outside of Pond. It felt a lot warmer.
I know, it was a lot warmer.
You're suntanning. It's hot out there.
It feels hotter than that though.
So I believe Ranjan has gone to ask his daughters whether they would like to ask you a question. I see their screen is on. Ranjan, please.
Yeah, we're getting unstable network, so we might be dropping soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
to warn you.
Yeah, I think they are facing unmuted issue.
Oh,
They
can
couldn't unmute themselves.
They should be able to.
So I will.
Can someone unmute them?
I've sent them a request. They should be able to.
Can you hear us?
There we go.
What actions do you believe are most urgent for global leaders to take in addressing the climate crisis, like particularly for Indigenous communities?
We would ask our leaders to.
Thank you very much for Prakriti.
Great question.
I can start. I think for me, what's most important is increased Indigenous sovereignty and ability for Indigenous nations to make decisions about what happens on their territory, whether that's resource extraction or how citizens can go about hunting and harvesting and gathering on the land. Because we've seen this before. When governments try and make decisions of Indigenous populations, even when governments think they're acting in the best interests of those populations, they don't have the same understanding of how communities relate to the land and how they see their role as stewards of the land. And so ultimately, those policies are really ineffective. So as I see it, and in the context of the Métis, as more Métis communities are being able to own plots of land to do things like bring in buffalo, to renew the buffalo herds that once roamed the plains. It's really exciting when you have Indigenous control and ability to make decisions about what happens on the land. That leads to the implementation of Indigenous ideologies and philosophies about being land stewards, rather what we see when Europeans and others are in control of land and try and extract from it as much as possible, rather than thinking how we live sustainably on the land.
I also think we all come from Canada, right? So we have very like weird relationships with our governments and our global leaders, where we've been fighting them for as long as they've been there for the right to steward our own lands. So when we're talking about what do we think a leader should do, a lot of the time and it's also complex, right? We're all Indigenous, but also so many of us are on different land claims treaties, right? And when we think about these communities, we're fighting so many fights all at once, whether it be climate change, land sovereignty, whether it's like our right to have our own education, our healthcare. It's so complex what we have to deal with. And a lot of the time when questions are framed in that way, it already took the control away from us. And we are fighting for control back, right? In my personal land claims, they took 99% of our land. And it was all done and signed in 2 years. And we've been, since the signing, like 50 years ago, we've been trying to get control of our land back. As people get educated, as people have more understanding as like a region, but also as a population, on how important it is to have the legal right to have rights to our land, have the right to say, I don't want you here. I don't want you putting a mine here. I don't want you putting tourism here. I don't want you forcing me to not be able to hunt and subsistence, like harvest, you know? It's a lot of the time these things are framed in a way where the power is already out of our hands.
Thank you very much, Bertha and Prakriti. Linda and team, I have the names. I would like to thank each of you individually. Corey, Frederick, Igma, Cruz, Elia, Siasi, Pearl, Naomi, Isabel, and Gabrielle. Thank you all very much for your important contributions and sharing perspectives of hope for all of us. It's a pleasure and honor, Linda, to work with students of ICE. Thank you very much.
Quite a week. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're on to the final hour of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit, and I will figure out, there we go. Excellent. So we're a team without screens and panels, and I think, Heather, you are the moderator du jour for the last session until Ron
Yep.
John is the very last session.
Yeah, I was going to start with just a very brief overview of some Indigenous youth organizations in the Arctic. Just because I thought it was such a great ending, how they were sharing about the importance of coming together and finding ways that are able to keep us together when we're across long distances. And that's been a big challenge in the Arctic because we are across really long distances. So I just wanted to share a little bit. I tried rather hard to get a lot of Arctic youth to be involved, but it's very challenging. The Sami population and the Russian population are obviously in different regional time zones, so we're not all here at the same place. But I wanted to show a little bit about the Arctic and the different people, just because we weren't all able to be in the same session, and also just to share a few of the different organizations, so people can be thinking about global partnerships. I mean, when I joined this group last year to put on the first summit, and now again, I really want to see these connections last. I want to see them through the year, and these connections to not just stay in the Arctic or just stay in region 3, but us to reach out across different regions and really build this global leadership. So I'm going to be super brief. I just made a few different slides around the different organizations in the Arctic just to share. Students on Ice isn't the only organization that we have, and Students on Ice actually goes to Arctic and Antarctic and all over in between. But we also have the Arctic Youth Network, Arctic Resilient Communities. We have Arctic Base Camp and Arctic Council Permanent Participants Youth Network. And so the Arctic Council is actually made up of the Arctic nations, and there's 6 permanent participants, which are the organizations here I put across the bottom of the screen, the different Indigenous peoples. And there's a youth group that have youth from all these different organizations as well, participating in making decisions and observing at the Arctic Council. So learning to be in that diplomatic space. The Arctic Base Camp ambassadors also go to a large international meeting in Davos, Switzerland each year to be able to present and share there as well. So I just wanted to give a few different opportunities, and I'll drop this in the chat as well. And I would be really welcome if other people wanted to share other organizations about how we might collaborate. Oops, I put a few in there. Oops, sorry, don't get dizzy. I put a few in there from the different Arctic states. In Alaska, we have Alaska-specific organizations, as well as there's some in the United States, like the Center for Native American Youth and Climate Initiatives. I put Taylor on that page there because she's participated in multiple of these. So I just, again, sharing that there's a lot of different organizations out there that we can start creating dialogue across to have this lasting throughout the year. In Canada, there's a lot more organizations, and often you'll find in the Arctic, in Canada and Alaska, that not everything is Indigenous specific, but that there's climate change is affecting everybody really blatantly in the Arctic. And so there's collaboration between Indigenous and non-Indigenous youth who are passionate about the environment. In Kalaalleq, which is Greenland, there's also Indigenous organizations. What becomes more difficult in organizing with Kalaalleq people, as well as the Sami people and as well as Russian people, is that things end up switching out of English. And it becomes more difficult to, find websites or even be able to really, I guess, make those connections unless, you end up meeting at a conference like this, which is why I find this so exciting. In Sápmi, which is across the north of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, there's also Sami youth organizations in each of those countries, and then one that is connected to all Sami people across the Arctic. And, all these address climate in one way or another, including colonization, as well as cultural connectedness. And finally, in Russia, Russia's a little challenging. Many indigenous people, Russia doesn't really acknowledge indigenous people, and it's one of those countries that's not very safe often to say you're an indigenous person, and people are called minorities. But the Raypon, which is the indigenous group, represents 41 different indigenous peoples in Russia. So because we didn't have people from all those different parts of the Arctic able to share today, I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview. And that is that. And now the next thing we have here is an open dialogue to help wrap us up. So I think I stopped sharing my screen, and I'll open it up. Who's moderating? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Erica.
Hi, Heather. Thanks so much for those slides. That was really informative. I guess one question, because I would love to support connection of those groups amongst one another and with other youth groups, but for Russia and certain groups throughout the world where it can be dangerous to self-identify as Indigenous, how might we safely bring them together? I mean, I'd love for in person, but recognize that might be a challenge. Any thoughts would be great.
I think I'm still unmuted. Yeah. So some of the things that I've found that have enabled things to still take place is for people to be able to join as Indigenous or minoritized populations. Oh, Ranjan, do you want to jump in as well? I see your lips, but no sound. Okay. Minoritized populations, and it's not just Russia and Southeast Asia and other places. There's also countries called Indigenous people minority populations, and it helps prevent them from having to do any observation of Indigenous rights or United Nations recognition of Indigenous peoples and free, prior, and informed consent that they should have. So we found that it works with the minoritized thing and just creating, the most inclusive open space for self-identification. In the US, we have so much closure with blood quantum requirements. And if you have a card identifying you as Native versus the opportunity for people to really, self-identify and participate. But Ranjan and I actually wrote a paper that talked a bit about this. So I would like Ranjan to jump in as well.
Sorry, I missed the main question. Erica, if you can repeat it.
So yes, I was just asking, in bridging, meeting the challenge that Heather put in front of us to bridge these youth organizations across the Arctic, but together with other Indigenous youth organizations in the world, how we can safely include them when in some parts of the world, self-identifying as Indigenous could endanger them or limit their participation in the event. Thank you.
I think it's a great question. Forum like this, it can open the doors because many people, many youth, for example, from the community that I had opportunity to learn and work, they don't have opportunity. And they want even small opportunity to speak up. For forum like this will open many doors, and it's we should create more forum if as much as possible because not always all people can join, but if we can, I believe this is a strong solidarity community building, and this forum is kind of creating network that we can use this network to create self-determination. And if the self-determination cannot give other people. Self-determination comes from indigenous language, right? Self-determination comes from indigenous land rights. So what we can do, we can be part of the solidarity movement to protect the language right, to protect the land rights, because without language and land rights, climate, whatever action we are taking, it will be tokenized. And that's what happening everywhere, because everyone doing the climate action, but they are not talking about that indigenous people, they have been protecting their land from thousands of years. And rights, how come the climate action going to be successful? Is everything become colonial ways of doing? Oh, we need this technology, this. Yes, technology of course important, but without land right, how is going to work? Indigenous people already proved for millions of years the protecting their land, so they know how to do it. But for this, we have to understand the meaning of land rights or land back. And land back is not that I'm giving my land to you and you can use it whatever you want. The land rights or land back, it means our obligation to the land. Understand that how we are abusing land for our greediness, for our many money-making process. So that's why we need to create the forum like this more and bring the opportunity to bring that year to create, to support our advocacy for their self-determination. But we cannot give self-determination without land rights, without language right.
Thank you so much for the question, Erica. Thank you so much for jumping in, Ranjan. Again, this is an open dialogue. Questions, anything you know, we had some shorter dialogues and cut off dialogues because we ran out of time for a few different spaces. So this is an opening up to bring back anything, including anything if you watched the other regions and want to, you know, challenge region 3 to a response and something else you've heard. Okay, well, I will ask a question then of everybody. Was anything you heard today surprising? Is there anything someone heard that was very surprising that you did not know, you did not expect, a connection that you didn't think that you had with another peoples across the world? I would just love anyone to share or reflect on that.
Maybe I can share, even though I'm not indigenous here, but I was so happy to see the excitement from the I student and everyone to bringing their own perspective, to bring collaboration. This excitement make us hopeful and it help us to dream that there is a hope. So I'm very hopeful from the learning opportunity from all the year, their excitement, and you should respect, advocate, and support for all this excitement.
May I go?
Please, absolutely.
Thank you, Paul. I think I wanna see more conversation that how we can practice more land-based education. Because we all know that we need it, but as a land-based educator, I often face this challenge not to take my class to the cultural camp, right? And yeah, there are a lot of systemic barriers that we are still struggling with. So I don't know, I would really appreciate if we can next time or maybe later, if we can if we can have a deeper conversation to implement this knowledge. And also how we can practice our decolonial education in our everyday life. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jabanasa. And I actually met someone from Canada also who does a lot of land-based educating. In a second, I'll look that up and pop in the chat. But if no one has anything else on this,
Can I follow up with Jebineth's
yeah,
intervention? So
yes.
I'm just really curious because this is a little new for me. And so I really enjoyed those presentations today. What are the challenges that you're facing in funding more land-based camps? I mean, is it just lack of funds, or are there liability issues, or can you just give us an idea of some of the obstacles that need to be overcome? If it's financial, if it's, legal, or more than that?
I can answer this question because we both are teaching land-based. I have been teaching land-based learning, indigenous land-based learning last 3 years. The challenge is actually systematic. For example, we don't have fund, I would say zero fund to bringing elder and knowledge keepers. So indigenous elder and knowledge keeper, they are giving their whole life knowledge, right? We cannot just tell them, oh, come by yourself and do teach us. And also the land-based learning, even though we request some funding, it's kind of tokenization because we want to use elder for 1 or 2 hours, but they are the one who can teach us. I wanted to take my all students to the community, and indigenous elder and knowledge keeper, they should be the teacher, including myself. I could be a learner. So I think it's institutional structure, not only for my university, all the other universities, they should create a structure that we can transform us as a learner, and indigenous elder, knowledge keeper, or community member, they become the teacher, so that we understand the importance of land-based learning directly from the community and can practice. Another systematic problem is in my land-based learning, I always give assignment to my student to go to their community, their parents, their elder, knowledge keeper, to talk and learn and write reflection on this. There is a colonial ethics format. They said, no, you cannot do that. So there are many systematic barriers. It's not particularly one university to others or funding issues. It's more systematic colonial structure that most of the university we have. So it need to be start decolonizing as much as we can. As much as we talk forum like this, people will understand the importance, how we can decolonize together.
I would like to add a little bit more with Ranjan. Like, that's my lived experience that, colonial education system doesn't recognize indigenous knowledge system, though there are a lot of indigenous scholars that are working on this arena. It's changing, but I would say it's very slow. And also in the university, how many departments are offering decolonial, anti-racist, and land-based education? It's like, in an ocean is like 2 drops of water, probably. So, and some universities, maybe 1 drop, right? So the change needs to come from top. And, but again, I would say that I'm hopeful. It's moving forward, and it's getting recognition, but it's not happening in wide scale. So we need to keep pushing. We need to keep doing what we need to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I saw that Davina has her hand up. Davina, please.
Thank you, Paul. I didn't want to have my camera on. It's 3 a.m. I'm still like trying to save the energy for the last minute. Some observation. Well, before I wanted to answer to Heather's question, what has really fascinated me. So I've been listening to the 3 different hours, and one thing is each the indigenous communities has their own culture, and they have their own story. Some of the I would say stories that I was not aware maybe let's take, for example, for region 1, about the Solomon Islands, the cultural and traditional aspect. We know that there is some about the Solomon Island, but we didn't know about the cultural aspect, about the ritual. We didn't, it's not documented. And also, if we go by, for example, for region 2, about the presentation from Asan about the olive tree. I was not aware about what really happened in the past. So it's kind of, some stories are just limited to certain region because it was not highlighted. For example, in Mauritius, we are never, there is no channel that shows this kind of stories. So, and I was excited about the stories of for the student on ice. I was waiting for that session, and I was really fascinated in general by all the stories. So the question is, I always put it, how might we increase the visibility or communication between indigenous cultures? How might we, yeah, I will put it visibility. Because if we don't promote these cultures through any medium, it can be video, blog, national TV, for example. So how we can really, it's not, when we're talking about national TV, it's not only just in that specific island or a specific region, but in general, international, I would say worldwide. So this is one question. And how might it, because if you notice from the first region, Paul, the challenges was different when the people has to connect. Africa has its own challenge. For example, the electricity, and we had to shift presentation because there was no electricity in one region since 3 a.m. The small island developing state, they have their own challenge. Is the access to, I would say, internet connection, for example, or the language. They are really not comfortable to speak in English or French. But this year we have tried to work on the language because in the email we did mention that translation will be available. That's one of the reasons we got quite a few French-speaking people or Spanish-speaking people. So again, how might we address these challenges? And how might we, as a network, be more inclusive? So these are the things that I will put it forward for the next edition. Something that we need to reflect all together because it's just not one person work. Honestly, we have been trying, and Paul is very well aware about it. We actually try a lot to get people from the oceanic region. I actually try a lot to get presenters from the small island developing state. We did manage to get few this year, but we did get the comment that we need to be more representative. So these are the few comments.
So one observation along those lines, I think the Global Indigenous Youth Summit is a work in progress in that sense. But the basic ingredient that I think, again, not being Indigenous, not being youth, but the basic ingredient I think that will lead to its success is the decisions about the agenda and about the invitees are by, for, and among Indigenous youth. And I was very careful throughout, and Davina will share, that there was an intention to protect that throughout to protect the decision-making capacity of the indigenous youth leaders. And I think one of the issues involved, I imagine, in the Arctic, perhaps in South America and other regions of the world, comes down to issues of trust. And the trust, in a sense, isn't given, it's earned. And the trust that's earned is that the discussion itself is authentic. It's authentic because it's by, for, and among indigenous youth. There's nobody else mixing in that pot. And the self-identification is explicit. Erica, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Please,
Davina.
so I was just going to add to what Paul was speaking. We actually did not interfere at all in the development of the agenda. We have been from like few steps back, just looking, advising, but not really saying, oh, you don't do this, you include this person. We were not like this. I agree with Paul. And second thing is about the question of trust building process. We don't really acquire trust, especially from indigenous people overnight. It doesn't come overnight. So Erica, you will have to bear with us as because the network, the summit will really progress slowly, but eventually in few years, when the trust is there, people will join, more indigenous people will join the network. The moment they feel it's a safe space for them to talk, and it's a safe place for them that, okay, their voice is being heard and recognized, they will join us. I feel this year it was, I was not in the last year edition, but I feel like I was very surprised to see Region 3 speaking the languages. It was very less English compared to other regions. The very beginning was more Spanish and Portuguese. So maybe by saying this, next year we will have indigenous people from different other regions who say, okay, here I can speak. People won't laugh at me if I don't know English.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Yes. So you will have to be really patient with us for the next coming years.
I am here for the journey, and I think the continuity of having the Future Earth platform, the member portal, to use as you want to. It also has language support to, and I know it's 3 a.m. and you've been up for 24 hours, but the work's not over, right? I think that's the point, is that perhaps, I saw that Cook Islands email, message, and I wrote it down right away, and I reached out to him. And
I also saw that message.
by the way, there's an event in Fiji at the end of November, and it would be really great to connect with you there and help us. Can you connect with your indigenous youth lead in the region, and can we fix this? Can we connect with you? And how do we stay in touch? So one question I have, I've been in Tuvalu, and internet is difficult, right? It's up, it's down, it's not strong when it's there. But I think about, what platforms do they use to exchange information? And we used WhatsApp a lot. So I'm always trying to think, what's the best way for the people in that region to communicate? And does it have language support so people can be authentic in their exchanges? And so I'm always learning. I mean, it's not just for this summit, it's for humanity and our ability to connect. How do we talk to people? Yeah.
I will speaking to this, I will add another observation. And You know, we had one person from the Cook Island because Himangana had some connection. We have sent at least 20 emails to organization. No response. So I think now one person has come. So he's like the lead from Cook Island. So we need to pull more. It's a process. And I was also, when developing the agenda, surprised to see Réunion, people from Réunion Island. Actually, Réunion Island is just next to Mauritius. And it's a French colony, and those people normally are not conversant with English. And it's really, really hard to get them. Like, I have been sending emails, making calls. They never respond to my request. But it happened that the two of the representatives, it happened, there was a student of one of the indigenous youth leaders, and the work and the agenda and presenting the work. So again, it's a process. So if we get one person from one island, next year maybe we'll have more person. It's the same way if we get someone like, because I don't know if I'm wrong, just in Zambia around 200 tribes, something like that, and we have not get everyone. So it's just going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. I feel it's giving the safe space for them to speak, and as I mentioned, they are afraid to speak in their language, and they're afraid. They always see it as, you know, okay, this is just like an academic conference where people will come to talk about their research and they will speak in English and I won't understand anything. So it's in the mind. It's going to change, but it will take time.
Heather, I saw two hands up. There was another hand up. Did she left? Oh no, Veronica's there. So Heather and Veronica, can you unmute me, Bridget, or make me as a host? Good, thank you. Veronica, you haven't spoken yet, so perhaps you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Actually, I was just writing a message. First of all, congratulating everybody that was behind the organization of this event. It was amazing that the event was very accessible for all the regions around the world. And also, I want to second some of the words that have been saying here, especially about how to make this space more accessible for people that English is not their first language. And some of the women and youth from my organization in Ecuador, they wanted to join. Some of them joined, internet was not stable, so they have to drop off. And also other one say English was a barrier. They had taken some English classes, but was not enough. So we still feel that the global conversations about climate change, about sustainability is still in the power of English. So that's a big limitation. And I will encourage to maybe think not only in the translation, maybe find what other ways are out there that may be accessible. Maybe it's art. Maybe there are some new technologies that can help us. And I think that would be great. Also, I think I saw that Rajan asked what youth will need to be more in these spaces. I think, yeah, it's important to be there, connect with them and ask them directly. I know there are a lot of research that has been done reporting the involvement of youth in these topics, but I think they're still there. From the region that I come from Latin America, being youth, being in activism in climate change is not easy. It's not only about accessibility of information, it's also a topic of risk. Being climate defender in South America, in Latin America, is very, very dangerous, especially for women, for youth and women. So some of these youth, sometimes they don't get to be involved because they are scared. There is fear of being there because now in my home country, in Ecuador, if you are a land defender, you can be accused of terrorism under a law that we have there. So that is a reality. So that also I want to encourage more solidarity networks between North and South, just bringing something to the table that we see the role of Canadian mining in Latin America and how that is connected to some of the violence and socio-ecological conflicts there. I think it's important to also acknowledge and that people are aware in the North that that is the reality. And some of the energy transition that countries in the North are dreaming, some of the clean energy transition depend a lot of key critical minerals that are in the land of ancestral lands of indigenous peoples in the South. And because of that, there are a lot of conflicts. And some of these conflicts are obligating to the youth to leave their ancestral lands and to illegally try to immigrate to the North. Some of these people that are on the borders in the South between Mexico and US are actually indigenous people that were forced to leave their home countries because of these conflicts that are happening there. So I think it's important to recognize the need for solidarity and also to recognize how we are interconnected. And just that, and please keep doing this work that you are doing. If something that I can support, especially in connections in the South, I will be happy to support. And yeah.
Thank you very much, Veronica. The spirit of the dialogue is one of inclusion. And so where there is interest is welcome. So your spirit of contributing is cordially invited. I note that Juan had tried to raise her hand earlier. Heather, don't mean to not admit you, but Juan had tried to raise her hand earlier. So let me see if I can get Juan to join. Let's see.
Hi, Paul. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes,
oh,
great.
Fantastic. Hi, everyone. It's truly amazing. I'm from Malaysia. We started yesterday for Region 1. And for Region 2 and Region 3, I was like on and off. And what I find, right, my conclusion from this event, I have 3 points to say. Number one is, Paul, thank you so much for linking us all together. I was here last year for GIYSCC 2023. What I find that it has improved so much this year with the way we organize, curate the event. And my conclusion from last year and this year, our indigenous youth, they have a lot of ideas, concerns regarding what's happening, be it climate change or biodiversity loss. And they all need to come together because irrespective whether their issue is actually melting of the ice cap or the flooding in Asia, etc., but their issue is the same. Yeah, something need to be done. Youth need all the support, especially indigenous youth, and the practices that they have, indigenous knowledge and indigenous practices that they know or they have, need to be exposed and made known to the rest of the world so that we can learn from each other, because some of these practices are actually relevant. Yeah, that's one. And number two, there are ways, because I can see that in Region 3, in Region 2, as well as Region 1, this year we have some of the youngest youth leaders who spoke, yeah, or commented, raised questions. And I see that this is actually the next future generation that can take GIYSCC even to a greater heights. And what could happen? It could be another COP event that can be done both virtually and physically moving forward in the future. Because COP28, our GIYSCC has progressed so much this year. And thirdly, I really like the way Davina actually asked us to focus on SID. Yeah. And I've been to some of these SIDs countries, mainly in Southeast Asia, but the way Davina put it, to make sure that we have each region speak about it, the issues that was raised, this is actually a fantastic avenue for us to move forward, because next year what we can do, actually we can also have another theme, where we can focus 1 hour where each region can spoke about the same issue that is being faced globally, which like for example, I only know the problem of SID in region 1, not knowing that there are also issues in region 2 and region 3. Those are my 3 points. Well done, everybody. Thank you so much.
So while you're
Thank you, Juan.
while you're
Sorry,
on the
Paul.
primary screen, Juan, perhaps as a matter of building, with appreciation to Future Earth, certainly, and to Erica for enabling Global Indigenous Youth Summit 2024. Davina, perhaps you should ask the question about 2025. I'll invite you to ask the question.
Yes, I was actually going to do it, and you have read my mind. Coming to one observation, I was actually we did spoke about it, Paul, about 2 important points, 3 important points. The inclusivity, so we will work harder. Next year, as you mentioned, Juan, we will find another interesting theme that will cover other component that was not covered this year. And about the success of this year edition, there's an amazing team that is working behind, that are not in the front line, I would say. The tech team, and Bridget has been very, very, very helpful to us in building the website. I can tell you, I have over, in the past 2 weeks, over 100 emails every day, just for the GIYSCC. So one point is it's about the patient. So whoever takes the lead will need to have that patient.
Yep.
Third point, I was talking to Paul about it, is the capacity building of the indigenous youth leaders. So we are already working on a plan. Me and Paul are already working on a plan for the capacity building, because if an indigenous youth leader is giving you the time, the effort, we really need to think how to help him to get the skill to co-create network or ideas with other people or other culture, so the capacity building, we are going to focus after, we have a big work after this summit. And the third point, we were also thinking about regional meeting for next year, if funding allowed us.
Right.
The Asian country can meet somewhere near Asia. African can meet at Future Africa campus. I can work on this for Africa. And in the same way, the European countries can meet somewhere nearer, and the South American country, they can meet. But again, there are so many barriers when we talk about the regional meeting hub. I think the major barrier is the visa issue.
Pandu. Yeah.
Yes.
And
Funding and visa issue.
Visa issue. I
So
see. Understand. Okay.
yeah.
Now that you gave me another idea. Yeah. Perhaps what we can do, yeah, we can also try to get like a slot for GIYSCC to be featured at COP.
Yes. This
You know,
this is actually long-term vision.
Long term, yes.
Yeah, so we actually need to work in such a way when tomorrow there is a committee or there is any decision-making process, we are invited to give our ideas.
I think you mentioned about network just now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have one suggestion which can be done immediately and FOC. Yeah. If we can, if we can in Facebook, for example, I know many of the youth are not into Facebook. Yeah. But through Facebook, yeah, we can actually, or through LinkedIn, yeah, you can open like a group network, where, what you might call it, all the GIYCC participants or speakers, depending, yeah, from last year and this year can all be in that group and we can actually start communicating.
Yes, so there is one feature on the Future Earth platform is a members portal.
Oh,
so we can eventually create a member portal for GYSCC, and similarly we can create a like you say, like a network or page or something on social media that will be
correct. Yeah, if we can, correct. Open a page on social media.
Yes. Yeah, but there is a work behind this as well, because if you see, you create a page and you don't post anything, you don't provide the content, it's not going to work. So maybe we can have a communication committee for GYFCC now, and with the help of the technical team, we will provide the content for Future Earth to post for us.
Good idea. And then I only have one comment here, which we didn't do as well as last year. And for next year, 2025, we should start doing early, like what we did last year. It's actually to get in registrants early. From day one, when we start because we already have the date, we can start the communication to get registrant for people as participants from early.
So
I agree.
Along those lines, in terms of planning for 2025, Davina and I have had discussions, sort of casual discussions, but discussions. And the first 2 years have been hosted by GIYSCC Africa. And we were wondering whether GIYSCC Asia might be interested, in particular with ALAM and the International Institute of Science, Diplomacy, and Sustainability that Professor Zachary is developing. I know there is strong interest in Malaysia.
Now that you mentioned that, actually yesterday, the chair for GIYSCC Asia, Professor Tan, was actually together with us. I can speak to him whether or not GIYSCC Asia can host next year.
It would keep it in the GIYSCC family, but I think the leadership that you've shown through ALAM, the people you've involved, like Rizal and Hakeem this year, and you've effectively brought infrastructure to the discussion, just as a concept. But I think your observation about communicating earlier to increase registration is one element. But the idea that we didn't do as well as last year, I think in one sense we did far better this year.
Oh yes, we did far better this year.
but in terms of metrics, last year we had 88 languages or 88 plus languages. This year we had over 230 languages in represented. And I attribute that to the larger number of Indigenous youth leaders in one sense. But in thinking about it, I actually think we've touched something that's very special. All of these countries, these 98 countries from around the world, they have people that are able to communicate and fill out a form in English. That means that there are people that are in these countries that have some level of skill to communicate in English and an interest to participate in this discussion. I think it's probably all over the world. I bet there are Indigenous youth in every country on earth that have English skills and an interest in the discussion about climate and Indigenous and youth. I would hypothesize. I think that's a special place, the triangulation of Indigenous youth and climate that has been brought together in this discussion, I think is a sweet spot that
Totally agree.
That's wide open for the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change to create a stable, sustainable global partnership of Indigenous youth, and looking at Parthon and Prakriti in terms of the next generation. I noted that Heather, you had your hand up. Are you there still? Yes, you are. Heather,
Yeah.
Please.
I gave up, Paul. I put it in the chat. But I'll just say briefly what I was talking about, which was that there was a comment made earlier. I'm not sure if the person's still on, about the global South. And it's difficult for Indigenous people above the equator to be included in the term the global North, because it's really not accurate. It doesn't describe our reality. We are in the US, we're considered wards to the US government. We're nations within nations. And if you visit our nations and reservations, it does not look like the global North. So I just wanted to mention that as well, just again, focusing that we have more in common than we have different. They're finding minerals under the ice cap in Greenland. They're finding minerals inside the permafrost in Alaska. Constant proposals for different mines going in. And so I really think there's a great, dialogue of bringing us together and avoiding these polarizing terms that pit something against something else, especially because in the Arctic, we have a lot of non-Indigenous allies that also live in really difficult places that do not resemble what I think is stereotypical, the global North as well. And so I just wanted to share that.
So I note that we are 3 minutes away from the 24th hour. And as sort of a celebratory activity, I don't have a bottle of champagne that I can share with everybody, which would seem like an appropriate event. But as a sort of celebratory event at the very end of the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, to share what has been produced in terms of the Indigenous youth leaders that have been involved. Let me read the nations that have registered this year. It's not the languages. I wouldn't be able to pronounce them all in the first instance, but let me read the nations. Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Argentina, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Benin, Bolivia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Congo, Cook Islands, Cuba, Ecuador, Egypt, Ethiopia, Finland, France, Gabon, Gambia, Germany, Ghana, Greenland, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Ivory Coast, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kenya, Kiribati, Liberia, Madagascar, Malaysia, Malawi, Mali, Mauritius, Mexico, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nepal, Netherlands, Nigeria, Norway, Palestine, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Puerto Rico, Romania, Russia, Rwanda, Senegal, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Switzerland, Taiwan, Tanzania, Thailand, Timor, Togo, Tunisia, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United States, Venezuela, Yemen, Zambia, and Zimbabwe.
Wow.
So that is a tribute to the Indigenous youth leaders, and with congratulations and appreciation to all that have remained on the call, but certainly as friends, it's an honor as well as pleasure to be on this journey with you. So from my heart, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.